And what kind of response have you had, Maria? Because these views on these videos that you're posting to social media are very high. So there's a wide audience that is hearing your message, seeing your videos.
I get great response throughout the world and very much support from all countries. I don't know, starting from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, all over through Europe, United States, Canada, Britain. So many people support me, and I then give this support to people around myself, because it is very important for Ukrainians to understand that all the world stands with us, that all countries are now united with us, and that we are all together fighting with this war. But then also I sometimes get offensive messages from Russian bots and trolls, and I try not to pay attention to that. But anyway, that is you should understand that Russian troops are very close, and of course they try to threaten and act aggressively to those people who stand up and protest and fight with Russia openly.
Going into another week of war, what are your expectations for the people who are there, for the military operations, for escalation from Russia?
Well, I think that what it looks like now, Russia is not going to de-escalate. They again are bombarding new and new Ukrainian cities. Today we had a report that city of Lviv, which is almost on the western border, close to Poland, was bombarded. And throughout Ukraine, cities are under constant attacks. And that is why what Ukrainians need and what we ask for is to military support, to support by weapons, so that Ukrainian military will be able to defend the sky, because that is what now Russia uses. They cannot do anything on the ground. They were not able to get control over any major city in the on-the-ground operation, because they have young conscripts here who do not know what they actually do in Ukraine and why they were sent here. And Russia and the pilots are often shut down in their planes, and then on cameras they give evidence that their commanders told them to bombard residential areas, and we collect also these evidences of war crimes. So Russian morale is low, and Ukrainians are protecting our country, but we of course need the most support that can be given to Ukraine, and I really hope for that, and I hope that some kind of negotiations will take place. We know that there have been already 4 rounds of talks between Russia and Ukraine, and I really hope for the ceasefire, because that will allow that no Ukrainian people will be dying, especially no children and no women, and of course no one. So I want that for the best way when we have the ceasefire coming, and I really look forward to it.
Maria Avdieva, we appreciate you joining us here on the show. We appreciate you capturing these images from down on the ground, doing what you can to battle misinformation and so much more. Your bravery is extremely impressive. So we thank you for that.
Thank you so much for having me. It's very important to have this possibility. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time is now 7:13 a.m. A huge thank you to our very own Daytona Everett bringing us that very insightful interview as we now enter week 4 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, day 24 to be exact. We are currently taking a live now look from the Ukraine-Poland border. As you can see, refugees by the dozen coming in every single moment, fleeing their war-torn country, seeking refuge. Now, Poland's border agency, as you see here, says that more than 2 million people have actually come into the country from Ukraine since the beginning of the invasion. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox News correspondent Aishna Hanzi. She's going to bring us more because we do know that the United Nations says that nearly 6.5 million people are inside of Ukraine and they've been displaced on top of the 3.2 million who have actually fled the country. Now, the estimates suggest that Ukraine is fast on course towards the levels of displacements from Syria's devastating war. We've actually been drawing a lot of parallels between the two, which drove about 13 million people from their homes, both in the country and abroad. The refugee wife of a Ukrainian employee who is still working at the country's largest power plant is now under Russian control. He's going to explain exactly what the situation is right now.
Inside a safe house in Poland, Ukrainian refugee Katerina sobs as she explains she hasn't held her husband for more than 3 weeks. She fled Enerhoda, Ukraine, just before the Russians fired missiles at the nation's largest nuclear power plant located there and took control. Her husband, whose identity we're protecting, supervises a department in charge of cooling the nuclear reactors and was inside.
It was the most terrible night of my life.
As Katerina worried from miles away, her friend Margaret was underground, bracing for a nuclear disaster.
We had prepared anti-radiation pills in the basement.
Thankfully, the power plant's employees were able to keep the plant stable. Katerina says the staff are heroes, put in an unbelievable position.
My husband is working at the nuclear power plant occupied by Russians, and the soldiers are walking there with guns. Why? Why are all these things happening?
And even though it means her family is separated, her husband continues to do his job to keep his family and millions of others safe.
It would be a huge tragedy for Europe, and not just for our city. If something happens there, even Poland would not be able to save its people.
The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed grave concerns about the staff at Ukraine's nuclear power plants, specifically being able to make decisions and do their jobs without Russian influence. Talks are underway right now to try to figure out how to keep these sites secure, and that may include a future physical visit to some of these nuclear sites in Ukraine. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been very, very vocal. Now we know that he's making an urgent plea to Moscow. This as residential areas continue to come under fire in Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
Ukraine's president issuing another warning to Moscow as Russian troops continue to target civilians.
It's like something unbelievable. It's like from the movie.
Russia's attacks on Kyiv intensifying, shelling hitting residential areas, forcing more people to flee from their homes. While in eastern Ukraine, entire apartment buildings turned to rubble.
No bedroom, no hallway. There was just nothing left.
Hundreds of people still missing in Mariupol after a gruesome attack at a theater this week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces are blocking the delivery of humanitarian supplies to cities under attack, telling Moscow it's time for meaningful talks.
The time has come to restore territorial integrity and justice for Ukraine. Otherwise, Russia's losses will be such that it will take you several generations to recover.
6.5 million Ukrainians have been impacted by Russia's invasion, with more than half of them fleeing Ukraine. Right now, officials working to protect refugees from human trafficking and other forms of exploitation.
The vulnerabilities of these people are likely to be exploited So a big issue for us right now is to providing them with information.
Next week, President Biden will travel to Brussels to talk with NATO leaders about Russia's invasion on Ukraine. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Taking a live now look at the Ukrainian border right now as we speak, 7:18 a.m. here on the East Coast. Now, the Ukrainian and Russian war is taking a toll on many of us watching it play out all over social media and through media outlets. Those who are connected to someone in Ukraine say the toll is taking on them. The toll is taking on them is even worse. Fox News multimedia reporter Joy Addison spoke with volunteers for a Ukrainian English nonprofit that connects volunteers from across the country with Ukrainian students.
The volunteers I spoke with say they joined Engine as a way to give back to their communities. And it sounds easy, right? A quick conversation with a Ukrainian student a couple of times a week to help them improve their English. But they say the close bonds they have formed with these students makes the current war so painful to watch.
So we talked pretty often, and we talked about different subjects like what movies and shows we were watching. But as of February 27th, we have lost contact, and she has not been active on any of her sites of Telegram, of iMessage, of email.
Olivia is a high school volunteer for the Ukrainian English program, Engine. She and other volunteers signed up to be an English-speaking partner, but then became close to other teenagers who are now in an active war zone, like Daniela.
For the last 2 days, we've been hearing some bands, like not really far from us, so it starts to get a little bit terrifying.
Daniello and his family are living in a home with a bomb shelter just outside of Kyiv. He says now he's not thinking about practicing English, just surviving the war. But he does miss one aspect of the program.
It was like kind of, I don't know, maybe psychological therapy for me.
I tell my volunteers about everything that I have on my mind.
Alexander agrees the therapeutic talks are missed because now life has dramatically changed.
What makes things worse, I'm actually finishing high school. So this year I had to finish it. I had to have my prom and I had to enter a university. And now I just don't have an idea of what I'm gonna do.
Engine's director says she has now shifted the program's focus.
We are continuing to run social media and sharing useful information for students, things about how to act when your house is getting bombed. We try to also do lighter things, we did a flash mob with people sharing their pets and little videos of support.
And this morning I spoke with Olivia, and she says she still has not heard from her Ukrainian buddy. She and Engine director Katerina Manov say they have hope that she's just a refugee in another country and is safe from her home of Kyiv. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
And that was the latest on Americans who are helping to soothe the pain, soothe the transition of Ukrainians who are fleeing their country. And we also know of Americans who are actually traveling from the United States into the war zone in Ukraine to join the resistance. Here's that story from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
He joins us live from Kyiv. The segment's going to be a little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers at the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody was a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they've totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms, machine gun fired several blocks just down from my location constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, you know?
Wow.
So there's the Ukrainian people, they're not afraid. And even though it's the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Wow, and we don't know how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Best of humanity.
All right, that was the latest from our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. Let's stay on this topic as Russia enters its 24th day continuing to invade Ukraine. Taking a look back at Secretary of State Antony Blinken held a press briefing. He agrees with President Biden that war crimes have been committed in Ukraine, citing the intentional targeting of civilians is a war crime. Now, he also went on to discuss Russia's potential use of chemical warfare, the impact of sanctions on Russia, and additional military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. He also spoke on the recent attacks of United States journalists. Let's listen in to his full remarks here, Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
These incidents join a long list of attacks on civilian, not military locations across Ukraine, including apartment buildings, public squares, and last week, a maternity hospital in Mariupol. I doubt that any of us who saw those images will ever forget them. We've seen Russia use similar tactics before, in Grozny, in Aleppo. They stepped up their bombardment with the goal of breaking the will of the people. Yesterday, President Biden said that, in his opinion, war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Personally, I agree. Intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime. After all the destruction of the past 3 weeks, I find it difficult to conclude that the Russians are doing otherwise. The consequences of Moscow's war are being felt around the world in rising food costs, concerns about fuel supplies, more broadly in worries about how this war will affect the global economy and the fight against COVID-19. These are serious issues that the global community urgently needs to address. This war is making that much more difficult. In this way, Russia's actions are having an impact on every person on the planet, wherever they live. We also feel the impact right here in this room. There should be a seat reserved here today for Benjamin Hall from Fox News, who was injured badly when his vehicle came under attack near Kyiv. Many of us, myself included, have gotten to know Ben very well as part of the traveling press corps. He's an incredibly talented reporter, always asking tough questions. He's a lovely person as well. Our thoughts, my thoughts, are with him and his family, including his 3 little kids. 2 of Ben's Fox News colleagues, Pierre Savchevsky and Sasha Kushanova, were killed in the attack. And Brent Renaud, a reporter on assignment with Time magazine, was killed in a separate attack a day earlier. I know that everyone in this room, in particular, feels these losses deeply. Being a war correspondent is vital work. They make sure that the world knows what's really happening when armies move in and bombs start falling. It also takes incredible courage. They go into war zones when others, understandably, are heading out as fast as possible. So these are huge losses, of course, for families, for friends, but also for their colleagues, their profession, their readers and viewers who understand world events because of them. Our experts are in the process of documenting and evaluating potential war crimes being committed in Ukraine. Beth Van Schack, whom the Senate finally confirmed this week as our ambassador at large for global criminal justice, will be leading that effort within the State Department. We'll make sure that our findings help international efforts to investigate war crimes and hold those responsible accountable. I'd also mention that there are several other nominations before the Senate with a direct bearing on our ability to support Ukraine, including for Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Refugees, and Migration, Assistant Secretary of State for International Security and Nonproliferation, and our Coordinator for Sanctions Policy. So I urge the Senate to confirm these nominees quickly so that they can get to work as soon as possible. A few weeks ago, just days before Russia's invasion began, I went to the United Nations Security Council to lay out what we believed was about to happen. Again today, we have a strong sense of what Russia could do next. We believe that Moscow may be setting the stage to use a chemical weapon and then falsely blame Ukraine to justify escalating its attacks on the Ukrainian people. Manufacturing events and creating false narratives of genocide to justify greater use of military force is a tactic that Russia has used before, including in Georgia. We believe Russia will bring its mercenaries from private military groups and foreign countries to Ukraine. President Putin acknowledged as much over the weekend when he authorized the recruitment of additional forces from the Middle East and elsewhere. Another indication that his war effort is not going as he hoped it would. They're also likely to systematically kidnap local officials and replace them with puppets. Again, this has already begun. The mayor of Mariupol was grabbed off the street several days ago, released yesterday in a prisoner exchange. The mayor of another city in southern Ukraine was also kidnapped. He hasn't yet been let go. This is a terror tactic. Grab local officials, depose local governments, put proxies in their place. After devastating Ukrainian cities, Moscow may bring in officials from Russia to serve as local government officials and surge what they describe as economic support in an attempt to make the people dependent on Moscow for survival. Again, something that Russia did in Georgia. President Putin's invasion of Ukraine is not going to plan. The Ukrainian people haven't welcomed the Russian military. They haven't submitted. On the contrary, they're fighting with extraordinary courage to protect their homes, their families, their country. Russia has been hit by unprecedented sanctions and cut off from the global economy. Its own economy is in free fall. Hundreds of corporations have closed operations. In a matter of weeks, President Putin has destroyed 30 years of opening to the world and economic opportunity for the Russian people. Dozens of members of the Kremlin's corrupt power base have been sanctioned. Several have lost their mega yachts and villas. President Putin has derided those sanctions, using recent public diatribes to mock Russians living abroad as too dependent, as he said, on foie gras and oysters. Meanwhile, he sits in his mansions, having accumulated billions, taking wealth from the Russian people while they stand in long lines to access cash and watch as stores close and the ruble plummets in value. It's no wonder that brave Russians continue to protest the war and be beaten and arrested for it. And Russian journalists are resigning from their jobs at state media outlets because they can't stomach parroting the Kremlin's lies any longer. Still, President Putin is not relenting, and in fact may be growing more desperate. And so yesterday, President Biden announced, and I authorized another $800 million in military aid to Ukraine. That brings our support for Ukraine's frontline defenders to more than $2 billion during this administration, $1 billion in the last week alone. We're grateful to have a determined and generous partner in Congress, which this week provided more than $13 billion in urgent support to Ukraine. And we'll continue to work with lawmakers to support Ukraine and hold the Kremlin to account. As President Biden described, this new security assistance package includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to stop attacking planes and helicopters before they destroy more of Ukraine, 9,000 anti-armor systems to destroy tanks and armored vehicles, 7,000 small arms, including machine guns and grenade launchers, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. We're also helping Ukraine acquire longer-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions at President Zelensky's request. And I've been in almost daily contact with Foreign Minister Kuleba, coordinating to respond swiftly to Ukraine's most urgent needs. Our allies and partners continue to step up with their own significant shipments of security assistance. I've authorized more than a dozen countries to provide U.S. origin equipment, and dozens more around the world have provided security assistance of their own. I'd also note that in addition to assistance from the Department of Defense, we're sending support from other agencies, including $10 million worth of armored vehicles from our own diplomatic security service. And yesterday, I announced another $186 million in humanitarian assistance to help the more than 3 million refugees who fled Ukraine in the past 3 weeks, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, as well as internally displaced people still in Ukraine. This brings our total humanitarian aid since last month to $293 million. And of the more than $13 billion for Ukraine that Congress is putting forward, more than $4 billion of that will go to humanitarian assistance. Ukraine's neighbors in Europe are generously welcoming, supporting refugees. The United States will do our part to help those governments and the humanitarian organizations on the ground meet this tremendous need. All the steps that we and our allies and partners are taking are aimed at one goal: to end the war. The support we're providing Ukraine, as well as our financial and economic measures against Moscow, will strengthen Ukraine's hand at the diplomatic table. And we commend Ukraine for staying at that table and continuing to pursue diplomacy while the Kremlin's brutal aggression continues. We'll support Ukraine's diplomatic efforts however we can. We continue to call on all nations, especially those with direct influence with Russia, to use whatever leverage they have to compel Moscow to end this war of choice. We believe China in particular has a responsibility to use its influence with President Putin and to defend the international rules and principles that it professes to support. Instead, it appears that China is moving in the opposite direction by refusing to condemn this aggression while seeking to portray itself as a neutral arbiter. And we're concerned that they're considering directly assisting Russia with military equipment to use in Ukraine. President Biden will be speaking to President Xi tomorrow and will make clear that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression, and we will not hesitate to impose costs. Let me close by saying that President Zelensky's message to Congress and to the American people yesterday was incredibly powerful. He's asked for more help, which we are providing and will continue to provide. And he said that the people of Ukraine want the same things for themselves that we want for ourselves: democracy, independence, freedom. No one who's watched the events of the past 3 weeks could ever doubt the depth of Ukraine's commitment to these ideals. We'll continue to stand with Ukraine as it fights for its future. We'll continue to increase the costs on Russia until it ends this war of choice. And we'll continue to provide life-saving aid to the Ukrainian people as they endure the brutal consequences of Russia's aggression. With that, happy to take some questions.
Paul. So what do you think about the talks between Ukraine and Russia? Are they making any progress? President Zelensky seems to suggest there are things they are talking about.
So we're in close contact, as I said, with Ukraine's leaders, including, in my case, Foreign Minister Kuleba. We're in close contact with other countries that have, in one way or another, been engaging on diplomacy. And to date, I have to say, on the one hand, we commend Ukraine for being at the table despite being under bombardment every minute of the day. At the same time, I have not seen any meaningful efforts by Russia to bring this war that it's perpetrating to a conclusion through diplomacy. We support Ukraine's efforts to try to de-escalate through diplomacy, to reach a ceasefire, and of course the withdrawal of Russian forces. We appreciate the efforts of other countries, including France, Germany, Israel, Turkey, and others. But again, from where I sit, diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith to de-escalate, and I don't see signs right now that Putin is prepared to stop. On the contrary, if you listen to, just for example, his most recent remarks yesterday, that suggests that he is moving in the opposite direction. But never mind the words, what we're really focused on is actions. And the actions that we're seeing Russia take every single day, virtually every minute of every day, are in total contrast to any serious diplomatic effort to end the war. So we're looking to see Russia take meaningful actions to de-escalate, to stop the violence that is perpetrating on Ukraine, and to engage in good faith talks. We will support any effort that Ukraine makes to do that. We're certainly doing everything we can to back them, but also to make sure that they have the strongest possible hand if there are any real negotiations and if diplomacy does advance. Hence the support that we're giving to Ukraine, as well as the pressure that we continue to put and even increase on Russia.
Thank you, Secretary. There is, this department is confirming that an American has died in Ukraine today. So I'm wondering if you can share any more with us about the circumstances, about who that person is, and if there will be specific consequences for Russia because an American died. And then second, earlier this week you said on CNN that one way or another Ukraine will be there and at some point Putin won't. But we're watching every day Ukrainians are getting killed, their cities are being demolished. So how can you be so confident to say something like that? And are you suggesting that Putin should be removed as the leader of Russia? Thank you.
First, with regard to the American citizen, I can confirm that an American citizen was killed. I don't have any more details for you than that, but I can confirm that. Second, it is, I think, not only clear to me, but clear to the world that an independent Ukraine will be there long after Vladimir Putin. And it's also clear that this could horrifically go on for some time. But when all is said and done, an independent Ukraine will be there, and at some point Vladimir Putin will not. The real question is how much death and destruction is going to occur in the meantime, and we're doing everything we can to bring this war perpetrated by Russia to the quickest possible end. That's where the support for Ukraine comes in. That's where the pressure on Russia comes in. That's where the work, the coordination that we're doing with countries around the world comes in. But I think the world has seen this. The world has seen the absolute determination of the Ukrainian people to hold on to their country, to hold on to their future, to hold on to their freedom. And there is nothing that Vladimir Putin can do to subjugate that to his will. But as I said, this could go on for some time, and we're going to continue to work to bring it to an end as quickly as we can.
And should Putin remain the leader of Russia?
Mr. Secretary, you described what you called Russia's terror tactics. Is the State Department considering designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism? And then second, everything that you described, the words that the president has used in recent days, war criminal, murderous dictator, pure thug, do you think that there can ever be normal relations between the United States and Russia so long as Vladimir Putin is in power?
So our focus first and foremost is on doing everything we can to help bring this war to a quick end, to stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. That's the result of Russia's aggression on Ukraine. That's our focus. As we're doing that, and as I said earlier, we're also looking very carefully at what is happening, what is being done, and in particular looking at the question of whether war crimes are being committed, and among other things, the intentional targeting of civilians would constitute a war crime. You heard President Biden speak to this yesterday. You heard what I said a few minutes ago. So we are documenting. We welcome the efforts of various groups, institutions, organizations that focus on this to bring all of the evidence together, to continue to document things, and then for there to be accountability one way or the other. In terms of other designations based on actions that Russia is taking, we are and we will look at everything.
On the second question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but remind me.
Just as long as Putin is in power, can there be normal relations between Russia and the United States?
Again, our focus is on ending this war. I don't want to speculate about the future, but there's going to have to be, one way or another, accountability for this war of aggression.
So, on possible negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, if Russia agrees to stop attacks and withdraw its forces from Ukraine, are there any security formats that will guarantee that Russia would not renew its aggression against Ukraine? If it's not membership in NATO for Ukraine, then what? And another question, President Biden said that U.S. will accept Ukrainian refugees with open arms, and so far there is no official visa or other program for Ukrainians who are fleeing war or who want to come to the United States or reunite with their families. Is Department of State working on some special expedited program for Ukrainian refugees? And if yes, when it might be launched?
Thank you. First, on the diplomacy, look, I'm not going to speculate on the substance of any negotiations, where that might go. As I said, we fully and strongly support whatever the government of Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, does. We very much welcome sentiments that we've heard expressed for trying to bring this to a diplomatic end as quickly as possible. I think in the first instance, what Ukraine needs is de-escalation. It needs Russian forces out of Ukraine. It needs to have its basic freedom and independence returned. But I leave it to Ukrainian partners to work on advancing the diplomacy if they believe that can be productive. We will look at whatever we can do to support that. And if there are issues that wind up being negotiated that require in some fashion our participation, of course, we'll look at that and see where we can be helpful. We want to be able, in the first instance, to do what we're doing, which is to support the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, along with putting pressure on Russia. If diplomacy finally carries the day, and there are things that we can do to support that diplomacy and to support any outcomes that restore Ukraine's independence, we will, of course, look at that, and I'm sure do that. With regard to refugees, a couple of things. First, as I said, this is the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The numbers are staggering. And of course, what gets lost sometimes behind these numbers are the real lives that are at stake and that are being changed, maybe not forever, but are being changed in profound ways. I saw some of that firsthand when I was on the border between Poland and Ukraine with a number of you just a couple of weeks ago, talking to people who had made the journey across the border looking for safety in the face of this Russian onslaught. And in many cases, most cases, women and children, the men staying behind to fight. And we see the impact, of course, in Ukraine. We see the impact on neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, Romania, others, that are taking in very large numbers of refugees. The generosity, I think, is extraordinary. But the numbers are growing. The challenge is growing. I was on a call, a video conference this morning with our G7 partners, and this is one of the things that we talked about, having a coordinated approach to dealing with and helping refugees coming over. The United States is already and will remain the largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Part of the package that is in the supplemental includes about $4 billion in humanitarian assistance. And that will go both directly to Ukraine. It will also go to neighboring countries and others, and Ukrainians outside of Ukraine to support them. Second, we are working closely with UNHCR to see how we can support this effort. Finally, we're looking at things that we can do ourselves and do directly. For example, looking at steps we may be able to take on family reunification and other things that we can do to be supportive and to really take part in this effort. Last thing I'll say is this. And of course, there is the refugee referral process, but that takes time. But if people apply for refugee status and seek to come to the United States, of course, we will take referrals. But we're looking at steps that we can take in the near term. Last thing is this. I think what we're seeing, at least initially, is that so many people coming out of Ukraine understandably want to stay close to home. They hope, we hope, that they'll be able to return home as soon as possible. They also want to stay close to home because, as I said, in many cases it's women and children who have left behind spouses, husbands, fathers, brothers, and they want to be reunited as quickly as possible. So they want to stay as close as possible. But as this, and if this goes on, as the numbers increase, as the burden increases for European partners, we will certainly do everything we can to help. So I suspect we'll have more to say on this in the coming days. It's something we're very focused on right now.
Time for one final quick question from Andrea.
Mr. Secretary, you outlined, recounted a litany of horrific attacks on civilians. You said you agree with the president's comment that they are war crimes, as the UN ambassador said last week. I know there has to be an investigation, but where will the accountability be? What should happen to Vladimir Putin if he is found guilty, since he is the state? What should happen to this leader? Tell the world.
So, Andrea, a few things. First, we're all seeing what, and you're showing powerfully on television, these devastating images coming out of Ukraine, and we are seeing the destruction of so much of the country by Russian bombs and artillery. We're seeing civilian sites being devastated. We're seeing people being killed. Hundreds, thousands of people, civilians. And yes, as I said, again, as the president said yesterday, in his opinion, war crimes are being committed. I agree with that. After all the destruction that we've seen, it's really hard to conclude otherwise. But what we're doing is this, and I'll come to your question. We are, in the first instance, supporting the very important work that's being done, the evidentiary process, to bring the evidence together, to document what's happened, to support and to work with human rights activists, with civil society, with independent media, as well as with the appropriate organizations and institutions that look into this. So we need to go through this process of compiling the evidence, collecting the evidence, understanding the evidence. We'll share that, and our allies and partners, I'm sure, will do the same with all of the investigations that are ongoing to support accountability using every tool that we have available. I'm not going to get ahead of, first of all, what the outcome will be or what the consequences will be, but I can say with conviction that there will be accountability for any war crimes that are determined to have occurred.
How can you say that after Aleppo and Grozny? He does it repeatedly. He's a repeat offender as a war criminal.
Andrea, when we said before Russia's aggression that there would be massive consequences for that aggression, including unprecedented sanctions on Russia, I know some people had their doubts. I think we've demonstrated that we've been good to our word. When we said that there would be sustained, powerful support for Ukraine and its efforts to defend itself, We've demonstrated that we're good to our word. So when I tell you that there will be accountability and consequences for any war crimes that have been committed, I hope you'll take me at my word, but actions always speak louder than words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
And that was the latest from Secretary of State Antony Blinken holding a press conference, taking questions from reporters, saying that he agrees with President Biden. War crimes have been committed in Ukraine. We now know that the International Criminal Court will investigate potential Russian war crimes. We'll have more on this topic right after this break.
Civilians, including children.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time is now 7:55 a.m., slowly approaching that 8 a.m. mark. Welcome back. My name is Rain Augustine, and we are continuing our coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As the war continues to escalate by the hour, all eyes are on Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, we know that President Biden actually spoke with the Chinese president on Friday about the situation to see whether China will be helping Russia with its invasion of Ukraine, something that the United States strongly opposes. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more details from Washington.
In a high-stakes, nearly 2-hour video call with Chinese President Xi Jinping Friday, President Biden warned China of consequences if it supports Russia in its invasion of Ukraine.
China has to make a decision for themselves about where they want to stand and how they want the history books to look at them and view their actions.
Fox has confirmed Russia has asked China for military and economic help. Despite the president's warnings against giving aid, Friday's call ended with no assurances from the Chinese. A statement from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs reads in part, conflict and confrontation are not in anyone's interests.
They see Ukraine as a sovereign country, a UN member state, and don't think that Russia's actions are acceptable or justified in attacking them. But they don't want to break with Russia.
In Russia's largest stadium Friday, President Putin vowed Russia will prevail in the war, despite Ukraine's claims that 14,000 Russian troops have been killed.
I think it shows that he's concerned that he's not making the advances that he needs to.
Russia is expanding its attacks in Ukraine. Its defense ministry confirming that its forces bomb military facilities as far west as Lviv, which so far has avoided constant bombardment.
The people here are just waiting to see what's going to happen next.
Next week, President Biden heads to Belgium for a NATO summit where he'll reaffirm U.S. commitment to the alliance. Then he'll join a European Council summit and a G7 meeting to discuss the penalties that have been imposed on Russia for its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Waiting to see what happens next. Well, there are growing concerns that Russia could potentially launch a cyber attack against the United States. Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stegall has more.
Former NSA hacker David Kennedy says Russia's aggression could result in cyber attacks on the U.S.
Critical infrastructure being one, our financial sector being the other. When you talk about the word cyber war and what would constitute an actual crossing the line, it's never happened before.
The chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee says he's amazed the Kremlin has not already launched the kind of cyber attack of which U.S. officials know. Reports from security firms reveal cyber attacks on Ukraine skyrocketed a few weeks ago and have increased some 17% even in North America from pre-invasion levels, though Americans don't need to overreact yet.
Don't go depleting your bank accounts.
Kennedy says a Russian hack could do serious damage, but small-scale attacks are more likely. And according to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Institute at Auburn University,
death by 1,000 cyber paper cuts could be really impactful to our economy. Small and medium-sized businesses, I think, are unfortunately prime targets.
While systems like power grids and banks are generally more secure, he warns other critical infrastructure doesn't get the same kind of cyber protection.
Our water systems are highly vulnerable and have been demonstrated to be susceptible to cyber attacks.
A recent FBI alert warns U.S. companies that Russian state-sponsored hackers are now able to sidestep multi-factor authentication, a gold standard in information security. Experts say while a Russian cyber attack on the U.S. may not be imminent, they fear that the odds do go up significantly when the ground fight is over, since most of their attention is currently focused on the battlefield. In Dallas, Casey Stegall, Fox News.
Thank you, Casey, for that excellent reporting. 8 a.m. on the dot. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look from Washington, D.C., the White House to be exact. Now, we have learned that next week, President Biden will travel to Brussels to talk with NATO leaders about Russia's invasion on Ukraine. Joining us with more on that is Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Reaction on Russia's war into Ukraine. Joining me right now, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks for being with us. Good to see you. I know we can get into, Vladimir Zelensky's address to Congress from earlier this morning, but that is significant, what President Biden said. I know it doesn't take much, but the fact that the American leader said that, we should take note.
Andrew, that is a big change. And what that says, it sends a message not just to Putin himself, but it sends to everyone around Putin and certainly all those who have supported him over the years, that his days as a actual world leader, if you will, a leader of a major nation state who's allowed to travel around the world and engage in a substantive way, is pretty much over. Once you're a war criminal, you're down into where Serbia was at the end of the Balkans. You may be in office right now, but at some point you will end up in the Hague standing trial, or something worse will happen to you, one of the two. So he really delineated that, and I think that was to send a message. Obviously, there was some confusion in the room. It sounds like you couldn't hear the question. We've all been in those big rooms, a lot of background noise and things like that do happen. But it was to send a message to those around Putin that his autocratic rule is going to destroy Russia's position, or is destroying Russia's position in the world order, and to incentivize those who might think it's time for regime change in Russia to maybe take action.
And Hal, let's talk now about what the United States has committed as far as weaponry is concerned into Ukraine, almost $1 billion worth. I'm going to put up kind of a tweet laying it all out, and you're going to see this here. This is an $800 million assistance package. And so we have 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelins, 1,000 light anti-armor weapons, 6,000 AT-4 anti-armor systems, and the list goes on and on and on. I'm going to leave it up for our viewers and for you, Hal, just to kind of go line by line. But my main questions are, will this suffice for now? This is a lot of military equipment. Do you think it can make a difference on the battlefield there in Ukraine?
Well, I think it can make a difference, but I tell you, when I looked at the list today, my first thought is I'd like to add a 0 behind just about every number there. There are some that are better than others. 2,000 Javelins makes a big impact. If you look at the anti-armor line, which has light anti-armor weapons, and I don't know if they mean laws or they're referring to the British NLAWs. That's not quite clear right now. It might be a mix. Those are very substantial weapons. The 2,000 Javelins, if half of those hit their mark with a Russian tank, Russian armor capabilities would be pretty much, they wouldn't be able to do offensive operations. I'm very familiar with the AT-4. It's certainly not as robust as a Javelin or the NLAW system, but it's a solid anti-armor weapon. You can get kills on tanks. You can get much easier kills on vehicles like BTR, the wheeled armored vehicles, which are not as heavily armored. So that works very well for that. It certainly works for soft-skinned vehicles like trucks. And frankly, 6,000 AT-4s, if half of those weapons would find their way to a truck or a less heavily armored vehicle, again, Russia's offensive capabilities would be at the end, and I think they'd be trying to figure out how to limp out of Ukraine if that was effective. Now, the tactical unmanned aerial systems, that was left a little ambiguous this morning, but a member of Congress came out and explained that was a Switchblade system. Exciting system. I've been a fan of that ever since it's been out there.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about that right now, because earlier the Pentagon essentially really wouldn't confirm if they were Switchblade drones. The Pentagon declined to say what drones it was delivering. They called them early at the briefing tactical in nature. And then, of course, one outlet, I believe CNN, did confirm that they are, in fact, Switchblade drones, because that was the big news of this military package. We're sending drones to Ukraine, but what does that mean, and how can they use them?
Well, they have been used in a limited fashion in Afghanistan, more on the special operations side. First, special forces were using them. The Marines quickly said, that looks pretty good, so we did what we always do, which is we stole from the Army. And so we started using them, but it was a very limited fashion. What they do is they're light enough that they're man-carried, man-portable, and they shoot out of a tube, and it's like a persistent missile in a way, although it's propeller-driven. What it does is it loiters up there. It can be guided by the operator, and it's looking for the target. And so it can go around and look for whether it's an armored target or personnel or whatever it is. And then it's what they often call a kamikaze drone. I'm not a huge fan of that kamikaze thing.
All right, it looks like, unfortunately, we lost Hal Kempfer there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. If we get Hal back, we will bring him. And so we have a lot more to discuss. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and thanks for being with us on your Wednesday night. We have been talking extensively about the latest developments and headlines into the war in Ukraine. I'm being joined yet again by national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, we are back. We just had a momentary technical glitch there, but we have you, and we were talking about these particular types of drones, these Switchblade drones, that we are going to deliver to Ukraine. What makes them unique? What makes them special? How will they be used?
Well, Andrew, they're very effective. What they do is they're man-portable. They shoot out of a tube, the wings deploy, the propellers deploy, and then they can loiter for about a half an hour or a little bit more and look for the target. You know, they're steerable. They can, and basically they're hunting for a, whether it's a mechanized target, armored target, you know, personnel target, whatever it is. It's a very adaptable weapon. It pretty much can take out.
All right, and unfortunately, it looks like we did lose Hal yet again, and we apologize there. We're going to play out some of this video because we had been wanting to talk about as well this really devastating attack today in Mariupol, and Russian forces essentially, people are saying, targeted a theater where hundreds of people were sheltering and were hiding. We don't have an official death toll from that, but it was quite horrifying. The drama theater bombed today in a Russian airstrike where hundreds of civilians were reportedly sheltering inside. So we're going to get to that. I believe we have Hal back. We're going to try this yet again. And Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for being with us. We're just going to play some of this video. And you were describing some of the drones that will be sent over. Let's move on from some of these kind of hardware type questions and get to some of these diplomatic questions as well, because there was a significant contact today, Hal. And that, of course, we got word Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, made contact with his Russian counterpart. This is the highest official meeting and contact made between Russia and the United States since the war began. I want to read in part from some of the statement put out by the White House. They say that Jake Sullivan reiterated the United States' firm and clear opposition to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. And Sullivan clearly laid out our commitment to continue imposing costs on Russia to support the defense of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to reinforce NATO's eastern flank. Hal, I just wanted to get your opinion. Is this progress? What should we make of this? Should we be kind of, somewhat optimistic or not? Or is this just the very, very mild beginnings?
Andrew, I think what it is it's progress. I don't want to get overly optimistic on it, but there's a couple of things that we can look at with this. One of which is you got to remember that Sullivan and others in the White House are dealing with a level of intelligence that we simply don't have. We get to see things, or things are said, which kind of indicate what's going on. One of those is the logistic situation with the Russians. There were multiple reports out that a source in defense intelligence had put out, and I imagine this was intentional, that they were not seeing this massive surge of logistics coming in to help the Russian forces. Now, there are some fresh troops that are hitting the lines. There's been a little bit more activity in terms of scouts and things along some of the lines in Kyiv, but they're not seeing this big surge of logistics, which indicates that either A, they don't care, or B, they probably don't have the logistics, the ammunition, the food, everything else they want to give them. Another report coming out is that they're having to basically tap units or forces around Russia in places as far afield as peacekeeping missions in Armenia, Georgia, all the way over in Siberia, to bring in additional forces, additional manpower to prop up what's going on in Ukraine. Now they're starting to hollow out forces. From a policy perspective, you look at those things and say, good time to start talking to the Russians at a high level, because it indicates they can't sustain their level of commitment. Then also looking at the way that they're using artillery, because they can't do offensive operations. Frankly, there would be much to discuss there, which basically is, how do you plan to get yourself out of this mess that you're in right now?
Yeah, and Hal, we got that assessment today from the Pentagon. They said Russia is discussing sending replacement troops, like you were talking about, to backfill for combat losses. So that's quite something. That's a development, although the Defense Department said there's been no appreciable change either in how much Ukraine and Russia are flying in the war. To date, Ukraine is flying kind of 5 to 10 to 15 sorties per day. Russia has been flying about 200. And they say the advance north of Kyiv still stalled. They say cities that were isolated still are, and that Ukraine is still hanging on. So I had been mentioning also that terrible targeted bombing of that drama theater today in Mariupol. Also, we got word that Putin is from the International Court of Justice. They are telling him to cease all military operations in Ukraine. We are also being told the United Kingdom has requested yet another emergency UN Security Council meeting. So things are moving quite fast. Let's talk, though, about how these talks that have been happening between Russian and Ukrainian delegations, it doesn't seem like much is coming out of them. We have some word from the Financial Times today. They said that Ukraine and Russia drew up a tentative peace plan to end the war. The deal includes a ceasefire and Russian troop withdrawal if Kyiv renounces NATO membership and accepts limits on its armed forces, some type of neutrality deal. And so we're getting reaction from European officials. The French foreign minister says Russia is just pretending to be engaged and involved in these talks. What do you make of them? It seems like some of these preconditions and stipulations Russia is putting on the table, those were already on the table before the war began.
Andrew, you're absolutely right. And I think probably the short answer is the French are right on this one. I think it is, a lot of it's a pretense. You know, the conditions on saying that they're not going to take NATO membership, which frankly, Zelensky's words were kind of extrapolated quite a bit. There may have been a little bit of a translation piece on that. But basically, in so many words, it wasn't really on the table to begin with before the war.
Right.
But I will say this, the kind of fierce tone that Putin took talking to his staff
and we are experiencing some technical difficulties yet again with our Zoom here.
forcefully say, hey, look, we're going to achieve the objectives. Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yes, I can hear you, Hal.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say the fierce nature of the tone that Putin took today or yesterday with his staff, saying we're not going to pull out until we've achieved all our objectives.
And I think we lost Hal there yet again. We apologize there for some of these technical
difficulties, but very insightful information there coming from our very own Andrew Kraft, speaking with that national security expert, Hal Kempfer. It looks as though we are getting a live event to our desk here at LiveNOW from Fox. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw and unfiltered. Seems like we have the Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, speaking.
It was because they wanted to get on with their lives. They were fed up with being told what to do by people like me. They were. We wanted to take back control of our lives, and so I'm proud that this government has done the things that so many people said were impossible. We got Brexit done. I'm proud that we delivered the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, not once but twice, and the fastest booster rollout. And of course, yes, I am proud that this government has been in the lead in sticking up for freedom in Ukraine. This was the first European country to send defensive weapons to help the Ukrainians, and now dozens are following our lead. And I'm very grateful to my friend Ben Wallace, also there in the front row, for his foresight many months ago, and for getting me to read Putin's crazy essay, which I did. And we're talking continuously, Liz, Ben and I, we're talking continuously to our colleagues in the Ukraine support group to discuss what more we can do. And those conversations go on literally every day, and there will be more. I'm proud of what we did on sanctions. We were in the lead in sanctioning SWIFT and the banks when banning Aeroflot. We've now sanctioned more banks and individuals than any other European country, and we will be distraining their yachts and their assets. And of course, there is a cost to all these actions. Of course, there is. But the cost of doing nothing would be far, far higher. Putin's war is intended to cause economic damage to the West and to benefit him. And he knows that with every dollar increase in the price of a barrel of oil, he gets billions more in revenues from the sales of oil and gas. And that's the tragedy of the situation. He's been preparing for this moment by pushing hydrocarbons on the West like a backstreet pusher, feeding our addiction, creating a dependency. And now he wants to weaken the collective will to resist by pushing up the cost of living, hitting us at the pumps and in our fuel bills. And so we must respond, and we've got to do everything we can to help people with their daily costs, help people with the cost of living. And of course that means doing all the things that we're doing, lifting the living wage, cutting council tax bills, helping with fuel costs, giving billions to councils, millions more to help people in particular hardship. The best possible answer, of course, is to make sure that, this is the traditional Conservative answer, to make sure that we have a strong economy and strong economic fundamentals with well-paid jobs. And thanks to the speed of that booster rollout, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. Unemployment now actually back to the level it was before the pandemic, virtually a record low, 3.9%. Youth unemployment at or near record lows. But if we're going to deal with the particular cost, the biggest cost that families now face, and tackle these rising fuel bills, the energy spike, we must take the bold steps necessary to end our dependence on Putin's oil and gas. And that is what we are doing. In the immortal phrase, it is time to take back control of our energy supplies. After years of short-termism and hand-to-mouth solutions, we are setting out a British energy security strategy. And we will make better use of our own naturally occurring hydrocarbons rather than import them top dollar from abroad and put the money into Putin's bank account. That does not mean in any way that we will abandon our drive for a low-carbon future. We're going to make some bets on nuclear power, some big bets on nuclear power, not just the big projects, but also the small modular reactors. And we're going to take that bullet-a-gate spirit of the booster rollout and use it to build more offshore wind at double-quick time, and many other investments in clean, green power. But if you ask me how we're going to pay for all this, I can tell you that I've been going around the world recently, and I've been talking to international investors who are yearning to make colossal long-term investments in British green infrastructure. Colossal. And there's a reason why people want to come to this country, many, many reasons why they want to come, but you're seeing them invest massively in everything from tech to finance to green power. And that is that they know what this government is doing. They know about, I mean, you may not believe it, but they do. They know about our levelling up agenda, my friends. They do. They've heard of it. They have. They're very well informed. And they know that we have a plan to unleash the potential of this whole country, and they can see how we are doing it. Making our streets safer with 20,000 more police, rounding up the county lines drugs gangs that cause such misery, stopping and searching the kids with the knives, giving the police the powers that they need, and by the way, giving the criminals the serious sentences that they deserve for the crimes that they commit. Tackling the middle-class drugs use, by the way, that helps to drive so much of the consumption. But doing things, thank you for that small clap for that. I think it's about time that the government said that we don't tolerate this kind of concern, because it is driving misery across the whole country. It's driving the county lines gangs, and we should be absolutely frank about it. But what we're doing goes far beyond that, and people around the world can see what levelling up is doing. The massive extension of fibre optic broadband, and I'm just trying to look for Nadine. How's Nadine? Perhaps Nadine isn't here. But we are, Oliver. You were doing it. Massive expansion. Massive expansion when you were at DCMS of full fibre gigabit broadband. It is a great thing for our country, and we need to do it. We will go further and faster, investing massively in road and rail, and not just the colossal schemes of the integrated rail plan, Northern Powerhouse Rail, making sure that the Midlands and the north of the country finally get the kind of commuter-style rail networks that have been taken for granted for so long in the southeast. Huge schemes that we're doing. They'll be transformative for the UK economy. But look at the little things that we're doing as well, or relatively smaller schemes, such as the new tram improvements in Blackpool, which I was delighted to see the other day. I congratulate the Blackpool authorities on what they are doing, because it's driving tourism, it's driving investment, even more investment here in Blackpool, and that's what levelling up is. I went for a run. You may not believe it, but I did. I went for a run this morning on the beach. Absolutely beautiful. Better than anything in the Caribbean. I promise. That is not mere gallantry. It is true. And it's true. I mean, that time of the morning, 6:45, sun coming up, unbelievable. The tide right out, ribbed sand stretching for miles and miles, and absolutely beautiful. And as I ran along, I saw all the new hotels and the new attractions that will benefit from that new transport infrastructure going in, the new tram. Of course, government has a role: safer streets, better healthcare, better schools, better education, creating the conditions for that investment. But in the end, you need the private sector, the animal spirits of the private sector, to come in and have the confidence to invest. That's what it's all about. That's the fundamental symmetry at the heart of our Conservative vision. And as I was running along the sand, I saw a man who seemed to be prospecting with a kind of steel pole or tube. And I asked him what he was looking for, hydrocarbons, perhaps. And what do you think he was looking for? Does anybody have any idea? I tell you, he wasn't an oil well. No, he was looking for lugworms. And he showed me some lugworms that he had caught. And I will tell you, my friends, that the lugworm is not perhaps the most beautiful of God's creatures. But bigger fish love lugworms. And I want you to know that we Conservatives back everybody in this country who gets up early and invests their time and their skill and their energy and their effort in the hope of a bigger return. And that is... You need to use a lugworm. You need to use a lugworm to catch a bream, my friends. And I have a bream, as they say. I have a bream. I have a bream of a vision of a one-nation conservatism that takes that capitalist spirit and uses our wonderful free market system to make sure that we have the revenues for Rishi Sunak to pay for our fantastic NHS and the 50,000 more nurses and the thousands more doctors that we're hiring. Pay for all the wonderful staff who are clearing the COVID backlogs. Pay for our defences. Pay for Ben Wallace's troops. Pay for our 20,000 more police officers. Pay for investment in skills, like what we're doing with the Blackpool and Fylde College, the new multiversity that's opening, because that is what levelling up is all about. And it is those wonderful public services that create the climate of confidence which means that private sector investment comes in. And it works, this formula levelling up, I believe, is right for the whole country. It's vital to understand this. It's vital, it works everywhere. By unleashing talent everywhere across the UK, still under the old model, the most imbalanced European economy, by unleashing talent everywhere, you stop the overheating and the stress and the overdevelopment that is a part of the failed economic model. And we take the whole country forward together. That's what we're going to do. And that's why Rishi, I think, is totally right to be driving a new age of post-Brexit entrepreneurialism. Tough word to say. You know what? But you know what I mean. Low business taxes and other fiscal incentives, the 8 new free ports, and all the new freedoms that we're currently taking, driven by Jacob, who's our invigilator of these things, to do things differently and do things better now that we can. And I think it's because of the spirit that people can see in this country that we're seeing a surge of investment in the last few months. Another $1 billion just this week from Al-Fnaa, from Saudi Arabia in Teesside to make green aviation fuel, top of $1 billion from Nissan for a gigafactory, $1 billion from Mubadala for life sciences, $6 billion for Iberdrola, a Spanish company in East Anglian wind farms, $1.5 billion from Blackstone for labs and the creative sector. The list goes on and on. It is absolutely astonishing. $1 billion here, $1 billion there. You're talking about serious money. You're talking about tens of thousands of high-wage, high-skilled jobs. And there's another reason, of course, why investors come here. And when they think about the UK and what it's going to be like for themselves and their families, they think about the time that they're going to be spending in the UK. And I'll tell you something, it is the invincible strength of this country that we believe, by and large, and within the law, that people should be able to do whatever they want, provided they don't do any harm to anybody else. That's what it is. And that's called freedom. That's called freedom. And we don't need to be woke. We just want to be free. And that's why talented people are fleeing Russia, quite frankly, right now. And that's why they're flocking to the UK. And to get back to my theme, that's Putin's tragedy. That's his tragedy. There's a sense in which his disastrous error in Ukraine is itself an argument for democracy and freedom. I mean, seriously, if Putin had a free press, if he had the BBC on his case, well, let's be serious. He would know, whatever you may think, he would have known the truth. Or a version of it. He would have known the truth. No, come on. If he had free, impartial, responsible journalists, let me put it that way, then he would have known the truth that the Ukrainians are a proud nation with a charismatic leader, and he would have known before he set out on this disastrous and inhuman venture that they would fight to defend their homeland. He would have known that. And he wouldn't have locked himself in this echo chamber of sycophants. On which subject, if Putin had to explain himself to a real parliament with real backbenchers, for whom, of course, all leaders must have a very, very lively regard, backbenchers who had to justify themselves every day to their electors, and of course at elections. You know, I don't believe that he would have been capable of such a crescendo of disastrous and self-destructive mistakes. Isn't that the truth? Now look, I don't believe that democratic freedoms are going to sprout anytime soon in the Kremlin. Far from it. But with every day that passes, I think that Putin becomes a more glaring advertisement for the system that he hates and despises, and it becomes ever more obvious why we have to stick up for Ukraine. And we will. And that's why we will continue with absolute conviction to stick up for freedom under the law. Freedom under the law at home and abroad, even if it means making some tough decisions. we made a tough choice, for instance, over Christmas and New Year to keep going, to keep our economy open, when some people said we should go back into lockdown. We made the tough choice to open up last July, when I think that the Labour Party said we were being reckless. Never forget, if we'd listened to Captain Hindsight and the Labour Party, I never tire of telling you this, but it's true, we would still be in lockdown, and we would certainly not be seeing the strong growth and employment that we're seeing today. When the Labour Party and the current leader were trying with might and main to install a leader who wanted, but I'm serious, to abolish NATO, we were already training Ukrainian troops to fight. And it's an absolutely incredible fact, but it's true. At a time when Russia is being led by a president who is capable of bullying and threats and who's plainly capable of making dangerous and irrational decisions, we have a Labour Party whose shadow cabinet is stuffed with people who only recently voted to abolish the UK's independent nuclear deterrent. That's right, 8 of them. The shadow foreign secretary, unbelievable, the shadow levelling up secretary, shadow transport secretary, I haven't got the entire list, but you can find it out. That's them. Do we want them in charge, my friends, at this moment? Do we want them running up the white flag? Do you see them standing up to Putin's blackmail? I don't. By the way, in the next few weeks, do we want them running our councils, when we know that up and down the country, Labour councils cost you more and Conservatives deliver better services? Do we want them in charge of the economy of this amazing country of ours, when there has never been a Labour government that left with unemployment lower than when they arrived? Let me tell you, when you go out campaigning in the next few weeks, as we all will, joyfully, let me tell you that my message to everybody on the doorstep is that it is Conservatives. It's Conservatives who get things done even when they look difficult. And it's Conservatives who take the tough decisions to help you, to be on your side, to help you with the cost of living. And it's Conservatives who stand up for freedom against the blackmail of Vladimir Putin. And I'll tell you why we do it. And we do it not out of ideology, because we know through long experience that it's only by sticking up for freedom that we can deliver long-term prosperity and security. And that's what we will deliver together. Thank you all very much, and thank you for coming to Spring Conference. Thank you. Thank you.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We just had a live announcement from Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, mainly speaking on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, specifically the oil and gas sector, and how the UK will separate itself from needing Russian assistance. All right, guys, looks as though we lost that live image there. But again, welcome to Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. My name is Rain Augustine. The time is just after 8:30. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have more on this situation right after. The time is now 8:38 a.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. As you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated TV stations across the globe. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us the latest on the war in Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky received a standing ovation this morning. In his virtual address to Congress, he asked for more help in fighting the Russian invaders. And the Biden administration has responded by authorizing another $800 million in weapons, but not the fighter jets that Ukraine says it desperately needs. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now to show us how Zelensky made his case to Congress. Craig?
Well, Zelensky started by saying the destiny, the fate of Ukraine, and with it much of the world is being decided as we speak right now. And he likened the war on Ukraine to two of the darkest days in American history.
Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Remember September the 11th, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes.
Zelensky said, now imagine those days repeat.
And I want to get more reaction.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky received a standing ovation this morning. In his virtual address to Congress, he asked for more help in fighting the Russian invaders. And the Biden administration has responded by authorizing another $800 million in weapons, but not the fighter jets that Ukraine says it desperately needs. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now to show us how Zelensky made his case to Congress. Craig?
Well, Zelensky started by saying the destiny, the fate of Ukraine, and with it much of the world is being decided as we speak right now. And he likened the war on Ukraine to two of the darkest days in American history.
Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Remember September the 11th, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes.
Zelensky said, now imagine those days repeating day after day for 21 days straight and for every day ahead for their foreseeable future. He said for Ukrainians, every day is like a December 7th or September 11th, and that it will spread far beyond Ukraine if we do not stop this mass murdering tyrant.
Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people.
As expected, he repeated his call to impose a no-fly zone in the skies over Ukraine.
Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask?
Well, the position of NATO is that it is too much to ask because that would require engaging Russian warplanes, which would likely trigger World War III. Zelensky knows this, so he suggested Plan B.
If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative.
He asked for air defense systems more advanced than the Stingers we've been sending, and he once again asked for those fighter jets from Poland.
You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft.
Poland wants to donate its entire fleet of MiG-29s, and the Biden administration initially said it would work to facilitate that, but then changed course and said it cannot support sending Ukraine fighter jets because it could trigger Vladimir Putin to use chemical weapons and or expand the war beyond Ukraine. To that, Zelensky invoked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech.
I have a need. I need to protect our sky.
And he closed by addressing Congress in English.
Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
And shortly after Zelensky spoke, President Biden delivered an authorization for $800 million in additional weapons. That's on top of $200 million authorized this weekend for a total of $1 billion in weapons and military equipment authorized, now presumably on the way very quickly to Ukraine in the coming days and weeks. We'll work through specifically what equipment and weapons are going there and a closer look at why the Biden administration is disinclined to facilitate fighter jets being transferred to Ukraine and the growing pushback to a no-fly zone, the strategies and the consequences all coming up in the next hour.
Craig, how is Vladimir Putin presenting this aid from the U.S.? How is he presenting this to the Russian people?
Well, to the Russian people, by repeating the fiction that this is all about the United States overthrowing the rightful government of Ukraine by way of a coup and then installing Nazis to run Ukraine because the U.S. is pro-Nazi and then Russia is going in to liberate the Ukrainian people from the Nazis that the U.S. installed. That is the story that the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, is repeating today over and over again. And with that, Vladimir Putin is also issuing additional threats to Russian people who would speak out against him, dissidents, stressing that there would be very severe consequences. And the Kremlin is also further cutting off access to outside sources of information. For example, it cut internet access to the BBC and other organizations as well in Russia, so that the Russian people more likely will only hear those stories coming out of Vladimir Putin and the state-run media.
Yeah, walling them off from the rest of the world. All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on the Ukraine-Russia situation. Thanks, Craig. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Next week, President Biden will head to Brussels to meet with the NATO leaders discussing the ongoing invasion of Ukraine. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look back, listening into this announcement from NATO's press secretary.
To strengthen our defenses now and for the years to come. Our close partners Finland, Sweden and Georgia and the European Union joined us for the first session. And Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov described in stark terms the death and destruction caused by President Putin's war. The determined resistance of the Ukrainians against the invasion and the importance of our continued support. We all paid tribute to the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. NATO allies and partners have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for many years. We are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, freedom and democracy, with significant amounts of critical military equipment. Today, ministers agreed that we must continue to provide significant support to Ukraine, including with military supplies, financial help, and humanitarian aid. NATO allies and partners are also hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. President Putin must stop this war immediately, withdraw his forces now, and engage in diplomacy in good faith. NATO is responding to this crisis with speed and unity. And next week, allied heads of state and government will meet for an extraordinary NATO summit. We will address both our immediate response and the changes we need to make for our longer-term security. Moscow should be in no doubt. NATO will not tolerate any attack on allied sovereignty or territorial integrity. We have already activated our defense plans to shield the alliance, increase our readiness, and deploy troops from both sides of the Atlantic. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces at heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. But we face a new reality for our security, so we must reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. Today, we tasked our military commanders to develop options across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber and space. On land, our new posture should include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, more allied air power and strengthened integrated air and missile defense. At sea, carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on persistent basis. We will also consider the future of our cyber defenses and how best to draw on allied space assets. We should also train and exercise more often and in greater numbers. Major increases to our deterrence and defense will require major investments. Allies need to invest a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. And I welcome that allies such as Germany and Denmark have already made important announcements on more investments and faster timetables. We also need to spend more together. NATO common funding is the essential enabler that allows us to work together. It is a force multiplier for national defense efforts, and it shows solidarity as allies. At this critical moment for our security, unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC in the center, just behind. Thank you. Last row. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Could I just ask you, we've heard once again from President Zelensky addressing US Congress, calling for a no-fly zone. Are there any allies at all who have been asking for one, even if the decision of the alliance as a whole is not to enforce one? Has there been any discussion at all about it? And the second question I have is just about Ukraine and its NATO membership. Do you believe that Ukraine has cooled towards its view of joining NATO as a negotiating tool with the hope of eventually reaching some kind of agreement with Russia? Thank you very much.
Allies are united, both in providing support to Ukraine to uphold the right for self-defense, but allies are also united when it comes to that NATO should not deploy forces on the ground or in the airspace of Ukraine. Because we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict, this war, doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine. We see death, we see destruction, we see human suffering in Ukraine, but this can become even worse if NATO took actions that actually turned this into a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. So allies are united when it comes to the issue of how to provide support to Ukraine. Ministers addressed this today. They reinforced the message of the importance of providing support with equipment, advanced equipment, air defense systems, anti-tank weapons and many other types of support, but no NATO deployment of air or ground capabilities in Ukraine, and that's the united position from NATO allies. Then the message to Ukraine is the same now as it has been for years, that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. It has its own right to choose its own path, and we respect the decisions made by the democratic elected government by Ukraine. So it's up to them to decide whether they aspire for NATO membership or not, and then it's up for 30 allies to decide on that issue, not for Russia to try to veto such a process.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Natasha Bertram, CNN.
I'm wondering whether NATO has invited President Zelensky to participate in any way in the Leaders Summit next week, as Reznikov did in the Defense Ministerial today. And I'm also wondering if you could respond to the Polish proposal to send NATO forces into Ukraine on a so-called peacekeeping mission. Thanks.
So what we need is peace in Ukraine, and therefore Russia and President Putin has to stop the war, withdraw its forces. We support all efforts to find a negotiated solution. We support all efforts to find a diplomatic solution. And of course we support and welcome the talks and negotiations which are now taking place between Ukraine and Russia. At the same time we support Ukraine because we know what they can achieve on the negotiating table is of course very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So I strongly also believe that one of the reasons why the Ukrainians also are saying that they have seen some steps in the right direction is because they have been able to fight back. They have been able to fight back against the invading Russian forces. So the courage, the determination and the support from NATO allies to the Ukrainian armed forces is extremely important also when it comes to what they can achieve as part of the negotiated process with Russia. Again, of course, we support peace efforts. We call on Russia and President Putin to withdraw its forces, but we have no plans of deploying NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Rai?
Secretary General, good evening. Can you comment on Italy's role in this current crisis? And happy birthday for today.
Thank you. I would very much like to comment on Italy's role. Italy is a highly valued NATO ally, a founding member, and Italy is contributing to our collective defense in many different ways. I was recently in Romania. I met Italian pilots. They are helping there to keep NATO airspace safe, and they really show commitment and strength in their contributions to different NATO missions and operations, including in Kosovo, where Italy has been a key ally for many, many years.
Financial Times. Yeah, gentleman with glasses. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question about the peace talks, you said that you're encouraged by signs and that you support any effort to find a diplomatic solution. Could you tell us, are you seeing any signs on the ground that the Russians are genuine in their approach to these peace talks, or that they may well just be using them as a distraction for resupply and for restructuring their approach? Thank you.
On the ground, we don't see any sign. And that's the reason why we also call on Russia to engage in these talks in good faith. And it's not for me to report from these talks. NATO are not part of those talks. These are talks between Ukraine and Russia. But I've just seen the reports coming out from those talks. I think it's very important not to speculate and not to prejudge or to preempt any outcome of these talks. But my message was in a way that it is obvious that what Ukraine can achieve around the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battleground. And therefore the support we give to them to stand up against and to resist the Russian invasion also helps them to achieve an acceptable outcome in the negotiations.
Associated Press.
Lorne Cook from the Associated Press. Could you tell me a little bit more about the tasking that you've given NATO commanders, what that might involve? And are we looking ahead 1 year, or are we talking about a decade, something longer term? And you also used the word persistent. I wonder what that means. Why wouldn't you say on a permanent basis?
This is the way we make these kind of decisions in NATO, is that the politicians, they set out the guidelines, the direction, then we task our military commanders to give advice on how to follow up, and then we make final decisions as politicians based on these advice and input from our military commanders. This was exactly the same we did back in 2016. when we, at the Warsaw Summit, made historic decisions for the first time in our history to deploy NATO combat troops to the eastern part of the lines. You have to remember that before Ukraine, also before the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 by Russia, NATO had no combat troops in the eastern part of the lines. Then we had the illegal annexation of Crimea, and since 2014 we have implemented the biggest reinforcement of collective defense since the end of the Cold War, tripling the size of the NATO response force, establishing the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland, more presence in the air, at sea, and of course also started to invest more, increasing defense spending. Then the process was the same. The politicians tasked the commanders, they provided advice, and based on that we developed the final conclusions that allied heads of state and government made at the summit in 2016. And then since then we have implemented that. I foresee a similar process now. We have tasked the military commanders. We will have their advice within weeks, and then my ambition is that heads of state and government, when they meet at the end of June, can make the decisions on significantly increased presence, reinforcing our deterrence and defense on land, at sea and in the air. And of course this will then depend on the input we get from the commanders, but also of course at the end of the day it has to be a political decision by the leaders. So the decision I foresee within months, as meaning by the summit in June. Then implementation will of course vary a bit depending on what kind of decisions we are going to make.
Frankfurt Allgemeine, just behind SB. Just behind.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, is there anything in the NATO-Russia Founding Act that could restrict military planners and commanders when they work out these options for leaders? Thank you.
Also, we will do what is necessary to make sure that there is no room for misunderstanding in Moscow, for miscalculation in Moscow about our commitment, readiness to protect and defend all allies, every inch of NATO territory. And the reason why we do that is not to provoke a conflict, but is to prevent.
The time is just after 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a look back as NATO leaders hold a press conference speaking on the ongoing situation of Ukraine. We know that Russia's invasion is now entering the 4th week. Now, if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, and I actually can make that a little bit bigger for you all, we are taking a look from Poland. Once again, we are witnessing hundreds of refugees flee from Ukraine and enter Poland. Poland has taken the brunt of accepting and holding most refugees who are fleeing their war-torn country. We've been showing you all these live images all morning long, actually for weeks now. You can see here women and children mainly crossing into the border. I had to pause there for a second because that gave me some chills, seeing a young girl holding her teddy bear, waving at the cameras, because as you can see, she still is maintaining a smile on her face, even though she is fleeing her country due to war. And a lot of folks are stepping in, not just here in the United States, but also in Ukraine. People are leaving their hometowns, going to Ukraine and the neighboring countries to help provide some sense of support to refugees. So I would like to go out now live to Poland, where a volunteer, Carla Hoyas, is joining us from World Center Kitchen, an organization that is providing millions of meals to Ukrainians who are fleeing. Good morning, Carla. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for the invite.
So we were just showing these live images of women and children mainly who are crossing into that Poland border, seeking shelter, seeking refuge, and many of them are just seeking a hot meal. So tell me about your role in providing these meals to people who are fleeing Ukraine.
Well, World Central Kitchen, we are, we provide meals in after disaster. So our goal here, we're actually our main kitchen warehouse. We built this kitchen from zero in 5 days with the capacity to feed 150,000 meals a day. And yeah, if you go to the border, there's people that have been walking for days under freezing temperatures, carrying all of their belongings, mostly children with their mothers. And we like to receive them with comfort food, and it's not only a plate of food, it's a message of you're welcome, you're cared for, we want to make sure that you're okay. A plate of food might not fix their problems, but at least it's sends a message of hope, of dignity. We have hot chocolate, we give hot soup, after walking under freezing temperatures for days. I think it's very comforting, and yeah, that's the goal.
Absolutely. I'm sure it provides a sense of normalcy in very unusual times for families that you are meeting. Can you share with us maybe something that's touched your heart during this time, something that put things into perspective and made you realize the significance of the work that you're doing?
Well, I think first of all, it's a shock just to watch these images, like to see these things. You're right on the border, and you're watching these families, mothers, children walking towards freedom, but also to uncertainty. There was this it was like around 2 a.m. because there's a lot of, most of the people that cross by foot, they close at night because they think it's safer. They say it's safer. There was like this 7-year-old, he was with his mother, and he was crying. He was so cold. I remember his mother was so desperate. She couldn't know, she didn't know what to do. She didn't have any more clothes to put on the child. He was calling for his dad. I remember, we took him to a shelter. I gave him hot chocolate, and it's the little things, he looked at he couldn't believe after we offered the hot chocolate, he looked at his mother, and his mother was like, yeah, Coco. And then he was like, of course, he didn't fix the problems. He was happy, he was happy. He was able to stop crying. And his mother was a little relieved that, the kid, stopped crying for a little bit. We took him to a warm place. And, that's just one of the hundreds and hundreds of cases that you see every day. And that just motivates you to want to do more.
Absolutely. What little boy doesn't love hot chocolate, right? Regardless of the circumstances. And you say it motivates you to want to do more. What can you say to people who are at home, maybe on the other side of the globe, just watching all of this unfold on their television screens, on the news headlines, who really want to help and assist in some sort of way, but just don't know how? What message can you leave us with?
Well, World Central Kitchen is based off, donations. Donating is an amazing help. There's been so many groups of people that have done fundraising and donating. We are, worldcentralkitchen.org/donate. That's a great help. That's a great way to help. Just be informed, spread the right information. I think for us, that's the best way to help.
And how long will you be there in Poland?
I don't know. I normally come with a one-way ticket, and I'm here indefinitely.
Just as long as the situation needs your help. Well, I have to say thank you so much for providing this service to people who are definitely in need. And thank you for sharing your story and giving us a firsthand look of what it's like really accepting these refugees at corridors in Poland. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from a refugee corridor in Poland. Mainly women and children this morning crossing the border as they flee Ukraine. We now know that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is entering day 24. Day 24, guys, and we have seen people who have walked and traveled for miles and miles and miles just to find refuge. And we just had a live conversation. Hopefully you've been tuned into our programming all morning. However, we just had a live conversation with a volunteer who is not too far from this very area, who is there on the ground providing hot meals for families who are seeking shelter and just a sense of normalcy. Honestly, the volunteer shared a story about a young boy who was crying for his father who was left back in Ukraine. And she said that his whole demeanor changed when she offered him a cup of hot chocolate. So it just goes to show you, it really is the little things that's keeping these people who are going through so much intact. And a huge thank you to those who are providing service to those in need. Let's stay on this topic. I want to bring you all an interview from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He sat down with a former diplomat who is giving a really insightful perspective to this war.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us on your Monday night. I hope you had a very good weekend. We're going to get into some more of the latest headlines and developments out of Ukraine. Joining me now to discuss that is former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. It's been a while since we have spoken, but there was a major scoop over the weekend by the Financial Times, essentially saying that Russia has asked China for military equipment and other assistance to support its invasion of Ukraine. If that stands up, what does that mean for the conflict going forward and for American-Chinese relations?
Well, first, I would say Russia is looking for a lifeline, and both on a military front, but also on an economic front. And Beijing is in a challenging position. And what you saw play out today in Rome with the national security advisors meeting U.S., Chinese, was essentially an opportunity for the U.S. to deliver a direct and, quite frankly, a very serious warning to China to not provide support to Moscow, that it was not only going to be condemned, but as we heard over the weekend in a number of interviews, that the U.S. and allies stand ready to sanction China. And China has to watch carefully here its next move. So I think there's a lot of both public messaging, but even more serious private messaging being delivered at this point.
Brett, is it a concern of yours and maybe some of your contemporaries that China will help Russia evade sanctions?
Well, this is the interesting issue, because China, while tacitly supportive at the outset of this invasion, on the other hand, realizes, one, that the invasion is not going particularly well, so they may be loath to hitch their wagon to a train that is not advancing as far and as fast as I think the Russians hoped. On the other hand, they have a lot to lose, and China, both from a political standpoint, can lose a significant amount of international influence. It obviously also has its own designs on Taiwan. So China has to be careful from a political standpoint. But then lastly, from an economic standpoint, while Russia has some international exposure, China has major international exposure. And I think the potential that China could find itself running up against an international community that is more consolidated, is more committed to this idea that these sort of actions are not acceptable, would be a major threat to Beijing. So they're going to have to walk very carefully here.
Yeah, and of course, reporting out of that meeting in Rome between Jake Sullivan and his Chinese counterpart was described as intense. It was about 7 hours long. So it was interesting to see the readout from that and where that goes from here. I wanted to get your opinion as well. There's been some talk about a potential trip by President Biden to Europe in the next couple of weeks. Is that too little, too late, or should that be a welcome visit to shore up support for Ukrainians? Of course, I don't believe he would go to Ukraine, obviously, but just to show and signal to our European and NATO allies the United States still has their back.
I think it is important, and particularly to those NATO allies in the Baltics, as well as Romania and Poland as well. I think it's important to show that commitment at the highest levels of the United States to their defense. It also, quite frankly, is an opportunity for the president to play commander-in-chief at a moment when the world and the West certainly face a unprecedented threat in this modern era. Biden wants to be seen, not just at the White House, not just in the Situation Room, but on, if you will, the front lines of those issues and threats. So I think Biden and his team are looking at how best to execute that kind of trip, that kind of messaging.
Brett, as well, because, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris was there last week, meeting with her Polish counterparts and in Romania as well. But I wanted to get your opinion because when we last spoke, all these sanctions were being put on. But I've been asking our guests and experts who have been coming on, what is the breaking point for Vladimir Putin? When does Vladimir Putin blink, essentially? Because even today, we learned that Russian economy is sinking, that we know they're about to default on their debt. Do you think there's a moment in time, maybe this week, maybe next week, where Putin does blink and come to the table?
Well, I think many observers believe that this is an extraordinary threat to Putin's grip on power in Moscow. And basically, he has two options. Option one is to up the ante, to go even farther, potentially challenging NATO to a direct confrontation in the hopes of somehow rallying public opinion, dividing the West over whether or not or how to respond. The other scenario is that he takes this off-ramp, and you heard over the weekend from a senior Chinese official in the New York Times penning this op-ed suggesting that China could help to broker the peace deal out of this crisis. And it's there, that deal is there, I think, if Putin should choose to take it, where probably Ukraine says we will not pursue membership in NATO. We will not, for the foreseeable future, seek the return of those breakaway separatist regions as well as Crimea. And Putin basically is able to walk away from this with something in hand, and the Ukrainians can regain some semblance of peace.
And that also kind of brings to mind other nations, other partners who are also in the mix, trying to broker, trying to mediate, potentially the Saudis, potentially the Israelis, and so potentially we saw last week the Turks were trying to as well. I want to, on the flip side of that question, though, what does the Biden administration need to do still to keep the pressure on? We got this bipartisan letter from members of Congress, about 15 of them, who are essentially saying we need to do more militarily with more arms shipments, with more aid. What else can we do?
Yeah, and I would align with that sentiment. I think the U.S. needs to do much more. If you follow the headlines over the last few weeks, we've given a few $100 million in these last couple of months to support the Ukrainian defense forces. It needs to be several times that. We need to be talking in the billions of dollars, especially at the rate at which the Ukrainians are going through some of these weapons. So I think, one, we've got to significantly increase that military support. Two, I think we can look at different options when it comes to whether it's better control over the airspace. Those could include anti-aircraft systems as well as drones and other capabilities that don't necessarily involve sending American or NATO planes over Ukraine. And then lastly, and I think it's important that we not forget, and we've seen just in the last few hours, the demonstration of dissent on the home front. The U.S. has to also work on weakening Putin's position at home, not just with economic sanctions, but also, I think, with an aggressive posture towards trying to promote greater transparency, declassifying intelligence, ensuring that the Russian people can really see what's happening in Ukraine.
And Brett, speaking of that, we just have this screen grab of this amazing moment that happened on Russian state television. And this is a tweet from a BBC journalist, but he says, absolutely astonishing, during Russian Channel 1's evening news broadcast, a woman ran onto the set with a sign that says, "No war, don't believe the propaganda. They're lying to you here." She's, been detained already. She worked as an editor at the news channel there and faces many years in prison because of a new law Putin's government and the Russian Duma enacted hampering independent media there. That is quite a fracture. That is quite a break, especially on the news there in Russia.
Well, and I have to say, Andrew, it is a moment that reflects a much deeper and a much broader level of discontent in Russian society. I mean, to have someone who works at Putin's prime propaganda channel to, in such a public way, in such a way that personally risks their own safety and security, that of their families. I mean, that is a powerful, powerful statement, and I think indicative of things to come. All the more reason, though, that we have to emphasize the importance of getting, truth to the Russian people.
All right, Brett Bruen, as always, we appreciate your time and insight into all of this. We'll speak again.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox.
Well,
Let's take a look back at the most recent White House press briefing. We've learned that the White House has said President Biden warned the Chinese president on Friday of consequences should China provide material support to Russia amid the invasion of Ukraine. This could happen while, of course, maintaining that the United States policy towards Taiwan has not changed. Going to get more information from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
He's traveling that day. There's not a schedule that day, but eat your Wheaties, eat your spinach. It's going to be a long Thursday because on Thursday, to start the day, the president will attend an extraordinary NATO summit to discuss ongoing deterrence and defense efforts in response to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. He will also reaffirm our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies and to defend every inch of our NATO territory. Then he will join a scheduled European Council summit to discuss our shared concerns about Ukraine, including transatlantic efforts to impose economic sanctions on Russia, provide humanitarian support to those affected by the violence, and address other challenges related to the conflict. Later in the day, he will attend the G7 meeting called by Germany to further discuss with our allies and partners the consequences we are imposing on Russia for its war of choice. We'll have more announcements, I'm certain, on the trip in the days ahead. I don't have additional details. We've also, of course, invited our National Security Advisor, who always enjoys engaging with all of you, to join us to preview the trip early next week. So we're just figuring out the date and the time depending on when the charter leaves. With that, Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
No updates on the Friday schedule?
Don't have any updates at this point in time.
After the president's call this morning with Refugee, does the White House now have a sense of whether or not China has decided whether to assist Russia backfill its supplies and sort of fulfill its request for material in support of its invasion of Ukraine?
Well, I'm not going to give an assessment of that from here. What I can tell you is that the majority of this call, as I think you heard, you saw in the readout, and you heard, I think, on the call we just did, but was focused on Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The president spent, the vast majority of the nearly 2 hours was spent with the president outlining the views of the United States and our allies and partners on this crisis, including a detailed overview of efforts to prevent and then respond to the invasion, how we got here, steps we've taken, where we've gone and why. Of course, as was also noted in the readout, but let me just reiterate, he also conveyed and described the implications and consequences if China provides material support to Russia. But again, I'm not going to provide any additional assessment from here.
The president has cast the efforts to sort of build up the Western alliance as sort of a democracies versus autocracy. One very large, the largest democracy in the world is in fact buying Russian oil right now at a discount, expanding its purchases, taking advantage of the situation. Does the White House have any response to India's purchases there, and does the president plan to reach out to the Indian government to try to get that decision reversed?
Well, we have not, we made a decision about banning the Russian import of oil. Every country has not made that decision, and we recognize that, and they have different economic reasoning as to why different countries do, including some in Europe. We have been in touch, of course, with Indian leaders at a range of levels, not through the president. If that happens, we will, of course, provide that readout and information to all of you. But what we would project or convey to any leader around the world is that the rest of the world is watching where you're going to stand as it relates to this conflict, whether it's support for Russia in any form as they are illegally invading Ukraine.
And on a different topic, on COVID, we saw this week Pfizer request a EUA for a fourth shot or a second booster dose for seniors, and Moderna last night boosters for all adults and other boosters. Does the federal government have the money right now to purchase the doses needed to give everyone the boosters? Should the FDA and the CDC clear that?
Well, just to reiterate some of the pieces of where the process is. So the CDC does recommend fourth doses for the immunocompromised. While it hasn't been, of course, as you noted, approved for others, and they're running a vigorous data-driven process. And right now, over 100 million Americans have been boosted. Millions more have not done so and are eligible to do so and need to get boosted. But to go to your question, we've been clear we need additional funding from Congress. You've heard me talk about that a fair amount in here, including for the possibility of a fourth dose or a variant-specific vaccine. So we would indeed need additional funding to ensure that can be widely available. Go ahead.
During the readout of this call, a senior official said that the president was really sort of laying out his assessment of the situation to President Xi, that he was making clear the implications of certain actions, but that President Biden wasn't making specific requests of China. Why not, given the stakes here?
Because China has to make a decision for themselves about where they want to stand and how they want the history books to look at them and view their actions. And that is a decision for President Xi and the Chinese to make.
Given the growing concerns about China possibly aligning with Russia, would you say it's more concerning at this point that they would help Russia resupply, help Russia with military equipment, or that they would offer economic support to help Russia evade sanctions?
Any of those would be concerning to us, but I'm not going to give a rank order assessment of which we're more concerned about.
And you don't have a sense that China may be leaning more in one direction or another?
Not an assessment I can provide from here.
Sort of a logistical question. You know, the Chinese got out a readout of the call fairly quickly.
Before it was even done.
It was, I think, 3.5, maybe 4
Remarkable.
hours before your readout was out. Should we read anything into the time that it took to get your side of the story out?
So it was a lengthy call, as you all know. 2-hour call is of course a lengthy call, even with translation. And what typically happens, and this time is a little longer than typical, but is there's a meeting to discuss what happened during the meeting and assess what kind of information we can provide publicly. Obviously, we want to do as much as that as possible to all of you, but we also want to ensure we're protecting the diplomatic channels and conversations. So it was an effort to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so, we've spoken to U.S. and European diplomats who say that there's still not exactly an agreement on what the red line would be. That, when China would face consequences. Can you say a little bit more about those discussions and whether there is agreement with G7 allies and others who have joined in about what the trigger is and what sort of consequences there would be?
Well, Andrea, I would say, the movement of China to align with Russia or to the movement of them to align with Russia or their proximity of moving closer together is certainly of great concern to us, as we have expressed, and we are not the only country that has expressed that concern, including many other members of the G7 have expressed exactly that concern. So this is part of the discussion. It has been an ongoing part of the discussion. Expect it certainly would be when the president goes to Europe next week, but we're not in a place at this point to outline the specifics. We're still discussing.
And then just to follow up on that, initially I think going into the call we were expecting that there would be discussion about Iran and North Korea as well. Did the two leaders get around to those issues, and are they any closer in terms of alignment on those issues? And then just to your first point, or your response, one of the issues that has separated the U.S. and China in recent years has been disputes over trade and lots of tariffs. Would you anticipate that China would face a larger trade war if, or additional sanctions and tariffs if it does proceed to align more closely?
Well, we have a range of tools that could be considered, and sanctions are certainly one tool in the toolbox, as they are for other countries as well, even if as we have not outlined specific consequences, and we'll communicate those directly to China and, of course, with our European partners and counterparts. The call was focused, as the readout conveyed, the vast majority of it was on Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, but also the issue of Taiwan was raised by the Chinese, and the president reiterated that U.S. policy on Taiwan has not changed. That was really the vast majority of the focus of the call. Obviously, there are a range of issues and topics we discussed with the Chinese, and as a part of this call, there was an agreement on ensuring there was an open line of communication and that the discussion would continue in this critical period ahead, of course, at lower levels. Go ahead.
During this Joe recall, did President Xi ever refer to it as an invasion?
We'll let President Xi and his team outline any more specifics about his component of the conversation.
Why not reveal if he called it an invasion or called it a war?
Because we don't, as a policy, speak for other countries. They can speak for themselves.
Yesterday, Secretary Blinken said the administration was concerned that China is considering answering Russia's request for more military equipment. After this Joe recall, does the White House still have that concern?
We have that concern. The president detailed what the implications and consequences would be if China provides material support to Russia as it conducts brutal attacks against Ukrainian cities and civilians. And obviously that is something we will be watching and the world will be watching.
So that concern hasn't gone away following the call?
Obviously actions are a key part of what we'll be watching.
And Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov says that Russia will view any weapons shipments into Ukraine as, quote, legitimate targets. Obviously, President Biden just authorized $800 million in more security assistance. aka weapons potentially going into Ukraine. So what is the president's response to that comment?
Well, that's a threat that he has made before, I would just note, Foreign Minister Lavrov. I would note that just in terms of how it works, without getting into too many logistics, of course, there are no U.S. troops operating inside Ukraine. Our forces are in NATO territory, and so are NATO forces in NATO territory. So as we're talking about the operations of the movement of convoys and the movement of assistance, those are not the bodies that would be moving those assistance within Ukraine. So beyond that, though, I would say, of course, we watch closely what the actions are, the continued escalatory actions of the Russians, and we will watch closely if they follow up on that threat. I would remind you all that all of the convoys are not just moving military assistance; many of them are moving humanitarian assistance as well. Food, and other aid that is getting to people who have been injured through this brutal invasion.
I guess the question is, how concerned are you about being able to get all $800 million of that assistance that's obviously so critically needed into Ukraine?
Well, we continue to have the means of getting that assistance in, and we have effectively been doing that in recent days, so we will continue to work through those channels.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Did President Biden directly ask President Xi if he intends to help Russia?
Well, he made clear what the implications and the consequences would be if China provides material support to Russia as it conducts brutal attacks against Ukrainian cities and civilians. And that made clear what the consequences would be should they do that.
But did he ask, do you intend to help Russia, yes or no?
I think making clear what the consequences are made clear we don't want them to do it.
So can you offer any explanation for why the U.S. still has concerns after this call?
Because we'll continue to watch until we see what actions they take or don't take.
And following up on Andrea's question, does the administration view any distinction between financial support and military support for Russia? Or will the consequences, will there be consequences regardless of what kind of aid?
We would watch closely, and we would be prepared for there to be consequences, but we would look closely on what it is, and we would align with our partners around the world.
And is there going to be escalatory consequences like we've seen with Russia?
Again, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical at this point in time. We'll have those discussions directly with the Chinese and directly with our European partners.
And one more. Short of getting any guarantees from China that they are not going to help Russia, and short of China condemning Russia for its actions, what is it about the call that President Biden thinks went well, as he said to one of my colleagues?
I think it was an opportunity for the president to convey directly what our detailed efforts have been, what we have seen on the ground, how we have responded to the invasion, why we have the significant level of concern that we have, and also to convey very directly, leader to leader, what the implications and consequences would be if Russia provides material support. And that leader to leader engagement, an opportunity for there to be a continuing discussion, certainly the president sees as a positive development. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of days ago, you described javelins and stingers as defensive weapons and MiGs and planes as offensive weapons. So how do we classify the armed drones that we're sending?
I would remind everybody that Russia is invading Ukraine, not the other way around. Ukraine is not invading Russia. They are not going into a foreign country and invading that country. And what we're sending to Ukraine is security assistance, all of it, and weapons that they are effectively using to defend their country against Russian aggression. And that is how all of this material would be categorized.
In that sense, then wouldn't MiGs also be defensive since Ukraine is defending itself from attacks from Russia?
Well, again, this is all assessments made by our Defense Department, but I would tell you that as it relates to the transfer of fighter planes from a U.S. base in Germany into contested Ukrainian airspace, where our military and intelligence community determined the benefits provided to Ukraine's defense are low and the risks of escalation are high, that is how we assess that. But also, those type of planes would be a different category of military assistance.
It seems like we're splitting hairs over semantics in terms of how we're classifying some of these weapon systems. And obviously the president's gotten some criticism from both sides of the aisle for even when he takes action, sometimes doing it after there's been a lot of political pressure, for instance, on imposing the sanctions, on sending the stingers and the javelins, on banning Russian oil. So if there's any chance that the U.S. is going to facilitate the transfer of MiGs in some way, why not just do it now?
Well, I think we've outlined pretty clearly why we've made the decision not to do that, including the fact that they have multiple squadrons of planes that they can utilize, and the fact that, most importantly, the types of assistance that we've been providing, anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-missiles, is what is effective in fighting this war on the ground. That is why we've provided that assistance. None of the weapons we've sent to Ukraine could be used to launch an invasion of a country like Russia. That's a fact. That's why we call them defensive weapons. That's why the Defense Department calls them defensive weapons. And I would remind everybody that they are the country that are under attack.
I want to move on to the Iran talks. This week, the president said that we are crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that are only going to grow more painful over time. But the State Department said that the administration would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. So how does the administration justify calling for such strong sanctions on Russia but giving them a pass when it comes to Iran? Isn't that hypocritical in some sense?
There's absolutely no pass given. They're not getting additional assistance or sanctions relief of any sort. They have an implementation role. They've had an implementation role in the past as it relates to the Iran nuclear deal, and that is certainly what we would be talking about in this regard. But for clarity purposes, there's absolutely no additional sanctions assistance that Russia would be receiving that is outside of the Iran nuclear deal.
So, but just carving out what's already there and giving it protection, that it will not be sanctioned?
Well, to explain to you, or for those of you who have covered back in 2015, you may remember this, that there have been roles in the past that Russia has played in terms of the movement or the protection, the nuclear protections in some capacity of as we're implementing the Iran deal, and that's what we're really referring to. That's part of the discussion in the deal.
This is a new deal that we're doing.
It's the similar implementation components. It's a implementation and discussion around a similar deal that was discussed back in 2015.
And then the Director of National Intelligence annual threat assessment last month said that Iran has threatened to kill former and current U.S. officials in retaliation for the U.S. killing the IRGC's leader, Qasem Soleimani. So do those threats constitute terrorism?
Well, I would just remind you all that where we are, one, I'm not going to just confirm or get into specifics about any threats through intelligence channels, but where we are right now, is that not only has Iran's nuclear program advanced, but their behavior in the region and beyond has gotten more aggressive, including by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So the notion that the actions of the past administration pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal has cut down on the actions or the escalatory behavior of the Iran Revolutionary Guard is inaccurate. The Iranian government has actually doubled their budget or something like that. So the notion that the approach that the status quo is effective and making us safer just doesn't bear out in any form of facts.
They should not then, the IRGC be delisted from the terrorist blacklist?
There's an ongoing negotiation. I'm not going to get into specifics of it, but I would just note that the status quo where we stand has done nothing to make us safer in any regard. In fact, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard has only been strengthened. Go ahead.
Jen, I want to follow up with you on the call. You have, from the podium and in the readout, it says the president described the implications and consequences if China provides material support to Russia. So to be clear, did President Biden warn President Xi not to send any support to Russia?
I think he made clear what the implications and consequences would be if he did. That is laying out what the consequences would be. President Xi has to decide what he's going to do here.
And not just here, but is it fair to characterize that as a warning?
I would characterize it exactly as I said it.
And did President Biden and President Xi discuss the possibility of lifting sanctions and or tariffs as a way to get China off?
This was not about carrots. This was about laying out what the implications and consequences would be.
Did the president step away from the phone call and have a sense that he can work with China as it relates to Ukraine?
Well, I think he came away feeling that he had conveyed clearly what the implications and consequences would be, and also that he had the opportunity to lay out specifically what steps we've taken, why, and what we're seeing on the ground. And he also said that we would continue conversations task the teams to continue conversations. So that indicates that we will continue to engage with them.
I want to follow up with you on something we've been discussing throughout the week, the issue of refugees. Newsweek has reported that the U.S. is actually detaining Ukrainian refugees in ICE detention centers, those who are seeking entry into the country, which seems like a contradiction of President Biden saying that he would welcome them here. Can you tell us why this is happening and what's being done?
I can't confirm any specific cases. I'd point you to the Department of Homeland Security. But what I would say is that we are still implementing our immigration laws at the border. That means that Title 42 is in place, and for individuals who come through, abnormal migration, we approach that through the same laws and implementation. When the president says he would welcome refugees, of course he would, but they have to apply through the refugee programs.
Understood, but do you acknowledge then that detaining them is a contradiction to President Biden saying he would welcome them with open arms?
Well, again, Kristen, we implement our immigration laws across the board, no matter what country you come from, and that has been our case and approach from the beginning. Welcoming refugees means applying through the refugee process. And again, as I've said in here, we're looking at a range of options, including providing a broad range of humanitarian assistance to the countries where the vast majority of refugees are going.
Is it a priority for President Biden to address this situation so that refugees are not being detained at ICE detention centers?
Well, again, we are continuing to apply our immigration laws at the border. And so refugees who want to come to the United States, of course we would welcome Ukrainian refugees. That is why, but they have to apply through the existing programs. There's an ongoing discussion about what programs or what steps we could take. And we certainly, that's an important conversation and process internally. Where we have put all of our efforts to date, the vast majority of them to date has been on providing a historic amount of funding to countries in the region, including a huge amount, billions of dollars that has been approved through the Omnibus bill the president just signed into law to make sure that the countries that are welcoming the vast majority of these refugees have assistance and support and aid that they need.
Jen, you mentioned Taiwan. Will the U.S. deliver javelins and stingers on time this year to Taiwan? Can you answer that?
I don't have any update for you on military assistance to Taiwan. I would point you to the Department of Defense.
A separate question real quick. The White House, is it aware of ongoing destruction and vandalism of Catholic churches across the United States, statues as well? Is the president aware of that destruction taking place right now across the U.S.? Most recent examples in Florida at the Holy Family Catholic Church, in Royal Oak, Michigan, St. Mary Catholic Church, in Georgia, Sacred Heart Catholic Church, all vandalized, destroyed.
Well, I can assure you that the President, the White House, and the United States would oppose any destruction or desecration of religious institutions of any kind. And certainly Catholic churches, the President himself is a Catholic, of course.
Does the President believe that perhaps Pope Francis could play a role in mediating an end to this Ukraine crisis, the war?
I just don't have anything on Pope Francis's role. Obviously, we're focusing our efforts at this point in time and engaging with our European allies and counterparts around the world. Go ahead, Ashley.
If President Biden does not make a second stop on his trip abroad next week, as has been rumored, to Poland or some other place, what would be the reason? Would it be security concerns? Would it not be wanting to visit refugees at the border to draw resources away from that crisis?
I expect we'll have more on the trip soon, so I don't want to get too ahead of where we may or may not be, but we factor in a range of factors whenever we make any travel plans, including pulling resources away, as you noted, including security concerns, including ensuring that we can implement it effectively. But we pulled this trip together pretty quickly, so we're working as quickly as we can to get any other details finalized.
One more on a different topic. Following up on what my colleague asked yesterday, President Zelensky mentioned in his address this idea of a U-24 United for Peace. It's a little unclear to me, at least, what exactly that would look like and mean. What is the White House's understanding of what he's asking for? Is that an alternative to NATO? What role would it fill? Can you try to
We just don't have any other assessment or explanation from here. I mean, I'd certainly point you to the Ukrainians to discuss in more detail. We talk with them regularly. I would let them speak for their own proposals. Go ahead.
Jen, when the president spoke to President Xi, did he set out any particular benchmarks by which he would measure their compliance, either financially on the arms issue? Any time frames out there? Did he come to some kind of understanding or declaration to President Xi about how he would be measuring success?
Success in terms of whether or not he provides material support. I don't have anything more to outline on that for you. I would just say that the call was not about making asks. It wasn't about making assessments. It was about having an ongoing discussion and dialogue about the illegal invasion, or the invasion of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
And was there any discussion of the agreement that President Xi reached with President Putin just at the opening of the Olympics?
I just don't have more details on the call to read out beyond what we've conveyed to date. Go ahead.
Yeah, what can you say about the severity of the implications and consequences for Russia, for China, if they do indeed, in the estimation of the U.S., provide material support to Russia? I mean, are these to the level where it should really make China think twice before assisting Russia?
Well, it's up to President Xi and the Chinese to make that decision. But the president, again, laid out very clearly and directly in the call what the implications and consequences would be if they provided material support.
Why is the White House choosing not to elaborate and disclose more about what the consequences could be here?
Because we feel that it would be most constructive to have those conversations directly with the Chinese. Go ahead.
Hi. A senior administration official just told us that that President Biden didn't make any specific requests to Xi and that China will make its own decisions. But I
think I just said that too. There you go.
But we're nearing a pretty critical point in the war where, according to your own assessment, Russia seems poised to potentially deploy bio or chemical weapons. How much time is there for China to really weigh in here with Putin, and why not press for that while on the call?
I think that the primary focus of this call was for the president to lay out specifically the consequences and specifically where we've come to date. His assessment was that was the most constructive way to spend the call, and that it's going to be up to President Xi and the Chinese to determine what role they're going to play moving forward. Go ahead.
Implications and consequences.
Yeah.
I'm asking about this again because in the lead up to Russia's invasion, the White House was really extremely transparent, laying out call after call and briefing after briefing a lot of the specifics that we then saw implemented. Why, in this case, is it just saying implications and consequences and not giving the same specifics?
Sure, because we feel it's the most constructive way to engage and have a constructive dialogue.
But just to clarify, the specifics were given out in detail on this call. It sounds like what you're saying.
I'm not going to give you more details about the level of detail, but it was a detailed engagement. I'm not going to outline that more from here, but he was specific about what he described on the call. Go ahead.
I hope I'm not beating a dead horse here.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, it's Friday. So you said previously the point of this call would be to see where she stands.
Yep.
You're obviously reluctant to tell us where she stands based on that call, and you pointed to the Chinese, but their readout, if you've read it, is, doesn't tell you much either. So can you at least say after a 2-hour call, is the White House confident it knows where she stands, and you just don't want to tell us? Or are you not telling us because you don't really understand where he stands?
I think what I can tell you is that they tasked the teams with having continued discussions, but I'm not going to provide you any additional assessment from here. Go ahead in the middle.
How does President Biden define the current Chinese and U.S. relationship right now? Have you scheduled more communications, meetings, calls?
Yeah, they tasked the teams to follow up on today's conversation in this critical period ahead. I don't have anything in terms of when that will take place, but that was part of it. Go ahead.
Following the recent Texas primary election, the AP is reporting that roughly 13% of ballots were discarded following, new statewide election laws.
Mm-hmm.
One, is the White House concerned about these new numbers, and has the White House put in any new plan to try and get some sort of federal voting rights legislation or executive order into implementation?
Well, certainly we will continue to stay, we remain committed, the President and the Vice President remain committed to doing everything we can to get voting rights legislation passed and move forward, and these reports are certainly a reminder of how important that is. In terms of the specifics of it, I'd really point you to the Democratic Party Committee on the political side of this, and I will see if our team has any other specific reaction from here.
Other question. We know next week the Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be going forward with hearings. There's some new accusations from Capitol Hill. Some Republicans still saying that she's soft on crime. Senator Josh Hawley, for instance, saying that she's soft particularly on sex offenders. What is the White House's response to these new accusations, and are you at all concerned that it might taint public view as we go into hearings next week?
I think as we broadly look at it, I mean, after weeks of trying hard to find some way to attack Judge Jackson for saying that she was an affirmative action pick, then saying she was the product of dark money, then saying she should be suspect because she was a public defender. A group of far-right Republican senators, as you noted, have launched a last-ditched eve of hearing desperation attack on her record on sentencing in sexual offense cases. What is important here, I think, are the facts. And the facts are that in the vast majority of cases involving child sex crimes broadly, the sentences Judge Jackson imposed were consistent with or above what the government or U.S. probation recommended. And so this attack that we've seen over the last couple of days relies on factual inaccuracies and taking Judge Jackson's record wildly out of context. It dishonestly took a snippet of a transcript out of context when in fact Judge Jackson was repeating something a witness said in order to ask a question about their testimony. It also omits that the Sentencing Commission report mentioned was unanimously approved by the Commission, and is seriously, or state that they are taking this process seriously, will also look to the facts and not disingenuous attacks. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 2 questions about COVID. You talked earlier to Zeke's question about the additional funding being needed to ensure that the 4th dose boosters will be widely available. Secretary Becerra said today that hopefully soon the government will be telling parents of kids under 5 that they can get their kids vaccinated, and he said that will also put strain on the system. Is there any chance that the vaccine doses for the kids under 5 wouldn't be available if this COVID money doesn't come through?
It's not about available. I think it's about making them free. Because obviously these companies are going to produce doses if and when at some point, as a mother of a child under 5, God willing, soon, making them available. What we want to be able to do is continue to make them free. So that is where our focus and our concern is. And obviously beyond that, for people who are uninsured, for people who don't have the resources to cover the cost of a 4th dose or a vaccine for their kid or otherwise, this is pretty important that we move this funding forward so that we can continue to provide these type of programs across the country.
If there isn't additional funding, would this be the first age group that would not get free shots potentially? Like, are you counting on that money to make sure that those doses are
I'd have to check with our COVID team on it. Obviously, they look, since it hasn't been approved yet, what we've been able to do is outline for you what programs would have to be ended or halted and the timeline of them, but I can check with them and see if there's any specific planning for this. But obviously, if we don't have funding, it's hard to make vaccines for anyone free. Go ahead.
Observer reported earlier today that Iran secretly set up a banking and finance system to get around the U.S.-led sanctions. Wondering if the U.S. has a response to that, and if you think it might complicate the negotiations that we're going through.
I'd have to check with our team on that. I don't have any confirmation of the accuracy of that, so let me check with our team and see if we have concerns and what our response would be.
Earlier this week, you were asked whether Jake Sullivan, in his conversation with his Russian counterpart, brought up the hostages at Chernobyl. You said you checked. I'm just wondering if you had any updates.
I did mean to get back to you on that. I apologize. So let me venture to do that this afternoon. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 2 questions. First, on the call, there have been in recent days concern voiced by U.S. officials about China amplifying Russian disinformation about the situation there. Did that come up on the call? What was said?
I just don't have more details. We've obviously been very vocal about our concern on that front, but I don't have more details about whether that was part of the discussion.
And secondly, an update on earlier this week, the second gentleman tested positive for COVID. Can you give us an update on the vice president? Has she tested again since?
She did, and she tested negative again today. Go ahead, Patsy.
Thanks, Jen. You mentioned that on the call, the president focused on Ukraine. The Chinese side raised the issue of Taiwan. Obviously, you're not giving us any specifics on sanctions, export controls and such, but was there a discussion about broader trade relations between the U.S. and China? And then I'll have a follow-up question specific about American investments in Chinese tech firms after that.
Well, the vast majority of the call was about those 2 topics. So beyond that, I don't have more to read out for you, but that was really the focus of the call.
Okay, and so a couple of administration officials have been advocating that the president issues an executive order that would ban American investments in Chinese tech firms. What is the status of that? What is causing the delay? Does it have anything to do with the TikTok Oracle deal? Is there an anticipated timeline?
I don't have any update or preview of what that looks like at this point in time. Go ahead.
One thing on the global pandemic response.
Yeah.
With the House of Representatives slashing the $5 billion that you've asked from the Omnibus bill, do you have a plan B in trying to meet the goal of delivering what the rest of the $700 million now out of the 1.2 billion doses that you have pledged?
Well, I can certainly check on how many of those have already been purchased, which I think would be a helpful piece of information, but there is not a secret fund that we have not told you about to continue to provide the type of free programs we have in the United States, or to provide the level of international assistance that we would like to continue to provide. But let me check and see of those doses we've committed if there is a set number that have already been purchased.
If there's no more money, then there'll be no more doses other than the ones that's already been purchased, because there might not even be any money for the delivery of those doses that have already been purchased.
We need additional funding to continue to be the arsenal of vaccines in the world. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to go back to the Supreme Court nomination
Sure.
hearings for next week. Can you talk, in the president's schedule, you didn't mention that, and obviously he's not testifying in the nomination hearing.
No, not that we're tracking, but yeah.
Can you talk about how this White House is preparing, how Judge Jackson is preparing for next week, how the president will be involved, given he's got a lot going on next week as well?
Well, I would say that Judge Jackson, as you know, has a whole team of people internally and externally who has been helping her through the preparation process. And she, which won't surprise anyone, started studying and practicing and preparing as soon as she was nominated to serve on the Supreme Court. And that process has obviously picked up over the last couple of days. And so our team will be closely watching and monitoring the hearings next week. I'm sure we'll be responding to the inevitable doses of misinformation that travel out as well.
I also wanted to ask about COVID testing. The administration announced that families could order a second round of rapid tests a few weeks ago. I don't know when it was, but recently.
Yes, in the State of the Union.
Yes, thank you. Could you provide an update on how many tests you've shipped at this point, and whether there's been interest in that second round?
I can certainly check and see if we have an updated number. I know there's been interest, but we'll see if there's an updated number to provide. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I wanted to ask about the rapport between she and President Biden. The two men have shared a meal together. They've known each other for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
This is an important moment in U.S.-Chinese relations. How did their personal rapport play into today's call?
Well, I would say they know each other. As you've noted, they've spent time together. They've had a range of direct and candid conversations. This is not the first, and that certainly contributes to the president's ability to be as direct as he is, whether it is laying out where we've come from and why we are at this point, and his great concerns and significant concerns about Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and also what the implications and consequences would be. So there's no question that the president's time on the world stage, his prior relationship with President Xi, having spent time with him, engaged with him directly, had many multi-hour calls and meetings with him, contributes to his ability to have those type of conversations.
Did the president bring up those past meetings in this 2-hour call today?
I don't think there's a reason to bring them up. They both know that they've had past meetings. I think it just starts the meeting from an understanding of where the other is coming from. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the first event with the president today, why didn't the president choose to address the phone call personally between he and President Xi?
Because it was about a different topic. And there's a lot of things the American people care deeply about. So it was his effort to communicate about a range of issues.
Well, when you have the leader of the largest economy in the world and the second largest economy in the world, and they're talking, they could fall on either side of an invasion. The American people might want to hear directly from the president.
Well, we've provided a range of updates, briefings, readouts, and hopefully you all will be effective, as I'm sure you will, in communicating that to the American people.
Moving on the call, did the president push China about business, the Chinese companies doing business in Russia?
Well, I would say first that, the president, as we all have made clear, that there have been implications. As you see, while we have not asked companies to take specific steps, you look at Russia and what's happened there and what the implications have been for the Russian economy of companies pulling out. And, that's certainly something for every country to watch as they're making decisions about which side of this conflict they're going to stand on. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Poland is calling for an international peacekeeping mission in the Ukraine. Is that something the U.S. would entertain or support and possibly participate in?
I'd have to get more details on what that looks like. I'm happy to talk with our national security team about that.
And then I have a fun Friday question.
Okay.
The House passed the Crown Act, which bans discrimination based on hairstyle. Is this something the administration supports? Would they sign it into law if the Senate passed it?
I have seen that. I have not talked to our legislative team about it. I'm happy to do that, and we'll see if we can get you a fun Friday answer back. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
In response to the mistreatment of African immigrants that were fleeing Ukraine, the White House did put out a statement a couple of weeks ago saying that they received assurances from the UN, Ukrainian authorities, and governments that they're committed to the fair and equal treatment of those seeking departure. But doubling down on what are those assurances, because we're still hearing a lot of stories of incidents that are happening with those who are trying to flee.
Well, I think it is something we continue to watch closely, and we have seen reports of that we are concerned about. So we would just raise those concerns we have directly, and we felt it was important to put out a public statement at that time to follow up on.
Just a couple more questions. One, how soon can we expect the president to sign the anti-lynching bill?
I can check and see what the timing. I know we were waiting for the vice president, I think, to get back from travel, but yeah.
And then lastly, about a quarter of Americans not vaccinated or partially vaccinated. Numbers aren't really budging. Is there any move or change to the definition of what is fully vaccinated?
That would be for the CDC to determine. There hasn't been a change at this point in time. It still remains 2 doses, but we are continuing to encourage any American who has not received a booster to do exactly that, because it would provide them additional necessary protection. Go ahead.
On Judge Jackson's hearings next week, have some of that prep work included conversations between the nominee and the president, and any advice from the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee?
I'm not going to get into details about their private conversations.
So has he played? So he has not played a role in sort of the prep or the.
He's not participating in the mock preps, no. But he is certainly excited about her hearings next week and being confirmed to serve on the bench.
Thanks, Jen. I've got a quick clarification and 2 questions about presidential conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. The first brief clarification is the New York Times reported this week that the first son remains under criminal investigation. Does the president still intend to stay out of that case?
Yes, it's the Department of Justice, and I will point you to them.
And my 2 questions about conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. First, I have a question about Russia, and then one about China. On Russia, you told me last year that you were unfamiliar with the Senate report that alleged that the first son, or a company linked to the first son, received $3.5 million from the richest woman in Russia. Subsequent reporting indicates that President Biden, when he was vice president, had a dinner in Georgetown with the same woman in 2015. This Yelena Ballerina, she has not been sanctioned yet by the U.S. government. How is President Biden navigating conflicts of interest when it comes to sanctioning people who have done business with his family? And can you explain to us what this $3.5 million was for?
I don't have any confirmation of the accuracy of that report, so I have no more further details.
About the conflicts of interest, though, how he's navigating those when deciding sanctions.
What would be his conflicts of interest?
Well, his son's company allegedly got $3.5 million from...
Which I have no confirmation of, and he has continued to sanction oligarchs more than we've ever sanctioned in the past, so I'm not sure that's a conflict of interest. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a question about Russia now.
I think we're moving on because we got to get some more people. Go ahead.
My question about the conflict of interest when it comes to China is, last year the first son's attorney said that he divested from a Chinese investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities. We have received not even basic transparency about who bought out his stake, when this happened, and how much money changed hands. Did he actually divest, and if so, can you agree to basic transparency?
He's a private citizen. He doesn't work for the government. I'd point you to his representatives. Thank you. I think we're done here. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Did President Biden talk to President Xi Jinping about the escalate tensions on Korean Peninsula? How did President Xi respond on this?
Again, the vast majority of the call was about Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And again, when President Xi raised Taiwan, the president reiterated the U.S. policy on Taiwan. Obviously, there are a lot of important issues that we discuss with the Chinese, some where we work together, some where we have strong concern, and there's a lot of channels for that. But that was the primary focus of the conversation. Go ahead.
This is Jahan Zaybadi from Airway New City, Pakistan. Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan requested for a telephonic conversation with President Biden like many months ago. It's like more than 14 or 15 months. We haven't heard anything about that. Is there any specific reason for not communicating with the Pakistani leadership?
I don't have any update on a planned call or engagement. Obviously, we engage with Pakistan and a range of leaders at a number of levels through the State Department, for our national security team, but in terms of a call or engagement with the president, I don't have anything to predict on that front.
After his recent visit to Russia, Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan told a public gathering that he will not be a slave of America like other politicians do. Would you like to comment on that? I don't know why he said that.
We have a long relationship with Pakistan, and that is a relationship will continue through diplomatic channels, so I don't have any more comment on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, we can go to both of you. Go ahead. Go. Well, I don't know whoever wants to go first. You can rock, paper, scissors.
Thanks, Jen. You might have seen that President Putin held a rally at which he said of the Russian people that we have not had unity like this for a long time. Is that your perception? Do you have any comment?
Well, we're not going to respond to President Putin's misinformation and propaganda rally, which is how we see it.
And secondly, just a bigger picture question. There's been a lot of discussion this week about war crimes and war criminals. You're well aware the United States does not recognize the International Criminal Court.
We're not a member, yeah.
Yeah, we're not a member. President Biden believes that is the correct stance, and if so, doesn't that undercut the United States' moral authority?
Well, I would note that there are a range of international bodies that have ongoing international investigations. We would not be the ones prosecuting, of course. There'd be international bodies prosecuting any case on war crimes. We're going to feed data and information into that, and they support their process.
Okay, about the Western Balkans, please. Russia and China are spreading their influence a lot on Western Balkans, especially Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Kosovo. And the president is a friend of Bosnians and Kosovars. Can you assure people over there that America is still with them?
Absolutely. Please send that directly. Go ahead, Nazira.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. As you know, we celebrate our Nowruz New Year. Afghan people has high expectation. Do you have any message? And also, yesterday, President Biden signed some document, PTS, for new arrival Afghan refugees.
Oh, TPS. Yes. We did. So the president did sign TPS for Afghans, which means that those who have been in the country, and let me get you the exact information on that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So basically, so the TPS will apply only to those individuals who are already residing in the United States as of March 15, 2022, and meet all other requirements, including undergoing security and background checks. And this is a designation decided by the Department of Homeland Security through their process, and they designated Afghanistan for TPS on the statutory basis of ongoing armed conflict and extraordinary and temporary conditions. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services estimates that approximately 74,500 individuals in the United States would become eligible for TPS through the designation for Afghanistan, and that includes 72,500 who have been paroled into the United States through Operation Allies Welcome, and approximately 2,000 Afghan nationals who did not participate in the Operation Allies Welcome and were otherwise in the United States already. So this is a new designation just announced this week.
New Year, Nowruz, any message for Afghan people, especially Afghan women?
Well, I would say we would send a message of Happy New Year's to the Afghan people, and certainly a special shout out to Afghan women, and we have huge admiration for their courage, their bravery, and we will continue to stand with them during these challenging times. Thank you, everyone.
10:14 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from Poland. Now, this is a refugee corridor. We're witnessing refugees who are fleeing from Ukraine enter Poland. Here they are grabbing meals and checking in at this, again, corridor. Now, the United Nations says that 6.5 million people inside of Ukraine have been displaced, on top of the 3.2 million who have already fled the country. The estimate suggests Ukraine is fast on course towards the levels of displacement from Syria's devastating war, which has driven about 13 million people from their homes in both the country and abroad. The refugee wife of a Ukrainian employee who is still working in the country's largest power plant, now under Russian control, is going to explain exactly what the situation is on the ground right now. That story coming from Fox News correspondent Aishna Hanzi.
Inside a safe house in Poland, Ukrainian refugee Katarina sobs as she explains she hasn't held her husband for more than 3 weeks. She fled Enerhodar, Ukraine, just before the Russians fired missiles at the nation's largest nuclear power plant located there and took control. Her husband, whose identity we're protecting, supervises the department in charge of cooling the nuclear reactors and was inside.
It was the most terrible night of my life.
As Katarina worried from miles away, her friend Margaret was underground, bracing for a nuclear disaster.
We had prepared anti-radiation pills in the basement.
Thankfully, the power plant's employees were able to keep the plant stable. Katarina says the staff are heroes, put in an unbelievable position.
My husband is working at the nuclear power plant occupied by Russians, and the soldiers are walking there with guns. Why? Why are all these things happening?
And even though it means her family is separated, her husband continues to do his job to keep his family and millions of others safe.
It would be a huge tragedy for Europe, and not just for our city. If something happens there, even Poland would not be able to save its people.
The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed grave concerns about the staff at Ukraine's nuclear power plants, specifically being able to make decisions and do their jobs without Russian influence. Talks are underway right now to try to figure out how to keep these sites secure, and that may include a future physical visit to some of these nuclear sites in Ukraine. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky makes an urgent plea to Moscow. This as residential areas continue to come under fire. Fox News correspondent Alexis Adams has that story.
Ukraine's president issuing another warning to Moscow as Russian troops continue to target civilians.
It's like something unbelievable. It's like from the movie.
Russia's attacks on Kyiv intensifying, shelling hitting residential areas, forcing more people to flee from their homes. While in eastern Ukraine, entire apartment buildings turned to rubble.
No bedroom, no hallway. There was just nothing left.
Hundreds of people still missing in Mariupol after a gruesome attack at a theater this week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces are blocking the delivery of humanitarian supplies to cities under attack, telling Moscow it's time for meaningful talks.
The time has come to restore territorial integrity and justice for Ukraine. Otherwise, Russia's losses will be such that it will take you several generations to recover.
6.5 million Ukrainians have been impacted by Russia's invasion, with more than half of them fleeing Ukraine. Right now, officials working to protect refugees from human trafficking and other forms of exploitation.
The vulnerabilities of these people are likely to be exploited. So a big issue for us right now is to providing them with information.
Next week, President Biden will travel to Brussels to talk with NATO leaders about Russia's invasion on Ukraine. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
The Ukrainian and Russian war is taking a toll on many of us who are watching from across the globe, seeing it play out in the news and on social media. Now, those connected to people in Ukraine are saying that the toll is even worse for them. Fox News multimedia reporter Joy Addison, spoke with a few volunteers for a Ukrainian English nonprofit that connects volunteers across the country with Ukrainian students.
The volunteers I spoke with say they joined Engine as a way to give back to their communities. And it sounds easy, right? A quick conversation with a Ukrainian student a couple of times a week to help them improve their English. But they say the close bonds they have formed with these students makes the current war so painful to watch.
So we talked pretty often, and we talked about different subjects like what movies and shows we were watching. But as of February 27th, we have lost contact, and she has not been active on any of her sites of Telegram, of iMessage, of email.
Olivia is a high school volunteer for the Ukrainian English program, Engine. She and other volunteers signed up to be an English-speaking partner, but then became close to other teenagers who are now in an active war zone, like Daniela.
For the last 2 days, we've been hearing some bands, like not really far from us, so it starts to get a little bit terrifying.
Daniello and his family are living in a home with a bomb shelter just outside of Kyiv. He says now he's not thinking about practicing English, just surviving the war. But he does miss one aspect of the program.
It was like kind of, I don't know, maybe psychological therapy for me.
I tell my volunteers about everything that I have on my mind.
Alexander agrees the therapeutic talks are missed because now life has dramatically changed.
What makes things worse, I'm actually finishing high school. So this year I had to finish it. I had to have my prom and I had to enter a university. And now I just don't have an idea of what I'm gonna do.
Engine's director says she has now shifted the program's focus.
We are continuing to run social media and sharing useful information for students, things about how to act when your house is getting bombed. We try to also do lighter things. We did a flash mob with people sharing their pets and little videos of support.
And this morning I spoke with Olivia, and she says she still has not heard from her Ukrainian buddy. She and Engine director Katerina Manov say they have hope that she's just a refugee in another country and is safe from her home of Kyiv. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
Thanks, Joy, for that report. Let's check in with our friends over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They caught up with Jericho Sai, who traveled from the United States to the war zone in Ukraine to join the fight in resistance.
He joins us live from Kyiv. This segment's going to be a little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers at the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody was a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they've totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms machine gun fire several blocks just down from my location constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, you know?
Wow.
So there's the Ukrainian people, they're not afraid. And even though it's the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Wow, we don't know how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, it seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Best of humanity. We'll be right back.
As the war in Ukraine escalates by the hour, all eyes are on Russian President Vladimir Putin's next move. Now, we know that on Friday, President Biden did have a phone call with the Chinese president to see whether or not China will be assisting Russia in any way during its invasion of Ukraine, something that the United States has strongly discouraged. Fox's Madeline Rivera has that story.
In a high-stakes, nearly 2-hour video call with Chinese President Xi Jinping Friday, President Biden warned China of consequences if it supports Russia in its invasion of Ukraine.
China has to make a decision for themselves about where they want to stand and how they want the history books to look at them and view their actions.
Fox has confirmed Russia has asked China for military and economic help. Despite the president's warnings against giving aid, Friday's call ended with no assurances from the Chinese. A statement from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs reads in part, conflict and confrontation are not in anyone's interests.
They see Ukraine as a sovereign country, a UN member state, and don't think that Russia's actions are acceptable or justified in attacking them. But they don't want to break with Russia.
In Russia's largest stadium Friday, President Putin vowed Russia will prevail in the war, despite Ukraine's claims that 14,000 Russian troops have been killed.
I think it shows that he's concerned that he's not making the advances that he needs to.
Russia is expanding its attacks in Ukraine. Its defense ministry confirming that its forces bomb military facilities as far west as Lviv, which so far has avoided constant bombardment.
The people here are just waiting to see what's going to happen next.
Next week, President Biden heads to Belgium for a NATO summit where he'll reaffirm U.S. commitment to the alliance. Then he'll join a European Council summit and a G7 meeting to discuss the penalties that have been imposed on Russia for its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:30 a.m. If you're just now joining, my name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next few hours as we continue to cover the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, there are growing concerns that Russia could launch a cyber attack against the United States. Let's check in with Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel for that story.
Former NSA hacker David Kennedy says Russia's aggression could result in cyber attacks on the U.S.
Critical infrastructure being one, our financial sector being the other. When you talk about the word cyber war and what would constitute an actual crossing the line, it's never happened before.
The chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee says he's amazed the Kremlin has not already launched the kind of cyber attack of which U.S. officials know. Reports from security firms reveal cyber attacks on Ukraine skyrocketed a few weeks ago and have increased some 17% even in North America from pre-invasion levels, though Americans don't need to overreact yet.
Don't go depleting your bank accounts.
Kennedy says a Russian hack could do serious damage, but small-scale attacks are more likely. And according to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Institute at Auburn University,
death by 1,000 cyber paper cuts could be really impactful to our economy. Small and medium-sized businesses, I think, are unfortunately prime targets.
While systems like power grids and banks are generally more secure, he warns other critical infrastructure doesn't get the same kind of cyber protection.
Our water systems are highly vulnerable and have been demonstrated to be susceptible to cyber attacks.
A recent FBI alert warns U.S. companies that Russian state-sponsored hackers are now able to sidestep multi-factor authentication, a gold standard in information security. Experts say while a Russian cyber attack on the U.S. may not be imminent, they fear that the odds do go up significantly when the ground fight is over, since most of their attention is currently focused on the battlefield. In Dallas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Thanks, Casey, for that reporting. Up next, Fox 13 Tampa brings us more on Russia's next steps.
All right, turning now to the war in Ukraine. It has been more than 2 weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine, and Russian forces continue pushing further into the country. But what might they face going toe-to-toe with Ukrainian forces in more urban areas? Major John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies with the Madison Policy Forum, joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
I was reading some of your articles, and I wanted to have you on because I thought that you actually explained this pretty articulately when it came to what these battles might look like in more of an urban warfare setting. A lot of people are pointing to Kyiv, the capital here. What do you see based on what has already occurred that leads you, I guess, to speculate what might happen in Kyiv?
Sure. So there's only one battle that from day one has mattered in the Ukraine war, and that's the Battle of Kyiv, which is coming really any day now, because that's where the seat of power is. That's where Russia has to get to. But Russia messed up and gave Kyiv a lot of time to start preparing. They're blocking the roads. They're setting up all their fighting positions. Militaries don't like to fight in urban terrain, and that's why we're seeing so much bombing before the military tries to go in. So right now you see the Russian military really trying to encircle the city, and then eventually they'll try to go in. And when they do, we'll see that tough house-to-house, very destructive fighting that is typical of large battles in urban terrain like this.
One thing that's been pointed out so far, with all the devastation that has occurred to this point, the one thing that has been pointed out that is advantage Ukraine is that perhaps Russia did not anticipate, obviously, spending this much time there to get to this point. What do you see as far as this Battle of Kyiv, extending this even more? Can Ukraine hold them off long enough to make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they surprised us all. In this battle, the urban defenses, or the defense in general, is always stronger. The Ukrainians are showing the will to fight to the end. Russia doesn't have that will or the goal of fighting that long. So Ukrainians could last for months. I don't think Russia could last for months. In this fighting, they have to do this quickly, and that's why we see them making so many mistakes, because it's going to be tough. They're going to pay a very high price. Now, the question is, where is that line for them? What's the price? What's the back down? What's the diplomatic solution? But they face basically a meat grinder inside that city.
So the bigger question I think you just alluded to, and based on your experience, not just in urban warfare, but warfare in general, what does it take at this point? If Russia can essentially go in and create so much damage and havoc to the rest of the country, if it does get delayed even longer in Kyiv, is it still considered a victory for Ukraine, or what does it take? You know, can you do something diplomatically to let Putin claim victory at some point? How do you see this playing out in the long run?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, so can Ukraine win? Absolutely. What does winning look like? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I think the civilian deaths are going to skyrocket beyond anything we've seen. Just knowing what Russia needs to do in order to take that city. Now, what's the diplomatic solution? Like what will Russia take to back off? What concessions? I mean, ultimately, we just want him to go home and stop this. But Russia's getting desperate. They're rushing fighters from Syria there. They're firing generals. They're having problems in their country. I mean, it's a hard question. I don't know where it ends. Even if Russia was to succeed in getting to the center of Kyiv and overthrowing the government, they'd face the biggest urban insurgency in modern history. I mean, there's no way that Russia comes out winning, which is tough in war studies, but winning in this situation.
And real quick, the key to Ukraine at this point, is it just as simple as buckle down and continue to do what they have been doing in Kyiv in particular, or is there more to it?
No, I think that's really the basic. Every day that Ukraine doesn't lose, they're winning. So all they have to do, Zelensky has to stay. He is the key to Ukraine. If he would have left early, this war would have been over. Him staying in Kyiv, them continuing to fight and destroy Russia as they try to get into position to take that battle is exactly what needs to happen.
Well, I really appreciate your time and your insight this morning. Major John Spencer is the chair of the Urban Warfare Studies with the Madison Policy Forum. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Staying on this topic, we are seeing many lawmakers react after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed Congress, getting a standing ovation. He drew comparisons to 9/11, Pearl Harbor, and even quoted MLK's "I Have a Dream" speech. Let's go ahead and listen into some reaction and comments from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
In Ukraine, and then in English, his impassioned plea. It was all very, very powerful, and his leadership, he's a hero. It just was remarkable to see him. And I was so pleased that so many members, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, filled the House yesterday and filled the air with their applause, first to welcome him and then to appreciate what he had to say. It was quite remarkable, quite historic. It was an honor to be there to see him. But the purpose of the visit was tragic and heartbreaking. Later that morning, I had a meeting with the G7 heads of parliament. It was presided over by Germany, which heads up the G7 at this time. And it was with the G7, the head of the EU, as well as Stepanchuk, who is the Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament. Again, it too, with emotion to hear the stories of what is happening there. We put forth a proclamation, which you all should have received yesterday, talking about humanitarian, economic, military assistance in great detail. But it also says that we have to continue to isolate Russia in the global economy and society, as well as address the disinformation that Russia is putting out. Again, yesterday, 2 days ago, we went to the White House and the president signed the Omnibus bill, and that was quite remarkable for us because here we've been talking about bills that are $1.7 trillion over 10 years. This bill, the $1.5 trillion omnibus bill, passed in a very strong bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people and to protect them, had very strong bipartisan support. It was signed by the president. We were very pleased that same day Shalonda Young was confirmed as the director of OMB with her history in the Congress. That's just a personal aside. In that omnibus bill, we are defending democracy in the Ukraine, $13.6 billion in emergency funding for security and humanitarian needs, making a difference for America's families, lowering the cost for education with bigger Pell Grants, and establishing the president's ARPA-H, something very exciting. It's an initiative to defeat cancer and other diseases, unlocking billions more in federal dollars under the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That bill was very important, but it needed an appropriation to free up billions and billions of dollars that were in it, and now that is done. And historic bipartisan legislation reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, establishing a new, again, in addition to that, establishing new cyber provisions against Russia. The bill goes on and on. It's $1.5 trillion. This victory in that bill, this victory for the American people, builds on Democrats' actions to lower costs for families. Congress and the presidents have been hard at work to create jobs. How about this president? 6.6 million new jobs were created last year. Grow the economy, fastest rate of growth in 40 years last year. Lowest unemployment. Last year saw the biggest one-year drop in unemployment in history, and today unemployment claims were the lowest in 50 years. Supporting small business. Last year, a record 5.4 million small businesses were created, 1 million more than the year before, and lower prices for Americans through strong action in the Congress. But we need to do so much more. The kitchen table concerns of America's working families are tangible, they are ongoing, and we need to address them. Over the kitchen table, people have to decide, are they going to pay for food, for rent, for education, for credit card bills, whatever their needs are, the same needs that keep them up at night, the decision as to what to pay for. So we must continue to lower costs, increase jobs, increase pay. Let me see what else was going to say. But in that regard, we have to address the Putin price hike, gas hike. It has since he started amassing troops earlier this year, the price at the pump has gone up 75 cents. We're doing everything we can to minimize the Putin price hike at home. The White House announced the release of 90 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We call on industry to boost production and stop hoarding profits. Oil prices are down. But the price of when the price of oil goes up, the price of gasoline goes up. When the price of oil goes down, the price of gasoline does not necessarily go down. This is not right. It's not fair. And again, we want to say, there are 6,000 permits out there where people could drill, where industry can drill, so they don't need to be upending our initiatives to save the planet from the climate crisis. If they want to drill, they have places to drill. Use it or lose it. Let somebody else drill there. We had passed a bill last week on banning Russian oil. That's still a work in progress because in the meantime, as we were discussing that, the president issued an executive order. So the question is what needs to be done in addition to that. As I mentioned at the start, and as you well know, today is St. Patrick's Day. Last night I had the privilege of sitting with the Taoiseach at a dinner, at the Friends of Ireland dinner, at which I was had the honor of giving him an award, an International Leadership Award, on behalf of the Friends of Ireland and on behalf of our members of Congress. Right before I was supposed to give him the award, the Taoiseach left the table, and then I was told that the ambassador would be accepting the award on his behalf and giving his speech. So we're very, very sad that on St. Patrick's Day, the Taoiseach has this diagnosis and also the luncheon that we would be having today. We won't be able to have the benefit of the honor of his presence. Just so you know, this is a lunch that was started by Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan when Tip was Speaker and Reagan was President. The first luncheon, this luncheon, didn't have the Taoiseach. It was just the Speaker and the President. That's what it'll be today, the Speaker and the President. We would rather, of course, have the Taoiseach. And subsequently, the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland, was invited. The first luncheon, Tip O'Neill invited 16 members, 12 from Massachusetts. And it's grown since then. We have, well, perhaps you'll cover what we say in that meeting, but we'll have a wonderful turnout of members. I don't have Irish grandparents, but I do have Irish grandchildren, and I always brag about them, as you can imagine. I just wanted to say that in consultation with the Office of the Attending Physician, I will continue regular testing, following CDC guidelines. Our Friends of Ireland lunch will proceed today without the participation of the Taoiseach, in case those of you in green had any concerns about that. Any questions? Yeah, you got.
We've heard from you and heard from other members, expressing the gratitude and moved by the speech by Mr. Zelensky yesterday. He asked, however, for some very specific things. No-fly zones. He came close to almost admonishing members to say, you don't help us, we're on the precipice of history here. We hear a lot of these heartfelt messages from members saying we want to help Ukraine, but when it comes to the specific things he's asking for, Congress is not willing to do so. Can you square that?
Yes, and I'm so pleased. A substantive question from Chad. Oh, my God. Usually it's about this, that, or the other thing. In any event, right on target, Chad. I appreciate your question. Yes, it was a very moving speech. Yes, the President Zelensky once again asked for open skies. I've had that conversation with him individually as recently at the end of last week when he asked for the presentation that we all witnessed yesterday. We're not doing open skies. And he did say, as did the speaker on this will be my third interaction with the Ukraine speaker, they know that's not, we understand your position on that. These are the things we need otherwise. It just seems very clear that, let me back up for a second and just say, President Biden has done a masterful job in managing this situation in a way that is collaborative, not condescending or dictating, but collaborative. The unity of the G7, not only the G7, but the NATO alliance has been remarkable to behold. They are all unified with how we go forward. And how they are unified on how we go forward is that we are not going into Ukraine. It is not an Article 5 situation. We are, however, prepared to supply Ukraine with very sophisticated equipment, some of which was alluded to yesterday, and some of which the President already announced. Was it 11:30 yesterday? A couple hours after President Zelensky's presentation. The leadership of some of the committees of jurisdiction, Intelligence, Armed Services, Foreign Affairs, and appropriate subcommittees, and the leadership had a briefing later in the day on what some of the possibilities are, the upside, and the challenges that other requests make.
Is it appropriate for them to ask for those things?
Of course.
Even if your side is so, even if the Congress is in a position that they're not going to give him what he's asking for?
Of course it's appropriate. The fact is what he wants is a result. He wants a result that says we have to, if you are not going to give us air cover with your own personnel. We need air cover, or we need equipment to effect air cover so that we can take out whatever the Russians are putting forth. So I think I thought he was completely appropriate in saying this is the impact we need. If it's not going to be affected by what I'm asking for, then this is another way we can get that done, and that's what people are looking into. What you saw yesterday was history. Later at the lunch, just maybe you might want to watch, I'm going to be reading a poem written by Bono about Ukraine, which you might find interesting.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, two quick questions on COVID. First, on the COVID funding. Yesterday, Chair Jeffries suggested that you have time until September to act on a relief package. Is that your view? Are you going to take your time with this, or do you want to do something sooner rather than later? And then just with respect to the dinner last night, can you say roughly how long you were sitting next to the Tsich, and do you have any concerns about your health at this point?
No, I don't, and I get tested almost every day anyway, because, so she immodestly, many times I see the president, and you have to be tested to do that, and really for the safety of my colleagues with whom I come in contact. The Taoiseach had on a mask when he sat down, but then when he started to eat, he took off the mask, and then it was right during the appetizer. They called him aside. We didn't know why. But then sometime later, when it was my turn to speak, they told me how we would proceed, that he would not be speaking. So I wasn't measuring it minutes, but part of it was masked, some of it while he was eating, but it was during the appetizer that they took him away. I think we need all the money we can get to have the resources that we need to fight COVID. The last thing we need is another variant. The resources that we would have had in the bill, I think, need to be enhanced now, because we're another week later and we still don't have it. Because you know the history. In the beginning, we had these therapies, which were the vaccines, which were in sub-zero ice temperature, ice protection with a short shelf life. And that was a fragile therapy, but it worked. And now we have pills that come in a box that can last a long time. You can take at the onset if you feel a symptom, and it can prevent it from going forward. What's important about that, and why we need that money, is because you want to stop transmission. Transmission creates variants. Variants are different, and they present, if they are different, present different challenges. So this is nothing to mess with. I think we need even more money than the compromise was. The Republicans did not want to spend money on COVID, and they don't like the state funding. So we took some of the state funding, only half for the money. I was very disappointed, I have to be very honest with you, because we need the money to buy the pills. The pills exist, the science is there, but there's a market out there as well beyond the U.S. And we have a responsibility to other countries. So I think we have to get on with it. I respect what the distinguished chair said about, well, we have time. Well, we have a little. But we need more. The more time we have, the more money we need.
Madam Speaker.
I just want to dig into that a little bit more on the COVID relief.
This will be your third time.
My third time, what, ask about COVID relief?
Yeah.
Well, it's substantive. You like substantive questions, so I just want to
make sure while people are dying in the Ukraine and all of that,
people are dying from COVID too. Do you plan to offset it? We have to offset it. Mm-hmm. You do have to offset it.
We have to offset it, and that's what we'll have to go to, and I would hope that the sensitivities of those to any offset would be, the equity would be weighed as to what we need to do to save lives and livelihood and prevent the creation of a new variant. It would be offset.
You said you're disappointed. I mean,
Yeah,
what is your
we don't have
message
it right now. That we don't have it right now. We have everything else right now. That we don't have it right now.
What is your message to those colleagues who nitpick kind of over that?
I've communicated my message to them.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned that you have hoped for more money in this COVID aid.
Yes.
The president originally requested $22.5
Yeah.
billion. Have there been conversations with you and President Biden about the disappointment last week?
No, we've been, frankly, our conversations have been about Ukraine since then. We're happy that he signed the bill. There's so much else in it that meets the needs of America's working families. But I speak regularly with the president about one subject or another. So we know we have to do more. Now, what I've said to the administration is we can't ask for more. You must ask for more because you need more, and you can't expect money at this turnaround like that because the legislative process takes time. We want it to be bipartisan. We need it to be paid for, and so let's just go for a bigger chunk. I think they should be double what they asked for, because even with them when they were asking for like 20 some, it was only going to get us to June. It was only going to get us to June, so we need more. And it shouldn't even be a big conversation. We need it. The science is there. The need is there. All we need is the money. And the money will be a great investment because it will keep us safe. It will help our economy turn back, our kids to be safely in school, our people safely at work, again, the therapies that are needed. It's, look, just think of this. The Taoiseach of Ireland, the Prime Minister of Ireland, visiting the United States for St. Patrick's Day. This is very important to the people of Ireland and the people of the United States. Meeting with the President in a bilateral way. Meeting with friends in Congress. Accompanied by people from, not accompanied by, but in that lunch with people and the dinner last night, people from Northern Ireland, everyone who should be in conversation on all of this. With all the protections of the Taoiseach of Ireland, he gets a positive diagnosis. Barack Obama, the former president of the United States, has a positive indication. What chance does a poor person with a big family living in a small apartment with not, working in a situation that may or may not be safe, or with people who may or may not have a pre-existing condition or a circumstance which makes them more susceptible. This is not, everything is great. If I ask this room, how many of you think we should just go on with it? Forget about it. No mask, no this, no that. Let's just get on with it. There'd be some spirit of let's get to normal, right? But there also be people here who'll say, I have a child under 5 who's not vaccinated. I have a senior over whatever who has a pre-existing condition. I have a problem going to work under those circumstances. So we have to deal with the reality as it is, mixed. We want to move on, but we don't want to move on and leave people behind. So we need the money. So when the other side says we don't want to do COVID, well, you know what? Unless it's paid for, let's pay for it. We'll find some money to pay for it. I have one more question because we have the president coming.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah,
I have a
right
question
here.
about, with everything happening in Ukraine, it being an election year, members now open to President Biden using more executive orders, where exactly does the domestic Democratic agenda stand right now? Can anything get done before November?
Plenty has been done. We passed the ARP, the American Recovery Rescue Plan, 1 year ago, and it has produced remarkable results. Remarkable results. Millions of shots in the arms, money in pockets, children out of poverty, into schools, people in the workplace. The bill is remarkable. Child tax credit and the rest. Without one Republican vote. Without one Republican vote in the House or the Senate, unfortunately.
we passed the bipartisan, barely bipartisan, but nonetheless proudly bipartisan infrastructure bill to create jobs, and we unleashed some of that money yesterday, a couple of days ago, when the president signed the bill. So in terms of job creation, nearly 7 million jobs, unemployment cut in half, people off of poverty, we've done a great job. But more needs to be done, as I said before. Until the kitchen table concerns of America's working families are more safely under wraps, we have much more to do. And we have to take great pride in what we've done, as the president did in the State of the Union. He showed progress, but he gave hope, because he recognized with his empathetic heart, with his empathy, that people still need concerns. So we have a lot to brag about, but we are not finished yet, and we will continue to do that work.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us on your Monday night. I hope you had a very good weekend. We're going to get into some more of the latest headlines and developments out of Ukraine. Joining me now to discuss that is former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. It's been a while since we have spoken, but there was a major scoop over the weekend by the Financial Times, essentially saying that Russia has asked China for military equipment and other assistance to support its invasion of Ukraine. If that stands up, what does that mean for the conflict going forward and for American-Chinese relations?
Well, first, I would say Russia is looking for a lifeline, and both on a military front, but also on an economic front. And Beijing is in a challenging position. And what you saw play out today in Rome with the National Security Advisors meeting, U.S., Chinese, was essentially an opportunity for the U.S. to deliver a direct and, quite frankly, a very serious warning to China to not provide support to Moscow, that it was not only going to be condemned, but as we heard over the weekend in a number of interviews, that the U.S. and allies stand ready to sanction China. And China has to watch carefully here its next move. So I think there's a lot of both public messaging, but even more serious private messaging being delivered at this point.
Brett, is it a concern of yours and maybe some of your contemporaries that China will help Russia evade sanctions?
Well, this is the interesting issue, because China, while tacitly supportive at the outset of this invasion. On the other hand, realizes, one, that the invasion is not going particularly well, so they may be loath to hitch their wagon to a train that is not advancing as far and as fast as I think the Russians hoped. On the other hand, they have a lot to lose, and China, both from a political standpoint, can lose a significant amount of international influence. It obviously also has its own designs on Taiwan. So China has to be careful from a political standpoint. But then lastly, from an economic standpoint, while Russia has some international exposure, China has major international exposure. And I think the potential that China could find itself running up against an international community that is more consolidated, is more committed to this idea that these sort of actions are not acceptable, would be a major threat to Beijing. So they're going to have to walk very carefully here.
Yeah, and of course, reporting out of that meeting in Rome between Jake Sullivan and his Chinese counterpart was described as intense. It was about 7 hours long. So it was interesting to see the readout from that and where that goes from here. I wanted to get your opinion as well. There's been some talk about a potential trip by President Biden to Europe in the next couple of weeks. Is that too little, too late, or should that be a welcome visit to shore up support for Ukrainians? Of course, I don't believe he would go to Ukraine, obviously, but just to show and signal to our European and NATO allies the United States still has their back.
I think it is important, and particularly to those NATO allies in the Baltics, as well as Romania and Poland as well. I think it's important to show that commitment at the highest levels of the United States to their defense. It also, quite frankly, is an opportunity for the president to play commander-in-chief at a moment when the world and the West certainly face a unprecedented threat in this modern era. Biden wants to be seen, not just at the White House, not just in the Situation Room, but on, if you will, the front lines of those issues and threats. So I think Biden and his team are looking at how best to execute that kind of trip, that kind of messaging.
Brett, as well, because of course, Vice President Kamala Harris was there last week, meeting with her Polish counterparts and in Romania as well. But I wanted to get your opinion because, when we last spoke, all these sanctions were being put on. But I've been asking our guests and experts who have been coming on, what is the breaking point for Vladimir Putin? When does Vladimir Putin blink, essentially? Because even today, we learned that Russian economy is sinking, that we know they're about to default on their debt. Do you think there's a moment in time, maybe this week, maybe next week, where Putin does blink and come to the table?
Well, I think many observers believe that this is an extraordinary threat to Putin's grip on power in Moscow. And basically, he has two options. Option one is to up the ante, to go even farther, potentially challenging NATO to a direct confrontation in the hopes of somehow rallying public opinion, dividing the West over whether or not or how to respond. The other scenario is that he takes this off-ramp, and you heard over the weekend from a senior Chinese official in the New York Times penning this op-ed suggesting that China could help to broker the peace deal out of this crisis. And it's there, that deal is there, I think, if Putin should choose to take it, where probably Ukraine says we will not pursue membership in NATO. We will not, for the foreseeable future, seek the return of those breakaway separatist regions as well as Crimea. And Putin basically is able to walk away from this with something in hand, and the Ukrainians can regain some semblance of peace.
You know, and that also kind of brings to mind other nations, other partners who are also in the mix, trying to broker, trying to mediate, potentially the Saudis, potentially the Israelis, and so potentially we saw last week the Turks were trying to as well. I want to, on the flip side of that question, though, what does the Biden administration need to do still to keep the pressure on? We got this bipartisan letter from members of Congress, about 15 of them, who are essentially saying we need to do more militarily with more arms shipments, with more aid. What else can we do?
Yeah, and I would align with that sentiment. I think the U.S. needs to do much more. If you follow the headlines over the last few weeks, we've given a few $100 million in these last couple of months to support the Ukrainian defense forces. It needs to be several times that. We need to be talking in the billions of dollars, especially at the rate at which the Ukrainians are going through some of these weapons. So I think, one, we've got to significantly increase that military support. Two, I think we can look at different options when it comes to whether it's better control over the airspace. Those could include anti-aircraft systems, as well as drones and other capabilities that don't necessarily involve sending American or NATO planes over Ukraine. And then lastly, and I think it's important that we not forget, and we've seen just in the last few hours, the demonstration of dissent on the home front. The U.S. has to also work on weakening Putin's position at home, not just with economic sanctions, but also, I think, with an aggressive posture towards trying to promote greater transparency, declassifying intelligence, ensuring that the Russian people can really see what's happening in Ukraine.
And Brett.
All right, we'll have more on the ongoing situation in Ukraine in just a bit, but I do want to switch gears and bring you all some top stories that are taking place here at home. Here's the latest story from our colleagues over at Fox 5 New York. Domenico, hopefully I am pronouncing that name correctly, Domenico De Marco, founder of Brooklyn's Di Fara Pizza, unfortunately died at age 85. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshan for that story.
He was like a father to me.
It was an emotional day here at Di Fara Pizza in Midwood, Brooklyn. Domenico De Marco, founder of the iconic pizza shop, passed away on Thursday at 85 years old. Jasmine Zev grew up and still lives above the store. She says she always considered Dominic, or Dom as he was lovingly called, a living legend.
I was shocked. I was completely shocked because I've been watching him do this since I was a child. My parents have been here for the last 40 years. They've been watching him do this, and it's very sad.
The Italian immigrant came to the U.S. in 1959 and opened Di Fara here on Avenue J in 1965. Food publications have ranked this pizza as either the best or among the best in New York year after year. I can tell you this pizza-loving reporter has bought and photographed more Di Fara slices than I can count over the years. As for Anthony Mescolo, he came from Staten Island on Friday to try a famous pie for the first time.
I thought it would be nice to pay some respect to somebody who spent all this time in the neighborhood, loved so much, I find that very interesting.
Robert, who makes the pizza here now, says he learned everything from Dominic. Robert started helping out in the kitchen here when he was just a young boy.
He was a very hardworking man. Worked 7 days a week for many years. Made his own pizza pie. Always put it in the oven and took it out himself. Never let anybody touch the pie.
Dominic leaves behind a wife and 7 children. One of his sons, who we spoke to off camera, said he's incredibly grateful for the outpouring of support. Now, the good news, Dominic taught his children a lot about pizza, and his legacy will continue to live on here. In Midwood, Brooklyn, Dana Arshan, Fox 5 News.
And joining us now live from the Fox 5 New York newsroom is Dana Arshin. Dana, the community had so many wonderful things to say about Dominic, and you said yourself that you visited this pizza parlor several times. What makes this pizza so special?
Most times. We know that we're on Diamond Street because there's now a charged street sign laying on the ground, kind of giving us that indication, giving us those, you know, markers behind that, a home, or at least what once was a
very
home.
crunchy,
And this is pretty much the picture of
Dominic,
almost every neighborhood here in Carbon. 50 homes have been confirmed demolished. They have been burnt to the ground. That's according to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He told us during a news conference yesterday that number could grow as the fire continues, or the fires continue rather. But he says as of right now, at least 50 homes completely destroyed in Eastland, Comanche.
Love that goes into it and has gone into it for so long. I recommend it if you guys come here. Definitely worth it.
And for anyone who may be traveling to New York soon, I plan on traveling very soon. Do you recommend any other pizza spots that non-New Yorkers should go to? Any must-see spots?
That's such a good question. It's so hard because people have like different preferences. There are these like trendy pizza spots like Brooklyn, what's it called? Emily, where it's really, really unique pies with like spicy honey on top. But I think a real classic is also in Brooklyn, and that's called L&B Spumoni Gardens. They kind of started this trend of cheese on the bottom, sauce on top. So if you're like a really big sauce person, that's definitely one to try. But you know, you can't really go wrong. I think a hole-in-the-wall spot is usually like your best option too.
You know, I agree. Not just with pizza, but with every kind of food. The hole in the walls, they're the best.
Oh yeah.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshin, thank you for joining.
Thanks, Rain. Love talking to you.
All right, guys, we are going to move right along with other top stories that we are seeing here at Live Now from Fox. Now, if you are traveling, despite rising fuel prices, the United States airline recovery appears to be on track, well, at least for now. Here's the latest from Fox Business Network's Madison Alworth.
Travel is back, and high prices are not deterring travelers who are eager to hit the open skies. Data analyzed by Adobe shows that we have officially hit pre-pandemic travel levels. According to Adobe, February of 2020's ticket sales were 4% higher than February of 2019, marking the first month that we have exceeded those pre-pandemic levels. But hot inflation is driving up exploding prices. According to CPI data for the month of February, airline fares are up 13% year over year. Average domestic flights will now cost you $308, the highest in 4 years. Fuel costs are one of the leading causes of high prices. Experts say current jet fuel prices are about 75% higher than this time last year. So don't expect pricing to come down. And airlines will likely make back money in other ways as well.
You may end up paying more to book a seat in advance. You may end up paying more to get priority boarding or to buy a lounge pass for an airport lounge or for the food and beverages on your plane that you take.
Even so, current travel is exceeding airline expectations. United telling Fox Business that not only are they seeing strong personal travel, but business travel is back. They're doing about 75% of what they saw in 2019. In Newark, New Jersey, I'm Madison Alworth, Fox Business.
And as inflation makes grocery store prices go up across the nation, many people are actually turning to urban farming. Fox's Marcus Espinanzo joins us from one farm in Pennsylvania where they've needed to hire more people to help meet the demand.
Milkshake here is the star of the show at this urban farm in Kensington, where he shows other people just how easy it is to grow your own food and be sustainable.
In the dense urban landscape of Kensington lies a modest but inspired urban city farm and plant oasis.
Oh, and they have a celebrity pig named Milkshake as well.
We grow so many things in such a small amount of space.
Olivia Gamber is the farm manager here at Greens Grow. She's responsible for all aspects of growing produce here. She says the offerings are abundant and might even surprise you.
We're growing lettuce, greens, spinach. That's winter, like more of the springtime stuff. We'll have corn here. We're going to do a Three Sisters garden with corn, squash, and beans.
Gamber says they're adding 4 new growing categories, and they've had to hire additional staff to keep up with demand from customers who, affected by rising inflation, are motivated to start their own personal gardens.
We have seen and are expecting an increase in interest in growing your own food. Especially with the pandemic, it was a really big interest and people had that time on their hands, and we're actually really excited about it.
Kyle Killian and Morgan Wallace just bought their first house. They say rising prices across the board are a main motivator for growing their own food.
Interested in cultivating some kind of vegetable, something or another,
Yeah.
but we kill a lot of stuff, so.
And don't worry, if you're a newbie urban farmer, Olivia says that's totally normal and part of the process.
One of my favorite things to tell people who haven't ever grown a plant before is, you're gonna kill it. It's fine, try again. People are so worried that they're gonna kill a plant, but I'm a farmer. I kill plants every day.
Moving right along
here.
with other top stories, U.S. health officials are sounding the alarm after global cases of the coronavirus rose slightly. This is due to the stealth COVID subvariant BA.2. It's prompting fears over a new surge here at home. Let's check in with Fox correspondent Matt Finn for the latest.
New options for an additional COVID-19 booster shot could be on the way. Moderna has asked the FDA for emergency authorization for a 4th shot for all American adults. This comes just days after Pfizer submitted a similar request, though that shot would be available only to those 65 and over. Moderna's request comes at a critical time as the stealth COVID subvariant BA.2 brings fear of another surge in the U.S. The new subvariant prompting lockdowns in parts of China, Japan, and South Korea. WHO officials confirmed global COVID cases jumped 8% last week and as high as 25% in some COVID-19 hotspots.
COVID is hard to tame, and we've learned COVID can throw any number of things at us, so get ready.
Cases here in the U.S. continue to trend downward, hitting numbers not seen since the start of the pandemic, but officials are keeping a close eye on this new subvariant. Although it has not taken off in the U.S. like the Omicron variant did, experts expect cases to gradually rise over the next several weeks.
I'm going to be honest, I am concerned about what's happening in Europe because I think there is not full understanding of it.
Meanwhile, White House officials now warn testing capacity and vaccine availability could decrease over the next several months if Congress fails to act. The Biden administration has asked for more than $25 billion in additional COVID-19 funding. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is aiming to hold a vote on a new COVID funding package by September. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And in other news, comedian Pete Davidson has bowed out of his upcoming trip to space. A lot of people were looking forward to this. Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' space travel company, confirmed the Saturday Night Live star can no longer make the flight after it was delayed for nearly a week for more testing. Now, Davidson would have been the 3rd celebrity to board a Blue Origin capsule after actor William Shatner and Good Morning America co-host Michael Strahan. Each made the 10-minute journey into space, and Davidson has yet to confirm a new date. One of our colleagues here at LiveNOW from Fox thought it was funny if they replaced Davidson with Kanye West on that Blue Origin space flight. That would definitely make some headlines. All right, slowly approaching 11:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all major news headlines from across the globe. Well, we know that actor Jussie Smollett was convicted for staging a false hate crime. He has been released from jail pending an appeal, and his attorneys say that they are more than confident in the process moving forward. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more on this story.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Wednesday night. Major news, though, out of Chicago regarding the actor Jussie Smollett. He's soon to be released from the Cook County Jail after an appellate court ruled that while his conviction is appealed, he does not need to serve time in jail. This is quite a development in this story. Remember, not more than a week ago, he was sentenced in Cook County to 5 months in jail, 30 months probation, thousands of dollars in fines. We have a live look outside of the courthouse here as we continue to await for his legal team and for Smollett himself for a press conference. They intend to make some remarks here, but of course, this is going to be must watch, must see. You remember the very, very kind of large outburst that Smollett had when he was remanded into custody last Thursday. He said, "I am not suicidal," and he kept saying, "I am innocent." He raised his fist as he was led out of the courtroom. You know, this is quite a legal twist. Joining me now to discuss all the particulars of that is legal expert Imran Ansari. Imran, thanks for being with us. Just first off the bat, though, did you expect this in this case today, so soon after the sentencing?
Yeah, I expected legal team to go to the appellate court in Illinois, file that emergency motion to stay the sentence that he was sentenced to. And they did, in fact, do that, and they were successful. Now we see that the appellate term in Illinois came back, ruled that they wouldn't be able to decide this appeal necessarily in the time frame of his sentence. Whenever that occurs, if that is a possibility, it's typical of an appellate court to come back and say, listen, if there's a motion to stay the sentence, release the defendant on bond, house arrest, and other terms perhaps, that's what an appellate court will typically do, because it would be fundamentally unfair if the appellate court reverses the conviction, but the defendant had already served the entirety of their jail sentence. So it's not surprising to me that the appellate court came back with this ruling. Of course, his defense team also cited that he's immunocompromised, and being in jail would be a health risk to him. Also, the threats that he received, that he would be in danger in terms of physical violence in jail. And the appellate court took to that, and he's going to be released shortly.
Imran, so what you're saying is this is pretty cut and dry. I want to put up a tweet from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn, who's been covering this story from the very beginning, and it has a picture of the filing. There we have it right here. But it says, it reads in part that he was convicted on a nonviolent offense, and the court wouldn't be able to do instant appeal before he finished his sentence, the sentence being only 5 months. And of course, you were talking about what his legal team was doing in the days since the sentencing, and we watched last Thursday when the judge handed down the sentence. His legal team, 2 attorneys of his, really vehemently tried to get this stayed, to get this appealed on the spot. The judge said, no, this happens right here, this happens right now. An appellate court, of course, overturning that. It looks like we have some of Jussie's team entering the court complex there. Let's just listen in, Imran, while we watch this. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure who that was. Of course, Jussie Smollett, his siblings, his family, his friends have been with him throughout the duration of this. Many of them spoke post-sentencing and really were opposed to this. They called it an outrage of justice. But Imran, let's talk about the fact that when Smollett was sentenced, this was a very peculiar outburst in court as he was remanded right into custody. He said, "I am not suicidal, I am innocent. And then that kind of caused everyone to believe, he could be a harm to himself. He was going maybe through mental health issues. And so what did you make of that? Because he was put into protective custody.
Yeah, it's typical that, he would be put into protective custody, just given the nature of his notoriety and his popularity, if you will, through the course of this case. And of course, he proclaimed in that courtroom, very outspoken, and, letting the judge know that although he respected the process, respected the sentence, respected the decision, he again reiterated his innocence in that courtroom. Of course, a jury has spoken otherwise, and again said, if anything happens to me, I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal. And basically setting up the foundation that if God forbid something did happen to him physically, it would not have been something he did to himself intentionally, and it would be an act of violence. And of course, his defense team did hone in on those threats and did bring that to the appellate court to say, listen, there are threats that have been made against his safety. The protective custody that he was put in was that, set forth for his safety. I know his defense team did refer to it as solitary confinement, but in fact, solitary confinement, as many of us think of it, as the public usually thinks of it, had been repealed, if you will, in Illinois, and these protective custody would be essentially for his safety. But now we know he will be released, and that is not an issue that he has to deal with, at least right now.
Right, a high-profile defendant, high-profile detainee. So in your view, and forgive us while the photographer is kind of messing around with the camera, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're expecting Smollett to be released from jail, and his legal team will make remarks while his conviction is under appeal. This all happening not even a full week after his sentencing took place in the Cook County courtroom in Chicago. The judge handing down a 5-month sentence, only served 6 days until he was out. That kind of raises the question, Imran, if the judge was too harsh, if the judge knew that this was possibly going to, which we now know, get out on appeal, and he said, no, you have to be remanded right into the courtroom, into custody. Do you think the judge went too hard in the sentence? Let's talk about that.
No, this is what we call a split sentence. I'm a former prosecutor, and there was many times where we would recommend a jail term for a defendant, as a prosecutor would do, but that defendant may not have had a criminal history or their nonviolent offense. And the judge would be essentially, to use the term, split the baby. And rather than giving straight probation, would give this split sentence where there would be a term of incarceration and a term of probation. To be honest, in my opinion, I think that this was sort of excessive or out of the bounds, given the history of this case and the litigation before the courts in that area. I'm talking about the investigations, the civil cases, and also, of course, the criminal case. I don't think it was excessive. I don't think that an appellate court reviewing that sentence would find it excessive. But again, there's going to be an appeal before an appellate division in that state. And it may be very well that on another, point during the course of that trial, this defendant is successful on appeal, and therefore that sentence may never be served. But we will see. At least it's going to be stayed for now for the appellate process to play out.
That's right. He was convicted on 5 felony counts of disorderly conduct in this fabricated hate crime hoax. Let's just listen in, Imran, to the sights and sounds on the ground there. Stay with us, so we just don't want to miss it.
He's coming. He's coming. They gonna block me anyway, yeah?
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. If you're just joining us, we are taking a live look outside of the Cook County Jail in Chicago as we await for Jussie Smollett to be released from jail. He only served about 6 days after his sentence of 5 months last Thursday by the judge. And so His lawyers have been working, no doubt, around the clock to try to get him out while he appeals his conviction. And an appellate court judge ruled that today, indeed, that he can stay out of jail while his conviction is appealed. And so we're just waiting to hear from his legal team and from maybe Smollett himself will make comments. He was quite outspoken, you'll remember, in court after the sentence just last Thursday. And for those of you, for those of our viewers who were watching that all unfold, you'll remember that two members of his legal team right away pleaded with the judge to issue a stay while the appeal was ongoing, so he did not have to serve jail time. The judge denied two of those attempts outright. And so we're just waiting to see Smollett, to see possibly his brothers, some of his other friends, and his head lawyer on his legal team. Let's listen back in.
You see that? They're like making a wall around it.
Okay, and while we wait, we are being joined by legal expert Imran Ansari just for some more commentary about this case, which has really captivated the country for the duration. And I think, Imran, it's safe to say that the saga, the Smollett saga, is not over, even though many people probably thought last week that it would be. Of course, the appeal process goes on. Were you surprised by the rapidity of the appeal ruling today? Did that surprise you, or is that customary?
It's customary in the sense that it was an emergency motion. So when the lower court denies a request such as a stay from an attorney, the usual next step is to file an order to show cause, an emergency motion, if you will, before the appellate court. And that gets that reviewed right away. And the emergent nature of that motion, getting it before the judge in that sort of form, that procedural vehicle, if you will, it didn't surprise me that they would rule on it this fast, because you're essentially asking for emergent relief for your client. And you get it before the appellate division, and they render their decision. So the process, the speed, the rapidity of the decision did not surprise me, and it's really customary. You do this process in many cases on a criminal nature and even on a civil nature. If you need emergent relief before the court and the lower court has denied it, you can seek that emergency relief before an appellate court. Now, my firm, we represent a lot of high-profile individuals. We were attorneys for Harvey Weinstein in the criminal case here in New York. And same thing, if there were emergency requests that were denied in the lower court, we would go to the appellate division to seek relief. And that's pretty much an ongoing procedural vehicle if you're in that situation as an attorney for your client and the lower court has denied a request that needs that sort of emergency attention by the court.
Imran, too, let's talk about, because I'm sure there must be conditions for this release. Of course, it was on bond. We don't know how much. I'm hearing $150,000, but I have to confirm that. What could the other, I guess, release conditions be for Smollett?
Yeah, so as far as I know, the information that I have is that it's an I-bond. So an I-bond is, as you stated, it's the amount of $150K for Justice Smollett. He doesn't necessarily have to post that money. This is a particular bond which allows him to be released. And if he doesn't appear for his court dates, then he's going to be on the hook.
Okay, it looks like we kind of lost the signal there from Imran. If we get that
money,
back.
he's going to seek, that bond and that release. But that would be the conditions. I am not sure if he has a house arrest sort of condition on this release. I guess we will find that out. But that also could be a possibility. As far as that order, as we know now, I don't see it. So I don't think it's going to be a condition of house arrest. But typically, in cases like this, where someone is being released in these sort of conditions, the judge may order house arrest. I am not sure if that's been done here. I haven't seen it, but we have to verify that.
All right, interesting there, because that's probably what a lot of people will be thinking. You know, how long will this appeal take? Will the conviction be overturned? All these hypothetical scenarios, and what will Smollett be doing in the meantime? Of course, it'll be interesting to see if he has to undergo certain electronic monitoring. But for those of our viewers, we're coming up on the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the West Coast. It's almost 8 o'clock there in Chicago. We now have 2 vantage points here outside of the Cook County Jail as reporters and the media are gathering to catch a glimpse of Smollett. His legal team says that they will be having a press conference. Maybe this is them walking up. Let's just listen, and we're going to take this full.
It's part of his defense team. They're not going to.
Who said here he comes?
He's having people.
Okay, so you can see Smollett there in the blue mask. Someone's speaking to him. He's kind of in the center of that group. On the left side is his league defense attorney coming forward here, and they're going to be coming forward momentarily, I presume, as they leave Cook County Jail. And so if you're just joining us, this is the top of the hour, 6 o'clock here on the West Coast, 8 o'clock there on this Wednesday night in Chicago. The actor Jussie Smollett being released from jail after an appellate court judge ruled that he can leave jail pending an appeal of his conviction. Let's listen in. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Jussie, anything you want to say for yourself? How does it feel to be free?
Jussie,
Can you tell us what the
excuse
last week has been like?
And as expected, Jussie.
I don't know.
Okay, very, very brief as Smollett was kind of whisked into that black SUV waiting for him as he left Cook County Jail there. No comments made. Of course, reporters were trying to ask, how does he feel after he was released? We know the camera is kind of moving all around there. We were told we will have a press conference of some sort by Smollett's legal team. So if we do get that, hopefully we can bring that to you live in the next couple of minutes. But again, joining me now to discuss kind of what we just saw. I know it was very, very brief, but Imran, that was probably on the advice of his attorneys, not really to say anything. Maybe it could jeopardize the appellate process. What did you make of what you just saw?
Andrew, I was gonna say the same thing. That was probably on the advice of his attorneys. We saw him very outspoken in court. So you may have expected him to come out and make a statement, again, reiterate his innocence, maybe comment on the fact that he's being released. But I'm sure his attorneys, because now you don't want to jeopardize what the judges just gave you. The appellate judges, you don't want those judges thinking, okay, I didn't want to give this individual a podium.
Imran, I just have to cut you off there. I'm sorry. We have the press conference. Let's take it live.
So you guys tell me when you're ready.
Sound okay? Does he sound okay?
You guys ready? Tell me whenever you're ready and I'll start. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Sound okay, or you want a hard wire?
There's two. Which one?
The bottom one. You want a hard wire, or it sounds okay? Sounds okay? Okay, good. Doing good?
1 second, guys. Check.
I'm sorry. Here. Hardwire? Sorry. 20 seconds.
All right, reporters are just kind of getting their microphones all set. That is Justice Smollett's lead criminal defense attorney. We've been watching him from the very beginning, and he's going to make remarks right now with other members of the legal team about what happened today. Let's listen in.
Obviously, the Smollett family, they're very, very happy with today's developments. The legal team, Ms. Waddell, Mr. Allen, Ms. Walker, and Mr. Lewis, and myself, we're very elated about this. Let me make something clear. There is no room for politics in our court system, and our appellate courts in this great state do not play politics. Let me make something clear. When this case was initially re-indicted, when this case was prosecuted, when this case was sentenced, at each of those steps, I wondered to myself whether Chicago has seceded from the Union. Because in this country, you cannot punish a person twice. And while everyone was focused on the sensationalism surrounding this case, people were not focused on the constitutionality of the prosecution. And we've been trying to tell everyone that. It is unconstitutional to charge someone twice. Mr. Smollett paid a $10,000 fine. Let me repeat it again, because our appellate courts are listening. Paid a $10,000 fine and did community service. Now, there's no time machine to go back in time to undo those things. His $10,000 fine hasn't even been returned to him, right? And then you re-indict the case and you give him 30 months probation for a class 4 felony with a man with no criminal record, felony record. 30 months probation, you give him 150 days in jail. You give him what else? you make him do restitution of $120,000, and then you give him the maximum fines. You know, and there's something wrong with that. We've been complaining about the disparate treatment of African Americans in the judicial system, regardless of what you think about this case. Some people might think Mr. Smollett is guilty. I disagree. We all disagree. But that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. But the real question is, should black men be walked into jail for a Class 4 felony? Shame on you if you think they should. That's a disgrace. It's wrong. We're talking about decarceration in this day and age. The Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Rauner administration in Illinois, and people are still trying to lock black men up, and it's a disgrace. Now, the judge's sentencing, I couldn't disagree more with it. The judge spent a great deal of time chastising, berating my client. I've never seen that, and I thought it was unprofessional. That's my personal opinion. Not happy with that. And we look forward, now that this case is gone to the appellate court, to actually having finally an intellectual conversation about the constitutionality of this case. I'm not playing politics. That's all I'll say for now.
Oh. How's everybody doing?
Could you spell your name?
Sure. Shay Allen is S-H-A-I. And it's no coincidence that we're here today. I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd, and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive, and I've always called this case a Class 4 murder. Apparently, this case was more important than the 20% clearance rate of the murders that are here in Chicago. Apparently, any citizen in Chicago, if they want to, if they don't like the decision that this duly elected official makes, can saunter into the courtroom and ask for a special prosecutor. I hope every citizen of Chicago realizes how important this case is, because this could be you. You may think, oh, that's ridiculous, I would never do these things that he's accused of. But you can definitely be charged for something you didn't do. You should never, ever be charged again for something that you had already been prosecuted for. It's important. Do not minimize it. It's not a joke. Thank you.
It should also not be minimized. Yes. Heather Widell, W-I-D-E-L-L. It should not be minimized, the issue of being tried in the court of public opinion and having to feel that you need to prove your own innocence. That goes against a major tenet of not just, obviously, Illinois, Cook County, but the United States judicial system. Mr. Smollett had to come into this courtroom 2.5 years after this incident occurred and felt that he needed to prove his own innocence. And again, that's patently unfair. That's not how the system works. That's not how the system should work. And the sentence that Judge Lynn doled out was completely devoid of any sort of intellectual curiosity or prowess. And I think, again, the appellate court, we're very, very much looking forward to having a non-political discourse with them that is intellectual, that's understanding of the laws, that are understanding of what Class 4 felonies mean, what the statutes are designed for by the legislature of this state. And again, moving forward, I hope that everyone understands, like Mr. Allen said, the very important nature of this case and the implications for every single citizen of this state and of this county, that anybody is capable of being charged with a crime, anybody is capable of being charged with a felony, and you are absolutely entitled to not say a word. You're absolutely entitled to speak in your own defense, and you're absolutely entitled to representation by attorneys. So we're very elated that Mr. Smollett is out, and the work is not finished at this point.
Yeah.
Hello, Tamara Walker, T-A-M-A-R-A. We are just pleased, we are overjoyed that the appellate court was able to cut through the politics, to cut through the smoke screen, and was able to understand that we have real, definitive issues for appeal. And that's why they made the decision that they made. This is a very serious issue that any American can lose their presumption of innocence should be an affront to us all. And you all saw during the sentencing how Judge Lynn took it upon himself to not only sentence our client, which is his right as a judge, but to character assassinate him. Let's not forget that the least act of a man is not the measure of a man. And we had letters of support from the NAACP who talked about the disparate treatment that black males receive in the criminal justice system. It is time to have that conversation. And we are elated that the appellate court is able to decipher the legal issues here and apply the correct standard. And we look forward to this process playing out. Thank you.
Questions? And then we're out.
Yes. Well, whoever spoke with Jussie this evening informed me was getting out of jail. Tell us about that phone call. What was his reaction?
The first thing Jussie did was he, what separates us in the jail because of COVID is the glass, and he pushed his hands on the glass, and his eyes got teary, and I've never seen that because he's been very strong in there, and he said, "I nearly lost hope in our constitutional system," and he did say that. He did say that, and that was his reaction. He was shocked. I think he had nearly given up. I can't speak for him. You would have to ask him that question. But just looking at him, a human to another human, put in a cage for a class 4 felony, shame. So I hope the media would actually, instead of leaving here today and reporting about how he walked out and what, report on the constitutionality. Should the press, the #1 defenders of the Constitution, the fourth arm of government, should you be standing by reporting on how, I think this is crazy, Jussie did this, maybe he did this, as opposed to standing there and asking yourselves in your newsroom, is this right? Could this happen to any one of us? Could someone come by and say, hey, listen, guys, I grew up in Nigeria under military rule. It's dangerous. We're playing with fire. The idea that a person can be charged twice, report that. Talk about that. The appellate court took a look at our motions. We submitted it to them. Focus. Stop focusing on sensational stuff. These are not tabloid papers. Focus on the real stuff. Is it right for a person to be punished twice? And I'm going to say it. Is he getting all this attention because he accused 2 white men, or according to the media reports, is it because somehow the accusations were about Jussie said it was a white guy? Is that what's really going on? Because multiple reports, false reports, are made against black men all over the country. Nobody cares. They're under-prosecuted, non-prosecuted. Nobody cares. Why is it this one? What's really going on? Why are people so charged about it? Right? This is ridiculous. And you guys have to start doing your jobs. I've said it before. My father had a Fulbright scholarship in journalism. He was a professor of journalism. Do your job. Get out there. Ask the right questions. I'm tired of reading the papers and reading tabloid stuff. Talk about the Constitution. Ask the question, should he be charged a second time? I mean, it's frustrating. We've been through a year and a half of nonsense. And it has to stop, guys. Please. Focus on the Constitution. Focus on whether this is right. Any other questions? Sorry, it's been long. Well, of course, we are going to, right now he's out. We're waiting for further ruling from the appellate court, and we're going to, of course, begin a normal appeal. What we did initially was an emergency appeal, and now we're going to start the will for a regular appeal. And they release a schedule once I make that application. So that's coming soon. Good question.
Did you talk about the timing of this and how getting him out of jail, because the appeal process is so long and he would have easily spent his sentence?
Isn't that scary? Isn't that scary? Isn't that scary? Shouldn't that be frightening to everyone? Because tomorrow it could be anyone's family member. It was really, if I'm understanding your question right, it was a scary moment for us. And even a day spent in jail is scary. He's been here for how long? 6 days? That's scary. Right? That's scary. And he hasn't eaten. Guys, he hasn't eaten for 6 days. Maybe he knew spiritually something we didn't know, right? So he hasn't eaten for 6 days.
Why?
Well, I'm sorry? Why hasn't he eaten? I'm going to find out from him. But maybe being in a cage for a class 4 is enough to make you not to eat. I wouldn't eat either. I'll be upset. So hold on, Charlie. So. Come on now, Charlie.
What does Jussie relate to you about his time, 6 days?
You know, he's been really, really strong. Each time, we've all seen him every day, and each time we've gone in there, he's been very strong. You know, honestly, I expected, going in there, most clients I see in custody, they're usually broken, but he wasn't broken. He isn't broken either. And he's a very strong leader type personality, and he held up in there. He held up in there,
Is he allowed to leave the state? Is he allowed?
I'm not going to answer that. Well, just wait. I'm sure somebody from the family is going to talk soon. Well, yes. When the judge gave him probation, he allowed him to travel and stuff, right? So the answer to that question is an absolute yes.
So he has not eaten, or he's eaten very little?
No, he's been drinking ice cold water. Ice water. That's been his food and liquid.
Is this a protest? Is this what's the...
Charlie, if you were in jail for something you didn't do, would you eat or would you be I don't know. I know, Charlie. I don't know. I really don't know, and I'm going to get you those answers. I'm sure Jussie, someone from his family at some point will make a statement, but I don't know. But I can only imagine if I was in jail for something I didn't do, or I thought I was in jail and the sentence was too harsh, I doubt I'll be eating. I think food is the last thing I'll be thinking about. Any other questions and we're done? Okay? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. How's your knee, bud? Not good.
Okay, Jussie Smollett's lead defense attorney there, talking to the press after Smollett was just released moments ago, and the attorney there said a lot. Let's talk about what was said. And so I'm being joined by legal expert Imran Ansari, who has been following this alongside me for about the last 30 minutes as we've been watching this all unfold. The attorney, I thought, which was interesting, saying that there's no room for politics in our court system. It's kind of an implicit dig on Special Prosecutor Webb, on the judge who made this sentence. What did you make of that, essentially saying that this was all based on political motivations? That's what his implicit charge was.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, it had the taste or flavor that politics was somehow involved. I'm not going to comment whether that's correct or not, but we know that there was a certain amount of sensationalism with the Smollett charges and the charges against him. And all the claims against him, both in civil, criminal court, and all these actions that have really unfolded since this has taken the public eye. And it has the political flavor in many ways. There was pressure, the city of Chicago losing money and then trying to recoup that, the investigations, police pressure, agency pressure. So it did take that flavor on. But what really struck me here was bringing it back to what likely will be the crux and essence of the appeal for Jussie Smollett, and that would be the double jeopardy clause of the Fifth Amendment. We know that they tried to get this tossed early on in front of this judge based on that double jeopardy argument, and the judge did not buy it, went to trial. And I think that's going to be the crux of that appeal, that this was a violation of Jussie Smollett's double jeopardy clause. Of course, the judge, Judge Lynn, found previously that he never was punished for those original charges that the state ultimately dropped, and therefore there was no double jeopardy attaching. But I think that's going to be the crux of this appeal. And you see the attorney's really passionate there. He's really passionate. He's getting out his frustrations perhaps with the media on the sensationalism and really highlighting for you what will be the crux of the appeal, the double jeopardy clause. And I would also imagine of the sentence being unduly harsh.
Yeah, of course, he went after the media. He essentially said, do your jobs. So that's interesting to note there. He also called the judge, Judge Lynn, unprofessional for berating Jussie. And you probably saw it was about 30 minutes peroration from Judge Lynn, laying out in fine detail almost a history of the case. And underline it with the rationale of why this was happening, why Jussie was convicted, essentially setting up the justification for the sentence he ultimately handed down. I also thought it was interesting from the lawyer there. He said, should black men be walked into jail for this type of felony, a class 4 felony that's the lowest degree of felony there in Chicago and in Illinois. What do you think about that? Is that normal? Do people have to spend 5 months in jail for committing 5 Class 4 felonies and being convicted?
Yeah, again, that this issue has also been permeated here, right? Whether there was some desperate treatment for Justice Smollett based on his race. And, like I said earlier, the split sentences is typical in many cases where there's a conviction. And these are multiple counts. I get that they are low-level felony counts, but they are still felony counts. But, when there's a conviction, there's a lack of criminal history, a judge in his or her discretion will do these split sentences. There's that argument out there. If this was someone who was not necessarily a minority, an African-American, would they have had the same treatment? Well, we can't look into that speculation there. But his attorneys, of course, are putting forth that argument. People are reacting to this sentence, saying that it's unduly harsh and that it may be based on a decision to show that, there is that desperate treatment for African Americans. But again, there's a whole other side to this Justice Smollett case. It's you have cases like Derek Chauvin, Kim Potter, cases that really have polarized our nation on political sides, on the discourse. And interestingly, the Justice Smollett case has had that same effect. There are people who feel the conviction is correct, that he is guilty, that they're outraged at the amount of expenditures that have gone into the legal process for Justice Smollett. There's a lot of people who have that sentiment. But yet again, there are also people who feel that he's gotten an unfair shake of the legal justice system with the sentence, and of course also with that double jeopardy argument. So you have two sides really at this, really polarized. And again, we're going to have to see what the appellate process pans out. And there may very well be an overturning of the conviction, or it may hold. We'll have to see.
All right, and Imran, we're just watching this again for our viewers who might have missed it. We're going to kind of play it on loop here, but it remains to be seen. I also thought it was interesting that the lead defense attorney says that Justice hasn't eaten in 6 days. He's only been having ice water to quench his thirst. He also said the work is not finished, and of course, the appeal goes on. This was an emergency motion, and so we'll kind of watch out and monitor what a judge issues on the appeal. What do you think will happen with that? That'll not happen for many weeks and months from now. But where do you think the judge will come down on the core issue of the appeal itself?
Well, we're going to have to see. I wish I could give you more insight, but we have to see the papers. We've gotten a little insight into what those papers are likely going to be highlighting, the double jeopardy aspect of things, the lack of constitutionality in the prosecution of Justice Smollett. And then the prosecution, of course, are going to come with their opposition. But if the judges find that there was a violation of Justice Smollett's constitutional right and that double jeopardy attached at the dropping of that initial prosecution by the state, but that's going to be grounds for overturning that conviction. And ultimately, with that ruling by the appellate court, it's not going to go back down to the lower court for a retrial, because they're going to deem that prosecution was tainted, void from inception because double jeopardy attached.
Okay, Imran, I want to talk about another trial that's underway or about to be. That's why we asked you to come on today, and then all of this Smollett news broke. But let's take it out.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Domenico De Marco, the founder of Brooklyn's iconic Dafara Pizza, has died at the age of 85. Here's the story from Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshan.
It was like a father to me.
It was an emotional day here at Dafara Pizza in Midwood, Brooklyn. Domenico De Marco, founder of the iconic pizza shop, passed away on Thursday at 85 years old. Jasmine Zev grew up and still lives above the store. She says she always considered Dominic, or Dom as he was lovingly called, a living legend.
I was shocked. I was completely shocked because I've been watching him do this since I was a child. My parents have been here for the last 40 years. They've been watching him do this, and it's very sad.
The Italian immigrant came to the U.S. in 1959 and opened Dafara here on Avenue J in 1965. Food publications have ranked this pizza as either the best or among the best in New York year after year. I can tell you this pizza-loving reporter has bought and photographed more Dafara slices than I can count over the years. As for Anthony Mescolo, he came from Staten Island on Friday to try a famous pie for the first time.
I thought it would be nice to pay some respect to somebody who spent all this time in the neighborhood, loves so much, you know. I find that very interesting.
Robert, who makes the pizza here now, says he learned everything from Dominic. Robert started helping out in the kitchen here when he was just a young boy.
He was a very hardworking man. Worked 7 days a week for many years. Made his own pizza pie. Always put it in the oven and took it out himself. Never let anybody touch the pie.
Dominic leaves behind a wife and 7 children. One of his sons, who we spoke to off camera, said he's incredibly grateful for the outpouring of support. Now, the good news, Dominic taught his children a lot about pizza, and his legacy will continue to live on here. In Midwood, Brooklyn, Dana Arshan, Fox 5 News.
Beautiful, heartfelt words from the community. Joining us now live from the Fox 5 New York newsroom is Dana Arshan. Dana, good afternoon. What can you tell us about Dominic? It seems like he was a very special man. And more importantly, I saw that you mentioned you've been to this specific pizza parlor many times before. What makes this pizza so special?
Yeah, so first, one thing about Dominic that I didn't get to include in the piece, because as you know, Rain, we have very tight time limits to these stories, but Dominic is remembered, and I actually got to see him do this the first time I visited Dafara, I don't know, 8-9 years ago. He would have this huge basil leaf and a big scissor, and he would cut the basil right on. And it was just really special just to see that old school love going into the food that you're eating. And why is this pizza so good? I don't know if it's the best slice I've ever had, but I can't really think of a better slice. I would just call it just a really, really solid New York slice. The perfect, you know, cheese to sauce ratio, the sauce not too sweet, and the crust is really like very crunchy. I don't know, I can't even explain it. It's just so good.
Oh my
Highly
goodness.
recommend if you're in the area.
You really know your pizza.
I'm a big foodie. I separately have a food blog on the side, and I just like really take my food seriously.
Okay, so you mentioned that, you know, he passed these recipes down to his children, 7 of his children, and that his legacy will live on. Do you think the quality of the pizza will also continue to live on now that he's no longer with us?
That's a great question, and 100%. He actually retired around the pandemic, so his kids learned everything from him, and they have been continuing everything that he's done. So the quality was just as amazing. I'll be honest, it's really sad to not see someone cut the basil on top. They kind of just sprinkle the basil on like normal. So that would be nice to see them go back to cutting the basil. But otherwise, yeah, the pizza's same quality, really delicious.
So I'm actually traveling to New York soon, and I hope that I can make a stop here to get this legendary pizza. But do you have any advice, any suggestions, any other infamous pizza spots that we should know about in New York City?
One, Rain, can we finally get together since we've been talking over live for so long? 2, maybe I'll organize a pizza tour. There's so many good spots. I'll have to write up a list for you. But another place in Brooklyn that's really unique and really well known is L&B Spumoni Gardens. And they have this amazing spumoni. But they also are known for this pizza where the cheese is on the bottom and the sauce is on top. Now, I actually prefer cheese on top. Like, I'm not like the biggest sauce person. That being said, people swear by it. So it's fair to try both and then decide what you like.
Cheese on the bottom. Okay, interesting
Right?
enough.
So it's messier because like the sauce gets all over you.
It sounds like an experience for a pizza lover like yourself.
Totally. You'll
All
have
right,
to
Fox.
come with me when you're in town.
Yes, we'll have a good time. All right, Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshin, always a pleasure.
Thanks, you too. Talk to you later.
All right, guys, 12:16. Let's move right along with other top stories and major news headlines. Now, despite rising fuel prices, the United States airline recovery appears to be on track, well, at least for now. Let's check it with Fox Business Network's Madison Alworth. She's at the Newark airport with more.
Travel is back and high prices are not deterring travelers who are eager to hit the open skies. Data analyzed by Adobe shows that we have officially hit pre-pandemic travel levels. According to Adobe, February of 2020's ticket sales were 4% higher than February of 2019, marking the first month that we have exceeded those pre-pandemic levels. But hot inflation is driving up exploding prices. According to CPI data for the month of February, airline fares are up 13% year over year. Average domestic flights will now cost you $308, the highest in 4 years. Fuel costs are one of the leading causes of high prices. Experts say current jet fuel prices are about 75% higher than this time last year. So don't expect pricing to come down. And airlines will likely make back money in other ways as well.
You may end up paying more to book a seat in advance. You may end up paying more to get priority boarding or to buy a lounge pass for an airport lounge or for the food and beverages on your plane that you take.
Even so, current travel is exceeding airline expectations. United telling Fox Business that not only are they seeing strong personal travel, but business travel is back. They're doing about 75% of what they saw in 2019. In Newark, New Jersey, I'm Madison Alworth, Fox Business.
As inflation makes food prices go up at grocery stores across the nation, many people are turning to urban farming. Fox's Marcus Esperanza joins us from one farm in Pennsylvania where they have needed to hire even more people to help meet the new demand.
Milkshake here is the star of the show at this urban farm in Kensington where he shows other people just how easy it is to grow your own food and be sustainable. In the dense urban landscape of Kensington lies a modest but inspired urban city farm and plant oasis. Oh, and they have a celebrity pig named Milkshake as well.
We grow so many things in such a small amount of space.
Olivia Gamber is the farm manager here at Greens Grow. She's responsible for all aspects of growing produce here. She says the offerings are abundant and might even surprise you.
We're growing lettuce, greens, spinach. That's winter, like more of the springtime stuff. We'll have corn here. We're going to do a Three Sisters garden with corn, squash, and beans.
Gamber says they're adding 4 new growing categories and they've had to hire additional staff to keep up with demand from customers who, affected by rising inflation, are motivated to start their own personal gardens.
We have seen and are expecting an increase in interest in growing your own food. Especially with the pandemic, it was a really big interest and people had that time on their hands. And we're actually really excited about it.
Kyle Killian and Morgan Wallace just bought their first house. They say rising prices across the board are a main motivator for growing their own food.
Interested in cultivating some kind of vegetable, something or another,
Yeah.
but
We
kill a lot of stuff, so.
Yeah.
And don't worry, if you're a newbie urban farmer, Olivia says that's totally normal and a part of the process.
One of my favorite things to tell people who haven't ever grown a plant before is, you're gonna kill it. It's fine, try again. People are so worried that they're gonna kill a plant, but I'm a farmer. I kill plants every day.
Milkshake here.
Well, if the farmer is killing plants every day, I can't imagine what I would do because I, for one, definitely do not have a green thumb at all. All right, moving right along with other top stories. Rising gas prices, rising inflation, rising cost of living. All of the more reason to ask your job for a raise. And Fox 32 Chicago is showing you just how to do so.
Equal Pay Day is March 15th, and the workforce company Glassdoor is asking U.S. women about their confidence around pay, salary, transparency, and barriers to pay conversation. Allison Sullivan with Glassdoor joining us now to discuss some of the results and more. Good morning to you, Allison. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Let's start with some of those results, because first, your survey found the majority of employed women, and a whopping 85% actually, believe they deserve a pay increase, and that the Great Resignation gives them more leverage to negotiate their salaries. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, that's right. Job seekers and employees are really in the driver's seat right now. As you can see, the Great Resignation really helps boost confidence, not only in potential jobs out there, but also, if you've been working really hard, that, hey, I want to talk about my pay, I deserve an increase. And I would say to those folks, anyone thinking about talking about their pay right now, seize the moment. It is truly a great time to have these conversations with your boss or a potential company.
You wouldn't think that would be the case with the pandemic having such a devastating impact financially on everybody. But I guess if you don't have a workforce, then you don't have a company, right? So that has to make a huge difference. I also want to point out that your survey also found nearly half of women feel comfortable sharing pay with a coworker, but few have actually done so. So my question to you is, should we be sharing our pay, and what's the benefit to us as women and employees?
Yeah, I think the more information we have about pay, the better we all are when it comes to understanding our market value, when it comes to those negotiating times, and really having the confidence to step in and really know what's out there. But as you just mentioned, pay is really a taboo topic still for some, and it's a vulnerable topic. And so that's why I think, if it seems a little scary to talk with your coworker, there are actually a lot of great tools out there. For example, Glassdoor, millions of people are going and sharing their salaries and doing so anonymously. Doing that, taking that step can still be really helpful in sharing pay information in a way that your coworkers can see, and also many other people in your field or your city. So I encourage people the more you can share, I think the better we all are when it comes to really understanding the market.
So do your research. Okay, finally, what advice do you have for all employees negotiating pay? How do you go about doing it so that you, in fact, get that increase and wage that you deserve?
Yeah, so I really have three main tips. One, you just said it, do your research. The more research and the more numbers you have, the more confident you're going to have stepping into these conversations. Two, use examples and data. You can't just throw out a number, really paint the picture for how you've worked so hard and, this increase is really going to help. And then thirdly, practice. The more you practice, again, the more you're going to be able to have confidence in this conversation and also navigate, because it really is a conversation with your, potential employer or boss. And so that practice is really going to help you come in and be strong and confident.
Three basic but great tips. Allison Sullivan with Glassdoor. Thanks so much for joining me this morning. You take care.
Thanks, you too.
U.S. health officials are sounding the alarm after global cases of the coronavirus rose slightly over the past week. This is due to the stealth COVID subvariant, BA.2. It's prompting fears of a new surge here at home. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more from Los Angeles.
New options for an additional COVID-19 booster shot could be on the way. Moderna has asked the FDA for emergency authorization for a fourth shot for all American adults. This comes just days after Pfizer submitted a similar request, though that shot would be available only to those 65 and over. Moderna's request comes at a critical time as the stealth COVID subvariant BA.2 brings fear of another surge in the U.S. The new subvariant prompting lockdowns in parts of China, Japan, and South Korea. WHO officials confirmed global COVID cases jumped 8% last week and as high as 25% in some COVID-19 hotspots.
COVID is hard to tame, and we've learned COVID can throw any number of things at us, so get ready.
Cases here in the U.S. continue to trend downward, hitting numbers not seen since the start of the pandemic, but officials are keeping a close eye on this new subvariant. Although it has not taken off in the U.S. like the Omicron variant did, experts expect cases to gradually rise over the next several weeks.
I'm going to be honest, I am concerned about what's happening in Europe because I think there is not full understanding of it.
Meanwhile, White House officials now warn testing capacity and vaccine availability could decrease over the next several months if Congress fails to act. The Biden administration has asked for more than $25 billion in additional COVID-19 funding. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is aiming to hold a vote on a new COVID funding package by September. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Comedian Pete Davidson has bowed out of his upcoming trip to space. Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' space travel company, confirmed that the Saturday Night Live star can no longer make the flight after it was delayed for nearly a week for more testing. Now, Davidson would have been the third celebrity to board a Blue Origin capsule after actor William Shatner and Good Morning America co-star Michael Strahan. Each made the 10-minute journey into space. Davidson, as you see here, has yet to confirm a new date. We'll have more top stories right here on Live Now from Fox right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time is now 12:30 p.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for just a few more minutes, actually, until we pass things off to our Los Angeles host. Then Stephanie Weaver will carry your nonstop coverage well into this evening. But let's stay on the topic of Ukraine as Russia enters its 24th day of the invasion. Now, the United Nations says that nearly 6.5 million people inside Ukraine have been displaced, on top of the 3.2 million who have actually fled the country. Now, the estimates suggest that Ukraine is fast on course towards levels of displacement from Syria's devastating war, which has driven about 13 million people from their homes. The a refugee wife, of a Ukrainian employee who's still working in the country's largest power plant, which is now under Russian control, is going to explain what her situation is right now. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri is bringing us more on that story.
Inside a safe house in Poland, Ukrainian refugee Katerina sobs as she explains she hasn't held her husband for more than 3 weeks. She fled Enerhodar, Ukraine, just before the Russians fired missiles at the nation's largest nuclear power plant located there and took control. Her husband, whose identity we're protecting, supervises the department in charge of cooling the nuclear reactors and was inside.
It was the most terrible night of my life.
As Katerina worried from miles away, her friend Margaret was underground, bracing for a nuclear disaster.
We had prepared anti-radiation pills in the basement.
Thankfully, the power plant's employees were able to keep the plant stable. Katerina says the staff are heroes, put in an unbelievable position.
My husband is working at the nuclear power plant occupied by Russians, and the soldiers are walking there with guns. Why? Why are all these things happening?
And even though it means her family is separated, her husband continues to do his job to keep his family and millions of others safe.
It would be a huge tragedy for Europe, and not just for our city. If something happens there, even Poland would not be able to save its people.
The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed grave concerns about the staff at Ukraine's nuclear power plants, specifically being able to make decisions and do their jobs without Russian influence. Talks are underway right now to try to figure out how to keep these sites secure, and that may include a future physical visit to some of these nuclear sites in Ukraine. In Poland, I'm Aisha Husney, Fox News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is making an urgent plea to Moscow. This as residential areas continue to come under fire. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
Ukraine's president issuing another warning to Moscow as Russian troops continue to target civilians.
It's like something unbelievable. It's like from the movie.
Russia's attacks on Kyiv intensifying, shelling hitting residential areas, forcing more people to flee from their homes. While in eastern Ukraine, entire apartment buildings turned to rubble.
No bedroom, no hallway. There was just nothing left.
Hundreds of people still missing in Mariupol after a gruesome attack at a theater this week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces are blocking the delivery of humanitarian supplies to cities under attack, telling Moscow it's time for meaningful talks.
The time has come to restore territorial integrity and justice for Ukraine. Otherwise, Russia's losses will be such that it will take you several generations to recover.
6.5 million Ukrainians have been impacted by Russia's invasion, with more than half of them fleeing Ukraine. Right now, officials working to protect refugees from human trafficking and other forms of exploitation.
The vulnerabilities of these people are likely to be exploited. So a big issue for us right now is to providing them with information.
Next week, President Biden will travel to Brussels to talk with NATO leaders about Russia's invasion on Ukraine. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And we'll be sure to bring you all the latest on President Biden's upcoming trip right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, this is a story that we have been covering for 24 days straight, continuously, pretty much. And we now understand that it's taking a toll on many of us watching this play out on the news and on social media, and especially for those who are actually connected to people who are in Ukraine. Fox News multimedia reporter Joy Addison spoke with volunteers of a Ukrainian English nonprofit that connects volunteers across the United States with students who are seeking to learn English in Ukraine. Here's that story.
The volunteers I spoke with say they joined Engine as a way to give back to their communities. And it sounds easy, right? A quick conversation with a Ukrainian student a couple of times a week to help them improve their English. But they say the close bonds they have formed with these students makes the current war so painful to watch.
So we talked pretty often, and we talked about different subjects like what movies and shows we were watching. But as of February 27th, we have lost contact, and she has not been active on any of her sites of Telegram, of iMessage, of email.
Olivia is a high school volunteer for the Ukrainian English program, Engine. She and other volunteers signed up to be an English-speaking partner, but then became close to other teenagers who are now in an active war zone, like Daniela.
For the last 2 days, we've been hearing some bands, like not really far from us, so it starts to get a little bit terrifying.
Danielo and his family are living in a home with a bomb shelter just outside of Kyiv. He says now he's not thinking about practicing English, just surviving the war. But he does miss one aspect of the program.
It was like kind of, I don't know, maybe psychological therapy for me.
I tell my volunteers about everything that I have on my mind.
Alexander agrees the therapeutic talks are missed because now life has dramatically changed.
What makes things worse, I'm actually finishing high school. So this year I had to finish it. I had to have my prom and I had to enter a university. And now I just don't have an idea of what I'm gonna do.
Engine's director says she has now shifted the program's focus.
We are continuing to run social media and sharing useful information for students, things about how to act when your house is getting bombed. We try to also do lighter things, we did a flash mob with people sharing their pets and little videos of supports.
And this morning I spoke with Olivia and she says she still has not heard from her Ukrainian buddy. She and Engine director Katerina Manov say they have hope that she's just a refugee in another country and is safe from her home of Kyiv. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
I think we all have hope that these American volunteers will hear from their Ukrainian pen pals very soon. Now, we heard from high school students who are doing their part to volunteer, helping to teach English to Ukrainians, but there are also Americans right here who are actually going into the war zone to help fight the resistance. Fox 11 Los Angeles has that story.
He joins us live from Kyiv. The segment's going to be a little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers at the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody's a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they've totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms, machine gun fire, several blocks just down from my location, constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, Wow. So there's the Ukrainian people. They're not afraid. And even though it's the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Well, we don't know how how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, it seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Many Americans doing their part to help the people of Ukraine. You heard it right there, Jericho saying that he's staying until the end of the war. In about an hour or so, we actually had a live conversation with another volunteer who says that she bought a one-way ticket to Ukraine and she'll be there as long as people are in need. Now, the war in Ukraine continues to escalate hour by hour, and all eyes are on President Vladimir Putin's next move. On Friday, President Biden spoke with the presidents of China to see whether or not China will be assisting Russia in any way with this invasion, something that the United States continuously opposes. Fox's Malin Rivera has more.
In a high-stakes, nearly 2-hour video call with Chinese President Xi Jinping Friday, President Biden warned China of consequences if it supports Russia in its invasion of Ukraine.
China has to make a decision for themselves about where they want to stand and how they want the history books to look at them and view their actions.
Fox has confirmed Russia has asked China for military and economic help. Despite the president's warnings against giving aid, Friday's call ended with no assurances from the Chinese. A statement from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs reads in part, conflict and confrontation are not in anyone's interests.
They see Ukraine as a sovereign country, a UN member state, and don't think that Russia's actions are acceptable or justified in attacking them. But they don't want to break with Russia.
In Russia's largest stadium Friday, President Putin vowed Russia will prevail in the war, despite Ukraine's claims that 14,000 Russian troops have been killed.
I think it shows that he's concerned that he's not making the advances that he needs to.
Russia is expanding its attacks in Ukraine. Its defense ministry confirming that its forces bombed military facilities as far west as Lviv, which so far has avoided constant bombardment.
The people here are just waiting to see what's going to happen next.
Next week, President Biden heads to Belgium for a NATO summit where he'll reaffirm U.S. commitment to the alliance. Then he'll join a European Council summit and a G7 meeting to discuss the penalties that have been imposed on Russia for its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In Washington, Malin Rivera, Fox News.
And there are also growing concerns that Russia could possibly launch a cyber attack against the United States. Fox News correspondent Casey Stiegel has more.
Former NSA hacker David Kennedy says Russia's aggression could result in cyber attacks on the U.S.
Critical infrastructure being one, our financial sector being the other. When you talk about the word cyber war and what would constitute an actual crossing the line, it's never happened before.
The chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee says he's amazed the Kremlin has not already launched the kind of cyber attack of which U.S. officials know. Reports from security firms reveal cyber attacks on Ukraine skyrocketed a few weeks ago and have increased some 17% even in North America from pre-invasion levels, though Americans don't need to overreact yet.
Don't go depleting your bank accounts.
Kennedy says a Russian hack could do serious damage, but small-scale attacks are more likely. And according to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Institute at Auburn University,
death by 1,000 cyber paper cuts could be really impactful to our economy. Small and medium-sized businesses, I think, are unfortunately prime targets.
While systems like power grids and banks are generally more secure, he warns other critical infrastructure doesn't get the same kind of cyber protection.
Our water systems are highly vulnerable and have been demonstrated to be susceptible to cyber attacks.
A recent FBI alert warns U.S. companies that Russian state-sponsored hackers are now able to sidestep multi-factor authentication, a gold standard in information security. Experts say while a Russian cyber attack on the U.S. may not be imminent, they fear that the odds do go up significantly when the ground fight is over, since most of their attention is currently focused on the battlefield. In Dallas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
The time is now 12:45 p.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we will stay on top of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's a lot to unpack here. We want to make sure that we bring you all every angle here at Live Now from Fox. So right on the other side of this break, we'll check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We've had the opportunity to speak to many people who are there on the ground in the war zone. So when we return, we'll speak to an American who just so happens to be from Ukraine, who has family there. We'll get her sentiments right after this.
Joining me right now. Yulia, thanks so much for being with us. You know, Mykolaiv is your hometown. It's a city in the south. It's right in between, really, Odessa and Kherson. But you grew up there. What's happening to Mykolaiv right now? Oh, Yulia, I think
hello. Yes, hello, Andrew, and thank you for having me and give us a voice. You're absolutely correct. Mykolaiv is an extremely strategic town for Russian military right now. In fact, it stands on 2 rivers, and it has some of the strategic bridges that Russian military needs to cross further down the west along Black Sea towards Odessa, Ukraine's headquarters for Navy and the biggest civilian port. Mykolaiv, I've never been so proud of my hometown. They've been showing extreme resilience. However, the city is suffering greatly. And when the war has started, I struggled every day to convince my mother, who is 74 and has multiple health issues, to evacuate. But imagine when you're 74 and your blood pressure goes up and down every day, you're forced to think about you have to fit your entire life in a tiny small suitcase and flee to where? I was not successful for a long time until my nephew has walked over an hour to get to his grandma, pack a suitcase for her, put a passport in her bag, and then they had to cross 2 bridges by foot, and finally she was able to cross the country and get from Mykolaiv to Western Ukraine, where she's safer for now. But my nephew, my niece, and my sister, they had to stay behind for now. And I have so many stories like this. One of my good friends, who is also from Mykolaiv, her parents are there at the outskirts of Mykolaiv. The territory is controlled by the Russians. We were not able to get in touch with them for the last 6 days because the power lines were damaged. We just got a hold of them, and they only have a week worth of medicine and food supplies. And we're working with volunteers in Mykolaiv to hopefully find a way to get the emergency aid to them. That's just one of the many, many stories that are going on right now. So this war has been extremely personal for me. I grew up in Ukraine. I went there every year since I moved here at 21. So it's been really, really hard.
Yeah, you're from the Bay Area. You live there now, and you know, you said to me that it took some convincing to get your mother to finally leave Mykolaiv. How did you convince her? And you know, why did she want to stay, especially with the threat of the Russians in her backyard?
Because there's nothing worse in the world than being 74, old and sick, and being forced by a neighboring desire to kill you, to leave your home. And I'll tell you, many of my friends continue having such issues. They continue having difficulty convincing their old parents to leave their hometowns that are heavily shelled by Russian military, because a lot of times there's a sick grandma that's not really mobile, and people are forced to stay. And with my mom, she that's her home. You know, it's really hard for her. It was really hard for her to accept the unescapable need to leave her home behind, to leave her daughter behind, her nephew, her granddaughter, and her grandson. But finally, you know, it took my nephew to go over there physically, putting her suitcase together, putting her in a car, and getting her to the first bridge.
And she had quite a harrowing journey. Now, your other relatives, are they still there? Do they have plans to leave and go further west, possibly to Poland, or are they getting those plans in place?
As of right now, my nephew is making an evacuation plan for his girlfriend. Unfortunately, unfortunately right now, you know, he's a big animal lover, and I pass my love for animals to him, and he has a rescue horse in Mykolaiv stables, and he's walking by food 2.5 hours a day just to feed his horse and some of the other abandoned horses. There's no plan for him to leave right now, but we are trying to evacuate his girlfriend.
And you had been mentioning your mother's really harrowing journey, and with the help of volunteers, and she is now in a safer part of the country. But you had been mentioning to me that many of your family and friends in Mykolaiv, you know, they have interacted, they have seen Russian soldiers kind of milling about in their backyards, in kind of the grasslands of that city, you know, foraging, looking for contact, for food. What is the basic needs, the basic services like there? Water, electricity, food, are they in short supply?
The situation, Andrew, is very dynamic, as you can imagine. Again, there's active fighting every day. I'm beyond impressed with my hometown of Mykolaiv, because they're still deploying city services to fix the power lines. My mom was without electricity for a few days. Her phone was out of charge. I couldn't get in touch with her. Those are now normal things, but the city is still collecting the trash. You know, the pensions being delivered in cash to those who need it. The volunteers are constantly working a database of those who does not have any help, who needs help with basic food, hygiene. So it's just day to day and district of the city to district, right? It all depends, but the city, you know, within the city borders is functioning. You know, there's no Russian soldiers in Mykolaiv yet, and the city Governor Vitaly Kyiv is becoming quickly a sensation for Ukraine and the whole world, just because how Mykolaiv has shown resistance to Russian military. And I want to highlight the nearby town of Kherson. It's 45 minutes away from Mykolaiv. It's been occupied by Russians. However, every day, thousands of people, of citizens of Kherson, march on the streets of Kherson to tell the Russian soldier go home and Kherson is part of Ukraine. Even though right now, you know, there's no green corridor to Kherson, people are just doing their best to survive, and we are actually able to support them. They are able still to get food supplies in the city, but the situation is dynamic, and you know, it's getting worse day by day.
Yulia, we heard from President Biden, you were just listening to that there, commit a lot more military assistance. We heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky in front of Congress virtually today. What do you make of the United States' response 3 weeks in Do you think we need to do more? What are you kind of advocating for as a Ukrainian American?
Andrew, as Ukrainian American, first I want to thank our Congress for coming together when we're looking at the biggest war in Europe since World War II. One of my grandparents, I've never even seen him because he died as my dad's mother was 9 months pregnant. And to have these wars going on in one lifetime is beyond acceptable. And I'm emotional right now because first of all, I'm grateful to Congress coming together on this issue, but second of all, it is not enough. As President Zelensky appealed, to the American people, to be a leader, it means to guard the peace. And right now, Ukraine is fighting for the values that are backbone of American society. And when I hear the number of 100 children dead, with all the amazing help that's been sent to Ukraine and is planned to send to Ukraine, it is not enough. We have to try and do more. And we do hope United States and allies continue to release economical sanctions, release the aid that's needed for Ukraine to protect itself from this evil. We have to come together to stop this war.
Yulia, last question for you. Do you think Mykolaiv will ever be the same? Do you think they'll ever get back there?
Andrew, I will tell you, I am convinced the war will be over and Ukraine will win. And I myself will go back to my hometown in Mykolaiv that now is going to be having completely different image in terms of the global positioning. And I hope I will welcome many American friends there as well. And I will help Mykolaiv to rebuild its infrastructure, its culture. I will make sure Nova Ukraine is providing any humanitarian assistance for years after the war until Mykolaiv and Ukraine reaches the goal of becoming a prosperous European country.
And Yulia, yes, of course, Nova Ukraine, which is a great nonprofit helping out with humanitarian assistance as well during this very, very tough time. We appreciate you coming on here to Live Now to tell your story, and there's so many stories that are happening right there, and we wish you well.
Thank you.
A very insightful interview there from a Ukrainian American who is really urging the United States to do more when it comes to assisting Ukraine with the military strategy as well as with the humanitarian crisis. Staying on this topic, a lot of people have many questions. They're asking what happens next? What move could Russian President Vladimir Putin possibly make in the wake of all of this? Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 5 DC for that conversation.
All right, turning now to the war in Ukraine, it has been more than 2 weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine, and Russian forces continue pushing further into the country. But what might they face going toe-to-toe with Ukrainian forces in more urban areas? Major John Spencer, Chair of Urban Warfare Studies with the Madison Policy Forum, joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
I was reading some of your articles, and I wanted to have you on because I thought that you actually explained this pretty articulately when it came to what these battles might look like in more of an urban warfare setting. A lot of people are pointing to Kyiv, the capital here. What do you see based on what has already occurred that leads you, I guess, to speculate what might happen in Kyiv?
Sure. So there's only one battle that from day one has mattered in the Ukraine war, and that's the Battle of Kyiv, which is coming really any day now, because that's where the seat of power is. That's where Russia has to get to. But Russia messed up and gave Kyiv a lot of time to start preparing. They're blocking the roads. They're setting up all their fighting positions. Militaries don't like to fight in urban terrain, and that's why we're seeing so much bombing before the military tries to go in. So right now you see the Russian military really trying to encircle the city, and then eventually they'll try to go in. And when they do, we'll see that tough house-to-house, very destructive fighting that is typical of large battles in urban terrain like this.
One thing that's been pointed out so far, with all the devastation that has occurred to this point, the one thing that has been pointed out that is advantage Ukraine is that perhaps Russia did not anticipate, obviously, spending this much time there to get to this point. What do you see as far as this Battle of Kyiv, extending this even more? Can Ukraine hold them off long enough to make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they surprised us all. In this battle, the urban defenses, or the defense in general, is always stronger. the Ukrainians are showing the will to fight to the end. Russia doesn't have that will or the goal of fighting that long. So Ukrainians could last for months. I don't think Russia could last for months. In this fighting, they have to do this quickly, and that's why we see them making so many mistakes, because it's going to be tough. They're going to pay a very high price. Now, the question is, where is that line for them? What's the price? What's the back down? What's the diplomatic solution? But they face basically a meat grinder inside that city.
So the bigger question I think you just alluded to, and based on your experience, not just in urban warfare, but warfare in general, what does it take at this point? If Russia can essentially go in and create so much damage and havoc to the rest of the country, if it does get delayed even longer in Kyiv, is it still considered a victory for Ukraine, or what does it take? You know, can you do something diplomatically to let Putin claim victory at some point? How do you see this playing out in the long run?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, so can Ukraine win? Absolutely. What does winning look like? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I think the civilian deaths are going to skyrocket beyond anything we've seen, just knowing what Russia needs to do in order to take that city. Now, what's the diplomatic solution? Like what will Russia take to back off? What concessions? I mean, ultimately, we just want him to go home and stop this. But Russia's getting desperate. They're rushing fighters from Syria there. They're firing generals. They're having problems in their country. I mean, it's a hard question. I don't know where it ends. Even if Russia was to succeed in getting to the center of Kyiv and overthrowing the government, they'd face the biggest urban insurgency in modern history. I mean, there's no way that Russia comes out winning, which is tough in war studies, but winning in this situation.
And real quick, the key to Ukraine at this point, is it just as simple as buckle down and continue to do what they have been doing in Kyiv in particular, or is there more to it?
No, I think that's really the basic. Every day that Ukraine doesn't lose, they're winning. So all they have to do, Zelensky has to stay. He is the key to Ukraine. If he would have left early, this war would have been over. Him staying in Kyiv, them continuing to fight and destroy Russia as they try to get into position to take that battle is exactly what needs to happen.
Well, I really appreciate your time and your insight this morning. Major John Spencer is the chair of the Urban Warfare.
And thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for tuning in to Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage on the latest on Ukraine and Russia. Ukrainian President Zelensky delivering remarks this week. Let's hear that address.
Joy to hear this. My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I'm asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war, but they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you for your support.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. We were just listening to Ukrainian President Zelensky's remarks. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with Kurt Volker. He was the former U.S. ambassador to NATO about his reaction to Zelensky's speech. Let's take a look at that conversation.
Joining me here on Live Now from Fox is former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, former Special Representative to Ukraine, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian's president, gave a really stirring and emotional speech to Congress today. Virtually, he invoked Pearl Harbor, he invoked 9/11, he invoked Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. Will the United States give him and his country what he's asking for? What did you make of the speech?
Well, first off, I thought it was a brilliant speech, very effective. He's talking not only to the members of Congress, but past them to the American people as well. He's showing extraordinary strength and resolve and an iron will on behalf of Ukraine. Ukrainians are determined to protect their country, and I think that is tremendously impressive to people. Second, he made a very strong case. He made a humanitarian case for saving lives. He made a moral case, asking us, basically, how will we look at our role years from now when we think, did we do everything that we could to have saved lives, to help Ukraine when it would have mattered? And then he made a strategic case as well, that stopping Putin from breaking down a world order, from squashing freedom and democracy, is not only a Ukrainian interest, it's an American interest and it's a global interest. And so we need to be thinking strategically here as well. So I thought that was all very, very well done. He will clearly get more support from Congress as a result, and he'll get more support from the administration right now, as they've already announced an additional $800 million in aid. This will go towards things such as more surface-to-air missiles, more ship-to-shore missile or shore-to-ship missiles, more anti-tank systems, more ammunition. I think that some of the things that are at the edge of the envelope now, such as armed drones or MiG-29s from Poland, will come back on the table. I think that it is very hard to find a justification why we should not give those types of systems to the Ukrainians. The one thing he pressed on that I don't think the administration is ready for yet is a no-fly zone. And that's because of the risk of putting US and Russian fighters in direct contact. And I think the administration still wants to avoid that. But all of these other measures would avoid that. And I think they're quite realistic.
You know, it seems like some things are almost off the table as well. Zelensky kind of conceded the fact that the United States was not going to budge, NATO was not going to budge on the no-fly zone. And he said, you know, if this is not going to happen, if this can't be a possibility, we will accept other ways, means, and avenues of military support. So I thought that was interesting as well. I thought in the past couple of days from some of his comments, especially about a possible NATO membership in the future, we've heard from Zelensky saying that essentially, you know, Ukraine was not even anywhere close to joining NATO. Of course, that was one of Putin's pretexts for the invasion. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's very interesting because first off, we have to start from the balance of forces on the ground. Russian forces are still pounding Ukrainian cities, but they are not advancing. So Russia is not winning this war. And as the sanctions take a bite on the Russian economy, I think Russia's going to start running out of time. And so I think Zelensky is in some ways throwing this out there, this idea that he recognizes NATO is not going to take in Ukraine, as maybe giving Vladimir Putin a way to justify, okay, I achieved something and then I'll get my forces out. So I think he's throwing it out there for that reason. And as you said, he's a little bitter about this as well. NATO was clearly not moving Ukraine forward into NATO membership before the war broke out. So saying this now, it's not so much an assertion that Ukraine doesn't seek NATO membership as it is, as he put it, a recognition that NATO's not doing it. And so they're having to stand on their own. And they've done really quite an admirable job standing on their own and defending their country against a Russian onslaught.
And, you know, after Zelensky's speech today, we've been hearing from lawmakers, getting their reaction as well. And Mike McCall, who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, is essentially saying that red lines need to start being drawn in the event, you know, Putin uses chemical weapons, if there's some kind of accident or escalation in NATO territory, in the Baltic states, in Poland. We saw, you know, a drone was downed in Croatia just last week inadvertently. Do you think red lines need to start being drawn here?
Yeah, I do, actually. I think Congressman McCall makes a great point. I actually wrote something about this yesterday at CIPA.org, which is how we manage a dangerous and desperate Putin. And the idea here is that as he is bogged down and as he becomes more desperate, he may be tempted to reach for a tactical nuclear weapon or a chemical or a biological attack. So we should be warning him, and I would argue privately through military channels, that if he does that, we would respond forcefully. We cannot allow any use of weapons of mass destruction, period. And if he were to do that, we would respond. I think we need to warn him against that.
We got the word yesterday as well. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg convening a summit next week. President Biden will be traveling to that. What are the agenda items there for the summit? In particular, do you think that, obviously mutual defense will be one of them, but why now? What is going to be kind of gleaned from this next week in Brussels?
I think several things will be on the agenda there. First is just what you said. A public reinforcement of the commitment to collective defense within NATO. So Baltic states, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, all these countries that feel vulnerable get some clear reassurance from all of NATO that the Article 5 defense commitment is rock solid. I think that's very important. And that needs to be backed up with the deployment of forces to those countries, as we are seeing, as is already happening. Second, I think that we should be issuing that kind of warning that I just mentioned about no use of WMD. That should be a NATO warning as well. Third, I think there should be a commitment to continuing to support and supply Ukraine as long as needed. And that this may involve providing some kind of facilities in Poland that would be secure and that would facilitate the secure transport of military supplies to Ukraine, and then separately also security for humanitarian relief to Ukraine. I think those are two things that could be on the agenda.
Just in the last hour, we got word from the White House that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke with his Russian counterpart. And this is the first high-level talks between Russian and American officials since the war began in 3 weeks. But, Jake Sullivan reiterated that the U.S. is firm and clear about Russia's unprovoked attack. Is this a good sign? And are you worried still 3 weeks in about Vladimir Putin's kind of mental state, about what he might do? And is there a time with all the pressure put on that you think Putin will blink, essentially? Does he have an off-ramp?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough question, and I don't have a readout of the Sullivan call, so I can't speak to exactly how that went or even why it took place. So I'll pass on that one. But on Vladimir Putin's state of mind and what he's doing, I think he has got himself into a very difficult position. He is squeezed by a failing military on the one hand and a failing economy on the other hand. And this means he's going to be running out of time. It also means he probably feels he cannot leave Ukraine without achieving some kind of victory. So he is going to keep driving and pushing and turning to even more extreme means in order to try to achieve that victory. And think of the things we've seen recently. We've seen him suggest that they're going to bring in fighters from Syria. He's asked for help from China. He has put some of his intelligence leaders under house arrest. He has fired some of his generals. He has changed tactics from engaging primarily the Ukrainian military to bombing civilian targets deliberately. So he is, and he's mentioned BWCW use or even threatened to attack the NATO supply chain to Ukraine. So he is acting in a rather desperate way because I don't think he sees that he has anywhere else to go. This is driving Russia into the ground, both militarily and economically. And whether it's him or whether it's people around him, at a certain point, I think they're going to have to stop. They won't be able to sustain their country if he keeps going in this direction.
And Ambassador, just lastly, there have been many diplomatic overtures in the past several days, especially from the Turks. We've seen that Turkish foreign ministers traveling to both Russia and Ukraine. We've seen prime ministers of Slovenia, Poland, and the Czech Republic travel to Kyiv yesterday. Are you seeing any progress, and do you have any confidence in some of these diplomatic outreach efforts to get the parties to the table?
Yeah, well, there's no issue about getting the Ukrainians to the table. It's about the substance of what the Russians are doing, which they don't want to do. They need to get their forces out of Ukraine and stop killing Ukrainians. They are not prepared to do that yet, so I don't see any of these diplomatic efforts producing any results at the moment. I do want to praise, however, the Czech and the Polish and the Slovene leaders for going to Kyiv and meeting with Zelensky in this embattled capital. That's a tremendously important symbolic show of support for Ukraine from EU members. And I'm sure they are taking that meeting now to lobby for accelerated EU accession for Ukraine, greater assistance for Ukraine. And I think Zelensky, while he is saying that he recognizes Ukraine may not be a member of NATO, he is looking for other security guarantees. And I would bet you that was part of the conversation as well.
And just lastly, Ambassador, what will you be kind of watching for or monitoring in the next couple of days as we get almost a month into this war?
Yeah. So the first thing is going to be this U.S. security assistance package. What is the administration going to announce today in detail? How quickly does it get there? And are they pushed to do more by Congress? And I would expect that they will be. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the Ukrainians have been doing a great job of going after Russia's supply lines. And do we start to see even further indications that the Russian forces in Ukraine are bogging down, grinding to a halt, unable to continue? Because that is what's needed for any kind of negotiation or diplomatic track to become effective, is the Russians have to realize that they have to negotiate a settlement to get out.
All right, Ambassador Kurt Volker, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This week, Senator Lindsey Graham also delivered remarks in reaction to President Zelensky's address. So let's take a look at what he had to say. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We appreciate your viewership.
Well, I'm sure most of you, if not all, watched the presentation by President Zelensky to a joint session of Congress held in the auditorium. It was moving, it was inspiring. The video presented was heartbreaking. And I would imagine that the average American, if they had a chance to listen to President Zelensky and see the video, would want to do more to help the people of the Ukraine. The reason President Zelensky is doing this, he's trying to rally the world to do more. And the question is, can we do more? And should we do more? The answer is yes to both. Let's start with some common ground between myself and the Biden administration. I do not support a NATO no-fly zone. I understand the need from the Ukrainian perspective to stop the bombardment. It appears to me that Ukraine is holding its own on the ground. The big difference is air power, planes and missile attacks that have really been punishing to the Ukrainian people. But when the president and his team indicate that that would be an escalation that would involve the potential conflict between NATO members and Russia, he's right. That calculation may change in my mind about a no-fly zone, but as of right now, I support the president's decision not to go down that road, and I know that is hard for a lot of people to hear here at home and very disappointing to the Ukrainian people. But we have to make decisions based on our national security interest and not just emotional decisions. But I do believe it is in our national security interest to meet the request of the Ukrainian president to allow him, the Ukrainian people, to establish a no-fly zone. So while I oppose a NATO no-fly zone, I support enthusiastically the sending of MiG aircraft from Poland to the Ukrainian Air Force so they can be more competitive in the skies, and missile systems that are in abundance that could neutralize the Russian air advantage. They're S-100, 200, and 300 systems in former Soviet bloc countries, now members of NATO, that could be injected into the Ukrainian military that I think would help them maintain or regain control of their skies, or at least be competitive in the air. The MiGs. This has been a source of contention. It's sort of taken a life of its own, and this is a moment in history that everybody will be watching and judging how this unfolds, and we have a chance in real time to make a difference. On March 6th, on Face the Nation, Secretary Blinken was asked by Margaret Brennan if, for instance, the Polish government, a NATO member, wants to send fighter jets, does that get a green light from the U.S., or are you afraid that will escalate tension? Secretary Blinken's reply, no, that gets a green light. In fact, we're talking with our Polish friends right now about what we might be able to do to backfill their needs if, in fact, they choose to provide these fighter jets to the Ukrainians. That was the position on March 6th. About 3 or 4 days later, I think March 9th, the position of the Biden administration was that the jets would be escalatory. I am urging the Biden administration to reconsider sending the MiGs, as well as additional air defense capability. I believe there's an overwhelming bipartisan support for that idea. I want to thank Senator Schumer and McConnell for allowing the war crimes resolution to go through the Senate yesterday unanimously, and President Zelensky mentioned that. So what we do here is followed by the good guys and the bad guys, and the fact that we could get a resolution through the United States Senate supporting an investigation of Putin and his military commanders as war criminals is very pleasing to me. I think it's sending the right signal at the right time, and Senator Schumer's remarks about the resolution are right on. I've talked to Democratic senators in the last 48 hours, and I think there's more than a handful of Democrats that would like to do something with the jets. So the bottom line is, while NATO no-fly zone seems to be a bridge too far for me and the administration, there is bipartisan support for sending a package that includes fighter jets and air defense systems to the Ukraine immediately so that we can have a Ukrainian no-fly zone manned by Ukrainian pilots and manned by missile systems in the hands of the Ukrainian military. So I have a resolution that I will introduce this afternoon, a sense of the Senate resolution urging the Biden administration to make the transfer of the 28 MiGs in question and to send additional air defense capability that we possess in NATO to allow the Ukrainians better to defend their skies. The state of play of the war, I think the Ukrainian military has exceeded every expectation. I think the Russian military has been underwhelming. Thousands of people have died in this conflict. I do not believe the Russian military's heart and soul is in this endeavor. How does this end? We cannot let Putin get away with this. After 20 years of murder and war crimes and thievery, it's led to this moment. Every time he did something outrageous, the world complained, but not enough. And now he has crossed a Rubicon where there is no going back. If he's still standing when this is over, then you can almost bet that Taiwan goes and that Iran will become more belligerent. So what happens here in Ukraine will shape the world one way or the other. A world where Putin wins is a very dark, dangerous world. A world where Ukraine survives against the atrocities being committed against him by Putin and his armed forces is a much brighter world. The video showed Ukraine before the Russian invasion. Peaceful, happy people. They had their share of problems. Corruption was rampant, is a real issue in Ukraine. But a people that were willing to live in peace, raise their children, and go on about their own lives in a peaceful fashion. And you could see the before and after views of this war. I'm just urging the Senate to speak with one voice, to meet the moment. We've been talking, we have written letters, but it's now time to take votes. And I would just say this, that if we had a vote on the resolution to supply the Ukrainian military with the MiG fighters and other air defense systems, it would be a shot in the arm to the Ukrainian people and their military. It would be a blow to Putin. And if we could do this soon, I think it really could help the outcome of this conflict. With that, I will take questions.
Can you talk a little bit about what it means to help Ukraine create their own no-fly zone? What does that mean? Would it be something similar to an Iron Dome in Israel? Or?
Well, I think what President Zelensky is saying is if you can't do the NATO no-fly zone, and at this point in time, that to me is a bridge too far, because it would put us in direct conflict. He said, how about helping us control our own skies? As to my friends in the Pentagon, you told all of us that this war would last 3 or 4 days, that Kyiv would fall, that, you know, the country would be overwhelmed by the Russian military. They were wrong. So, quite frankly, I trust President Zelensky's judgment about what would help him in real time more than anybody else on the planet right now. He's proven a level of capability as a wartime leader. The Ukrainian people and their military have exceeded all expectations. So when he asks for MiG jets that his pilots can fly, that they're trained on, that Poland at least at one time was willing to give, I think we should honor that request. I know there are S-100, 200, and 300 air defense systems in abundance that could go in if we just made that decision. And I'd like to increase the drone capability of the Ukrainian military because they've been very effective with the Turkish drones, and I think we should be supplying drones too.
Senator, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned escalatory moves. Why is it that when the administration says that creating a no-fly zone, which you agree would be escalatory, but then sending MiGs, which the administration and some of the intel community testified to this on the Hill last week, would also be an escalatory move in the vision of the Russians? Why do you support one and not the other, basically?
Well, a no-fly zone enforced by NATO would put NATO members in direct military conflict with Russian forces. That's what a NATO no-fly zone means. Increasing the capability of the Ukrainian military to defend its own skies is very consistent with the Javelins and the Stingers.
Even if We're the ones giving them.
Yes, yes. These are not our MiGs. We don't have any MiGs. So these are Polish jets that are willing to be given to the Ukrainians that they can fly. It's a distinction that doesn't make sense to me. On March 6th, we're okay with it. So I think what happened here is I think Putin threatened the Biden administration, if you send the jets, it'll be an escalation, and he folded like a cheap suit. I'll say that openly. Now's the time to revisit that. I tell you this, it's just not me saying this. I am convinced if my resolution had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate, it would pass overwhelmingly, well north of 60 votes, with strong bipartisan support, because most of us see the distinction between NATO being directly involved and helping Ukraine with reasonable capability improve their own air defense system. This idea that somehow 28 MiGs in the hands of the Ukrainian Air Force would lead to an invasion of Russia by the Ukraine is nonsense. And the people who are telling me it's escalatory apparently didn't say much on March 6th when we green-lighted it. What changed? I think what changed between the 6th and the 9th was that Putin weighed in and backed the Biden administration down. We cannot let Putin determine what we do in terms of military assistance, economic assistance, and I think that's what we're allowing to happen.
Do you still stand by your call to have Putin be assassinated?
Do
you still stand by your call?
Yeah, I hope he'll be taken out one way or the other. I don't care how they take him out. I don't care if we send him to The Hague and try him. I just want him to go. Yes, I'm on record. Please understand, Senator Lindsey Graham, if John McCain were here, he'd be saying the same thing, I think. It's time for him to go. He's a war criminal. I wish somebody had taken Hitler out in the 30s. So yes, that Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal. He needs to be dealt with by the Russian people. I'm not asking to invade Russia to take him out. I'm not asking to send American ground forces in Ukraine to fight the Russian army. I am asking the Russian people to rise up and end this reign of terror for you and the world at large. That if you follow Putin, you're going to have zero future. I encourage what Zelensky said, that every American company leave Russia right now. Leave today. I encourage the world to strangle the Russian economy. Our war is not with the Russian people. In many ways, they're as much of a victim as Putin as anybody else. The young journalist yesterday who held up the sign, now that takes guts. People like that change history. So how do I think this ends? I think if we stick with it, that if we help the Ukrainians fight for their own freedom, provide them reasonable assistance on the military front to regain control of their skies, help them with food and clothing and economic assistance, and strangle the Russian economy, that there will be forces emerge inside of Russia to end this. So I think the world is better off without Putin. The sooner the better, and I don't care how we do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of other senators, Rob Portman, for example, who want much tougher sanctions. And, Zelensky talked about banning all Russian imports, not just oil. Do you think there's a chance of getting some bipartisan support there? Because a lot of Democrats say we need to work with our allies, and a lot of allies are resistant to cutting off all those Russian energy exports.
Well, I think we have a historic opportunity here to end the reign of terror of Putin. And the only way you're going to do that is get the Russian people to take matters in their own hands, bring about justice, turn him over to the international court. How would they do that? Well, they can't go to Starbucks. They can't go to McDonald's. There's a group of people in Russia that have become accustomed to a fairly middle-class lifestyle. Now, would this be tough on us? Yes, it would be. But yes, the Ukrainian ambassador called me up yesterday, begging again for the airplanes and the missile defense systems, but she would like to expand the sanctions to regional Russian leaders. She wants to throw a wider net around the Russian infrastructure that keeps Putin in power, and I support that. So I'll work with Rob to expand the current sanctions to a larger group of Russian officials. I will also see if we can expand the sanctions in a wider way in terms of just all economic activity. We need to isolate Russia as the pariah state that it's become.
You've said a number of times during this press conference that you don't support a NATO-imposed fly zone as of yet. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what would have to change on the ground in Ukraine for your position on that to change? Specifically things like chemical weapons attacks, anything else, what would have to change?
If there were a chemical weapons attack, I would change my mind.
Anything else, or I mean, other?
That's the one that comes to mind right now.
Were you disappointed a majority of Senate Republicans opposed the Ukraine aid package last week in the Omnibus? What did you think of that?
I think that vote was probably tied to the overall funding of the government. I think if you'd had a separate vote on that, it would have been overwhelming. But your point is well taken. You know, we live in difficult times. You have to do things that you're uncomfortable with, you know, to show solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I wish we could have had 100 votes for this package. But if there had been a separate vote on the aid, apart from the overall spending bill, I think it would have gained more support. But this is what I would say to my Republican colleagues. Let's don't send mixed messages. To my Democratic colleagues, you've told me privately, some publicly. I think Senator Blumenthal was on the floor yesterday supporting transfer of the MiGs. Senator Klobuchar mentioned that she would be open to that. So to both parties, we got a chance here to come together. I have stood by the Biden administration in terms of no NATO, no-fly zone. I know the Ukrainian people don't like hearing that. I know it's difficult to say given that video, but I think it's the right decision. I think the idea of backpedaling on the jets has done two very bad things. It's diminished the ability of the Ukrainians to control their own skies, and it's sent a signal that we're not appropriately all in, that it had to be a boost to Putin and a blow to the Ukrainian military and people when we kind of backpedal. So I'm asking the Biden administration to reconsider.
Senator, have you heard whether the Biden administration is considering the use of these Switchblade drones or providing these Switchblade drones to Ukraine? And is that something you or other members of Congress might support if it were part of a military aid package?
I don't know what a Switchblade drone is, but it sounds like it should be going to the Ukraine.
Where they can pinpoint attacks.
I know what a Switchblade is. So, yes, ma'am. It's pretty simple. If they think it will make a difference militarily, let's do it. Now, if they ask for a nuclear weapon, I'd say no. But if, you know, they're asking for air defense capability, and drones have proven their worth. The Turkish drones have been wisely used by the Ukrainian military. Here's what I think will happen. The longer this war goes, and I don't see the Ukrainians giving up on their freedom, I think they'll fight to their death. The weather's going to change, the ground's going to get muddy, and the maneuverability of the Russian military is going to be substantially reduced. We see anecdotal stories of Russian units beginning to break. You see things inside of Russia changing, the holding up the sign. The fact that she was let out of jail so quickly tells me that there's some people in Russia that maybe are not all in for Putin. So the answer is yes to the Switchblade drones.
Follow up on
well, yeah, you've had one. I'll get right back to it.
The jets aside, there's some reporting this morning, and some leaders on the Hill have been saying that air defense systems are on the way to Ukraine now. Are you briefed on that? And
I'm getting a briefing this afternoon at 3:30, and I appreciate that. And I hope that's the case. All I can say is that the request for the air defense systems has been out there for quite a while. We made a mistake as a nation not imposing pre-invasion sanctions. Everything would be provocative. I thought if you told Putin up front, here's what comes your way, he might be less likely to do this. Uncertainty is a bad thing when you're dealing with bullies. The Chinese. Now, there's a report out that the Chinese are going to be all in and helping Putin. I would expect that to be true. Birds of a feather tend to flock together. So if the Chinese begin to help Putin economically and militarily, then I think we should write down what we would do to the Chinese economy and let them read it for themselves. This idea of serious consequences is not enough. Let's don't make the mistake we made with Russia with China. So I would urge the administration to start drafting some proposed sanctions so that Chinese government would understand what they're getting in for if they tried to bail out Putin.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Okay. Can you Senator Portman told me and a few other reporters yesterday that he would be interested in something like an Iron Dome over Ukraine. Is that something you guys have talked about or would be open to?
I think yes. I mean, so I've talked to the Israelis. I mean, you know, they have their own national security concerns, but let's look at it this way. The video shows the effect of air power more than anything else. You know, these buildings being blown up and the cities being ravaged is coming from the air. It's coming from manned aircraft and from missile systems. An Iron Dome system would help neutralize the advantage the Russians have in the air. I cannot stress enough, I don't claim to be a military tactician or commander. I've been a military lawyer most of my life, and even I could convict Putin. I think my niece could convict Putin of being a war criminal. The control of the skies is the missing link. It's the big advantage the Russians have. And I am confident that if we inventoried the systems available to us, that we have and that our allies have, and we made a firm commitment to help the Ukrainians control their skies, we could turn the tide of battle even more than is being done today. What's missing here from the Biden administration is that they're worried about what Russia may do if we do something. Russia needs to be more worried about us helping the Ukraine. We're not going to have a nuclear exchange over this. This is a bluff by Putin. If we let him threaten nuclear retaliation every time we get in a disagreement, he owns the world. I am confident that he may be a murderer, but he's not suicidal. And I'm even more confident that the Russian people, particularly the general staff, is not going to commit mass suicide to help Putin, because nobody wins a nuclear exchange. So there's a moment in history here, a moment on the battlefield, that if we went all in providing Switchblade drones, Iron Dome type systems, 28 fighters, maybe never in the history of warfare has 28 planes meant so much to so many. That really is such a small contribution. To borrow a turn of phrase from Churchill, the Battle of Britain was won by brave fighter pilots against all the odds, going up day after day, being able to hold off the Germans. 28 planes. Will it turn the tide of the air battle? I don't know. Is it the most effective way to regain control of the skies? I don't know. But I know that President Zelensky believes it will help. And if we reverse course as a nation to give them the planes, it would create momentum for Ukraine and be yet another blow to Putin. Last question.
One more follow-up about the transfer of the MiGs. So part of what the administration said last week was that the Polish government was basically asking the planes to be transferred to Ramstein, and then then the Ukrainians could get the planes. Is there a way that you see for
I'm not so sure that's the best way of doing it. In World War II, we had a Neutrality Act, and Roosevelt and Churchill were pretty clever. We came up with a way of taking World War II fighters to the Canadian border, and they would drag them across the border and send them to Britain. Here's what I believe. There is a way to get 28 planes into the hands of Ukrainian pilots if we want that to happen. Zelensky is saying to the world, not just the ambassador to the world, that these planes matter. Please help me. If you cannot help me with a NATO no-fly zone, here's my second request. And it makes eminent sense that we have a lot of smart people in this country. We can find 20 ways to get 28 planes in the hands of Ukrainian pilots, not American pilots, to defend their skies. Thank you so much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday. We were just listening to Lindsey Graham's remarks on the reaction to Zelensky's remarks this week. But we're going to switch now to President Biden delivering remarks on Russia and Ukraine. And after that, we will continue our coverage on the Russian war in Ukraine here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on LiveNowFox.com. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thanks again for being with us.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking President Zelensky for his passionate message this morning. I listened to it in the private residence, and he was convincing and significant speech. He speaks for a people who have shown remarkable courage and strength in the face of brutal aggression. Courage and strength that's inspired not only Ukrainians, but the entire world. Putin is inflicting appalling devastation and horror on Ukraine, bombing apartment buildings, maternity wards, hospitals. I mean, it's god-awful. I was speaking about this with our commander behind me here, General Milley. I mean, it just is amazing. Yesterday, we saw reports that Russian forces were holding hundreds of doctors and patients hostage in the largest hospital in Mariupol. These are atrocities. They're an outrage to the world. And the world is united in our support for Ukraine and our determination to make Putin pay a very heavy price. America is leading this effort, together with our allies and partners, providing enormous levels of security and humanitarian assistance that we're adding to today, and we're going to continue to do more in the days and weeks ahead. We're crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that's going to only grow more painful over time, with the entire NATO and EU behind us and many other countries. What's at stake here are the principles that the United States and the United Nations across the world stand for. It's about freedom. It's about the right of people to determine their own future. It's about making sure Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin, no matter what advances he makes on the battlefield. The American people are answering President Zelensky's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine to defend itself, more tools to fight Russian aggression. And that's what we're doing. In fact, we started our assistance to Ukraine before this war began, as they started to do exercises along the Ukrainian border, the Russians, starting in March of last year. We took the threat of Putin invading very seriously, and we acted on it. We sent Ukraine more security assistance last year, $650 million in weapons, including anti-air and anti-armor equipment, before the invasion, more than we had ever provided before. So when the invasion began, they already had in their hands the kinds of weapons they needed to counter Russian advances. And once the war started, we immediately rushed $350 million in additional aid to further address their needs. Hundreds of anti-air systems, thousands of anti-tank weapons, transport helicopters, armed patrol boats, and other high-mobility vehicles, radar systems that help track incoming artillery and unmanned drones, secure communications equipment and tactical gear, satellite imagery and analysis capacity. And it's clearly helped Ukraine inflict dramatic losses on Russian forces. On Saturday, my administration authorized another $200 million to keep a steady flow of weapons and ammunition moving to Ukraine. Now I'm once again using my presidential authority to activate an additional security assistance to continue to help Ukraine fend off Russia's assault, an additional $800 million in assistance. That brings the total of new U.S. security assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion just this week. These are direct transfers of equipment from our Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them as they fight against this invasion. And I thank the Congress for appropriating these funds. This new package on its own is going to provide unprecedented assistance to Ukraine. It includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to make sure the Ukrainian military can continue to stop the planes and helicopters that have been attacking their people and to defend their Ukrainian airspace. And at the request of President Zelensky, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. Our new assistance package also includes 9,000 anti-armor systems. These are portable, high accuracy shoulder-mounted missiles that the Ukrainian forces have been using with great effect to destroy invading tanks and armored vehicles. It'll include 7,000 small arms, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers to equip the Ukrainians, including the brave women and men who are defending their cities as civilians, and they're on the countryside as well. And as well as the ammunition, artillery, and mortar rounds to go with small arms, 20 million rounds in total. 20 million rounds. This will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense. And we're not doing this alone. Our allies and partners have stepped up to provide significant shipments of security assistance and will continue to help facilitate these deliveries as well. The United States and our allies and partners are fully committed to surging weapons of assistance to the Ukrainians. And more will be coming as we source additional stocks of equipment that we're ready to transfer. Now I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle, but the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival. We're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee Ukraine. In just the past few weeks, we provided $300 million of humanitarian assistance to the people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Tens of thousands of tons of food, water, medicine, and other basic supplies to support the people in need. Our experts on the ground in Poland and Moldova and other neighboring countries are there to make real-time assessments of the rapidly evolving crisis to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need when they need it. And we will support Ukraine's economy with direct financial assistance as well. And together with our allies and partners, we will keep up the pressure on Putin's crumbling economy, isolating him on the global stage. That's our goal. Make Putin pay the price, weaken his position, while strengthening the hand of the Ukrainians on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. Together with our allies and partners, we're going to stay the course. And we'll do everything we can to push for and end this tragic, unnecessary war. This is a struggle that pits the appetites of an autocrat against humankind's desire to be free. And let there be no doubt, no uncertainty, no question. America stands with the forces of freedom. We always have and we always will. I want to thank you all and God bless you, and I'm going to walk over and sign this bill to allow the drawdown of those materials. And may God protect their young Ukrainians who are out there defending their country. What I'm signing here is a delegation authority under Section 506A1 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, translated into plain English, a total of $800 million in defense arms.
Mr. President, what will it take for you to send the Polish MiGs that President Zelensky is asking for?
I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm not going to comment on anything other than what I told you to say. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, quickly, you did just say that Putin is going after maternity war.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As the war rages on in week 3, a journalist who has been living in a bunker in Kyiv checked in with our Live Now from Fox team. Our very own Christy Larson from Live Now spoke with this gentleman. Let's take a look at that conversation.
So we always like to keep you with the latest updates coming from Ukraine, and what better way to do so than joining one of our journalists who's stayed behind. He's been staying in a bunker and is now joining us right here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again to Mark Savchuk, who is coming to us from Kyiv. I know, Mark, that things have been kind of hectic over these last few days. Why don't you talk about some of those latest developments that you've been seeing? What have been some of the happenings around the city as Putin continues his attack on your people in your country?
Right. Okay, so basically what happened through the last week is that most of the advances of the Russian army is stopped. Basically, they have stalled. We have managed to cause so much damage to their army that they have basically ran out of steam, so to speak. We have several key points where the main fighting is currently happening. So the first is Kyiv, obviously, because that's their target number one. They would really, really like to take Kyiv. They would really like to take Kyiv and put their own government in place. As you have seen from the reports of the media, there has been like a huge column of armor and trucks, 65 kilometers or whatever they have been calling it. So this column has now reached the northern west point of Kyiv, and they're trying to assemble their army, and they're slowly moving south, trying to encircle the city. But currently, they haven't been really successful at doing that. Our artillery keeps shelling them at night, so they don't sleep. So they are constantly under pressure, constantly demoralized. And to be frank, they really lack the motivation to fight because they don't really understand what the hell are they doing here. And our resistance is incredibly fierce, and they know it. They know that when they will push towards Kyiv, lots of them will die. And obviously that's not really a shiny prospect for them. So Kyiv is currently fighting really hard. The next point is obviously a critical point is Mariupol, that is currently encircled by the Russian forces, and our armies in there really put up heroic fighting. I mean, you can't really put another word to it. For 12 days, they're cut off from the main army, from the main supply lines, and they keep on fighting. Every day, a Russian army tries to storm the city, and every day they repel their attacks. Just, yesterday, they have our guys have made a big, they have destroyed a couple of tanks, sorry, when they were storming the city. Unfortunately, Putin's army, of course, when they can't achieve any military goals, they are desperate, and they try to bomb civilians, which is exactly what they've done yesterday, bombing a huge theater right in the middle of the city, knowing that this theater is a shelter place for residential, for civilian population, and they have put a bomb right in the middle of it. And luckily, from what we've heard in the news, civilians were in a bomb shelter. So even though that the building was destroyed, people, that's exactly what you see right now. And you see on each side of the building, it's written children. So they have bombed a building that is specifically saying that there are children inside, and they have put a bomb right in the middle of it. And today, when the rescue came along in order to deblock the people who are in the bomb shelter, they have bombed this very building with artillery, knowing that there are paramedics working on site trying to help the people there. So as you can see, this is nothing but genocide and war crime. And that's why Ukrainians are pushing the West in order to introduce more and more sanctions against Putin and Russia, because what he's doing has nothing to do with any military goals. All he's doing right now is just bombing residential areas, bombing innocent civilians, women and children. So, but we are managing quite successfully to stop their advances, and currently they have completely stalled on all major fronts.
And I'm glad that you mentioned this too, because I know this is one of those latest big stories coming to us here from across the world. And so I want to just retouch on that point, because your fighters down on the ground have been doing such a good job holding off those Russian forces. That is what you're saying is the reason why we're seeing more of these attacks continuing to happen from the air instead of from the ground.
Yes, exactly. Because, you know, they see that they can't achieve their goals. They want to take Kyiv, but they simply fail. Every single time they attempt to storm, they have huge numbers of tanks completely blown off by actually Javelin missiles and Stinger missiles that the U.S. provides and the West provides, which we are really grateful for. You know, as you know, from Ukraine, we have like 3 main demands: more sanctions on Russia, more guns, and more resources in order to fight Russia. And that's exactly basically what happened yesterday. Is we had additional sanctions on Russia. We had additional big army shipment, military shipment towards Ukraine, anti-air missiles, which are desperately needed in Ukraine. That's exactly what the West is providing to Ukraine. And we had like a big package of monetary assistance, which is, I think it's like 13.6 billion USD, which not all of it goes to Ukraine. Some of it goes to close countries like Poland that accepts a huge number of refugees from Ukraine. But still, in any case, it's a help towards the fight against Russia. So, you know, the West is doing pretty much what we asked them to do. But in order to actually turn the tide and not just stopping their army, but actually starting to push forward, we will need additional support and continuation of this support that is coming from the West.
And I want to touch on, Mark, I know, I don't know if you know, but yesterday we did have President Zelensky, who had spoken to our U.S. Congress members. Today we also had some video showing him visiting a hospital. So we know that he's still there in Ukraine, obviously showing his support to his people who continue to fight on those front lines day in and day out. As far as you know, after that speech happened, a lot of people have been wondering, what is communication like coming to you when you're getting these updates on what's been happening in different regions across Ukraine? Because another thing that had happened was some false messaging. There had been some hacks into some TV stations. So some of their scrolls had some false messages that it's time to put your weapons down. What is it like trying to get information when you're there inside of a bunker?
Yeah, well, come on. We know that our president is not going to say something like that. Especially when Kyiv was in real danger of being encircled and stormed. You know, Mr. Biden, as we know, has communicated with Mr. Zelensky and said that, you know, they can transport him away to safety. And he famously said that I don't need a ride, I need a gun. Which I think just, you know, shows his resolve in order to fight this war till the end. So, you know, if we do see some images like that saying that it's time to end the fight, you know, clearly this is a lie. His communication, the communication from the president, from Ukrainian President Mr. Zelensky, is currently, I would say, pretty solid. I mean, he's very concrete on what he wants. He's very concrete on what he asks of the West in order to help the fight. So, you know, for us, you know, we currently understand what the leadership of the country wants to do. And currently, you know, his communication towards a Russian army is that you will all die here. So, you know, your Russian president is insane, and you know that. There are no fascists in Ukraine. There are no ultranationals in Ukraine. So just give up, you know, just, you know, stop fighting, throw your guns away, and, you know, we will treat you like normal people. And actually, they're not treated like normal people in the army. So, you know, his message towards the Russian fighters is clear. His message towards Putin is also clear. You know, he says that, you know, this war, you can't win it. So why bother? So, you know, just stop the fighting and, you know, let's start talking. And his communication towards the Western allies is also clear. We need additional support. We need more sanctions against Putin until he stops, basically. So that's what the message is. We need to increase the sanctions constantly, almost every day, that, you know, eventually Russia will feel the pressure, so much pressure, that they will not be able to continue the fight. And that we need additional monetary support because, you know, millions of Ukrainians have been displaced and their ability to earn money to support their families has also been ruined. So that's exactly what we need. And currently, the West has been doing a good job providing the help. But as I said, in order to actually turn the tide, we will need more.
And as you guys are waiting for some of these items, more supplies to be delivered to you, more aid to be provided as well, talk about what your typical day is looking like right now, because now we're into, 3 weeks of this invasion happening. I know a lot of people are interested, Mark, right now you're in a bunker. What does it look like for you day in and day out right now?
Actually, to be completely honest, it's the same as day number one. So we wake up and we try to fundraise as much money as possible. We try to buy as many supplies as possible, and we try to solve logistical tasks on how do we get this stuff from America, from Canada to Poland, and then to Ukraine, and then to Kyiv and to the front line. So to be honest, every single day is almost the same. We're just like a logistics company that is solving logistical tasks. So constantly we have like lots of stuff in our, as you said, bunker that is coming in and is waiting to be distributed to the front line. So that's like some kind of military gear, gloves, kneecaps, helmets, stuff like that, medical care, which we then give specifically to some regiments or troops that are on the line that are around Kyiv or in other hotspots like Chernihiv and Kharkiv and other places that is currently experiencing some heavy fighting. So that's what we do day by day.
And as you are going out there on the streets, you're speaking with some of these other people who have decided to stay behind. Have you been able to understand why they're there? I know obviously there is that law saying men ages 18 to 60 have to stay in the country, but why have others chosen to stay instead of flee to some of those neighboring countries that we've seen so many times?
Yeah, well, you have several groups here. The older people, they just don't want to leave. I don't understand that as well. Even though they are provided, how shall I say, evacuation, they can evacuate if they want to, but they still want to stay. That I really don't have an answer why. They just don't want to leave. Other people, you said that men can't leave. They actually can. They can't go abroad, but they can go from city to city, so they can migrate. And not all of the people are enrolled in the army. Because currently we have more volunteers that want to join than actually the army is able to take in. We hope that in the next months or so, we will receive more weapons and we'll be able to put additional volunteers to work, and so they can be enlisted in the army. So that's also happening. But actually, lots of people in Kyiv want to stay because they want to help the fight. They actually do the same thing that we do, just in maybe some different areas. Some people volunteer in medical care. Some people volunteer in delivering food to the front line because, our guys needs to be fed. So to boost morale, obviously. And so there are so many tasks in order to sustain the army, because we have mobilized like several 100,000 people, and, all of these people need to be sustained in order to fight. And we really do our best in order to supply them with the best care we can. That's obviously affecting the morale of the army. The morale is high. The guys want to fight, and obviously that's partly why the Russian army is losing, because they just can't succeed against the army that really wants to kick their ass.
I know so many people like you that we've been checking in continue to have that fighting spirit in them. Finally, Mark, I just want to ask about, I know you'd said obviously there are some corridors available for people who do need to leave the country. Have you been seeing any increase of attacks on civilians through those? Because unfortunately, we have been hearing some reports of increased attacks on civilians from Russian forces that are there. I mean, the other day we just talked about people waiting in line for bread who had been shot and killed.
Yes, exactly. That was happened in Chernihiv. Unfortunately, again, this is the acts of terror. Okay, so this is what Putin does all the time. I mean, this is exactly what he did in Syria. Is his policy, his strategy for fighting is not to gain military advantage, as we can see, because they can't, because their army is so bad, but to terrorize the people and try to scare them. So he thinks that by attacking civilians, we will be afraid of him and we will run, which obviously is not going to happen because we understand that this is it. You know, we're fighting for our country. We're not going to go anywhere. You know, we will eventually kill all of them. It's just going to take time and your support, obviously. So unfortunately, as you said, yes, but this is his strategy. This is his unfortunate, you know, this is his way of thinking, is that he thinks that if he will kill lots of civilians, we will get scared and run. And that's not going to happen.
Right, and as you mentioned, a lot of people know his playbook. They knew that this could be possibly something that he might have to take some of these drastic steps, as he has been trying to play catch-up ever since this invasion happened. And thankfully, the spirit of your people continuing to push through day in and day out. So we appreciate you checking in again here with us, Mark. I know that it's been a lot to take in over these last few weeks. So thank you again for your time and joining us here live from Kyiv.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And welcome back to Live Now as we continue our coverage on the war in Ukraine. Fox Los Angeles spoke earlier this week with a filmmaker, Jeff McIntyre, who just got back from a war zone where he was helping refugees at a mall that was turned into a makeshift refugee camp. Let's take a look at their conversation.
Of course, there is that ongoing concern about those refugees that have fled. About half of them have headed to Poland.
Yeah, filmmaker and journalist Jeff McIntyre, he has been in Poland with some of those refugees, and he now joins us live tonight. Jeff, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me to share this really important story.
Absolutely. So tell us, give us a sense of what your overall experience was like.
So for perspective, Alex and Marla, I was in Haiti after the quake. I was in Japan after the tsunami. And while the physical and human devastation was just jaw-dropping, being on the border of Poland and Ukraine, just standing face to face with these Ukrainian mothers, in one hand they had all their worldly possessions, anything that they could carry, and in the other hand they had their children and maybe a pet. Some of them knew where they were going, and others, they're kind of just making it up as they go along. But the one question that kind of hung heavy was the when or if I will be able to return home.
Right.
And will I even have a home or country to return to? So it was just kind of next level devastation, and the heartbreak was palpable.
You filed this story, which we are now debuting exclusively here on the Fox 11 News Special Report. Here's some of Jeff's reporting from Poland.
2 weeks ago, this was a popular outlet mall in Korczowa, Poland. Today, it's the first stop to freedom for fleeing Ukrainian women and children. Media access here is severely limited, so this is an exclusive look inside.
This is a refugee processing center next to a major border crossing here in eastern Poland, and they tell me this is there's food, playroom for the kids, clothes, medical supplies, whatever they need. It's a chance to catch their breath before they board buses to Warsaw and other cities in Poland to then make a new life.
This is the first stop in, I would say, European Union, that people get.
Chris is a volunteer. He was born in Poland, but spent most of his life in the U.S. He's proud of what's being done to support his neighbors.
They come here, we take care of them. Once we make sure that they're okay to go further, we find buses for them.
Chris shows me around the converted shopping center. Mounds of donated items around every corner, which he's grateful for.
So I want to say big thank you to everyone. I mean, we have things coming in here left and right. I mean, we're slowly running out of space to store all these things.
These donations not only help mothers and children who had to escape the war, but also support their husbands and fathers left behind to fight it.
A lot of this medical stuff that we get in our unit, we actually pack up and then we give it to the guys who are actually going across the border to give it to the soldiers who are fighting in the front lines.
Recently, the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine surpassed 2.5 million. More are coming, and the need for compassionate volunteers is growing.
You guys are always welcome here, to get yourself involved in helping those people.
You may be moved by these images, but it doesn't compare to the flood of emotions from being here. Chris urges people to seek out ways to help locally, and the lives touched are twofold, theirs and yours.
It's Jeff McIntyre reporting there in Poland now. He's made his way back home to Southern California. Jeff, what did the refugees themselves tell you?
The real profound sense I got was their incredible strength in probably the biggest nightmare situation of their lives. They all put on their stoic face, and they, one actually through a translator and kind of rough Ukrainian told me, I asked about how she was able to stay so strong, and she said, silly boy, there's no time for tears when you're trying to save your children.
Oh my
and this silly boy got the message pretty quick.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious, though, for all of these, because that shopping mall turned refugee center is just a stopping point onto the next one. So do most of these refugees have a destination?
Good question, Marla. In this particular center, they get 2 kind of free nights there, and then they have to board a bus and take off to either family and friends who are in Poland or destinations elsewhere. So some of them, like I said, they do have a plan. There's a large Ukrainian population within Poland. They're neighbors. So they've been, going back and forth for years. The ones that don't have any solid travel plans, they take to social media. And this has really been a redeeming moment for social media. There's a lot of Ukrainian Facebook groups that offer posts for transportation and accommodations. And just let me give you 2 examples of the generosity, the compassion and action that we're seeing. Will in Madrid, he can offer a fold-out couch. And then there's a family in Sweden who's offering accommodation for 6 people with a beautiful garden to play in. Now, these are complete strangers, at least now. Soon, they're going to become lifelong friends. But it's incredibly refreshing to see just the heart and the humanity that this situation has really forged throughout the world.
Yeah, we've been seeing people all over the world also that have been buying rooms on Airbnb in Ukraine with no intention of actually going there, but just as a way to get money to the people that are in Ukraine that are sometimes bunkered underneath those homes. It has been interesting to see as one of the first real large-scale wars that we've seen during this social media age, the way that people have used those tools to try to bring people together as well has been striking. Jeff, your reporting is always striking all over the world, and we do appreciate you bringing it to us here tonight on Fox 11, and look forward to talking to you more in the days and weeks ahead.
Thank you both.
And that was Fox Los Angeles reporting. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett spoke with a Ukrainian woman who explains the shelling happening in Kharkiv. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Maria Avdieva from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Today is the 17th of March and 22nd day of Russian war against Ukraine. I'm staying in Kharkiv for more than 3 weeks now, witnessing how this vibrant, young, beautiful city now becomes a ghost town with no people outside, with families hiding in the underground, with constant shellings and bombardments of the residential areas. Here you see that almost all the buildings are without the windows. It means that these families that used to live here are now flee Kharkiv or hide somewhere because they have no place where they can stay. You hear the shells right now when I speak to you. That it doesn't stop day and night. Russia continues terrorizing my city. But I know and I believe that we will win, because we are protecting our country, our city, my Ukraine. And I ask you, please continue supporting Ukraine. We need your help. Only together we can win. Do whatever is possible for Ukraine. And together, united, we will win in this war. Thank you all for your support. Slava Ukraini!
The brave Maria Avdieva giving the latest from down on the ground in Kharkiv, and joining us now live from Kharkiv. Maria, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So that report was from Thursday. We're now going into the next day of this Russian invasion, and you're saying that shelling has only increased, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted today to go out to the shop to get some food, and actually on my way the very heavy shelling started, and I had to go and hide in the nearby building, which actually already was destroyed. That's why I was able to get into it, and then I went back home because I got immediately the message on my phone that there is an air sirens now. We have a special app that informs you when you should go home, and so I went back, and it's still here that the shelling continues throughout the city, and actually Russia is intensifying the shellings of the residential areas. Today in the morning, the university building was destroyed and the 2 nearby houses, and we again have casualties among civilians.
Maria, we're just showing some of this video that you took today of the destruction.
Right.
This is one building. Does everything look like this? How expansive is it?
Yes, exactly. So that used to be a business center close to the city center, where I actually got because it was there had no doors and no windows, and I wanted to hide there because of the shelling. And so nearby areas look the same, or even so, or are completely destroyed. So that means that this building was close to the place where explosion happened, because you see there are no windows, no doors there, and people left everything how it was. And some nearby places are just completely destroyed in ruins. So this building without the window in outside, this is the city council, Kharkiv city council, and I actually saw from my window when the Russian attack was made on that area during one of the days. So it is the city center is heavily destroyed, and I don't understand how much time it will take to rebuild Kharkiv so that it will be returning to some kind of normal life, because now there are almost no one on the streets. People are constantly hiding. Some families are living in the underground for more than 3 weeks now, with children there and sleeping on the floor on some carpets and blankets, and others are spending their time in the basements. Of course, it's very bad for the children. They are very stressed, terrified, and they have this war experience, and traumatized children because of the war. And actually, we here were never thinking that it might happen to Ukraine in this time and in this year.
Maria, I do want to point out, though, I love the end of this video because you pan to the outside of the window where the Ukrainian flag is flying high. Is that representative? Is that symbolic of the spirit of the Ukrainian people, even through the adversity?
Exactly. So I try to find such things to be more optimistic and to have a hope that war will end soon, or we will have a ceasefire. And I always try to give that kind of signs to people in my videos or in my posts, because we are here and our military are protecting Ukrainian land. And when I speak to our military and territorial defense people who actually came, took weapons, and now are defending our country without probably some military experience, they all say that there's no any way for them to step back, because the only way is for them to fight, because they are protecting their children, their families, women, and the houses, and so they stay very strong. And we all feel that we are very united now in this fight against Russian invasion.
Well, there's probably a lot of people who are watching right now who are saying, why hasn't she fled yet? We're hearing thousands of people are fleeing every single day, trying to get away, trying to get to safety, because resources are running low right now. Explain your story and why you're staying.
I was researching Russian disinformation since 2014, when actually Russia started this war against Ukraine. And since that, it was only developing. And when this invasion happened on 24th of February, I saw immediately huge disinformation wave coming from Russian media, and I just couldn't stand these lies, because everything is turned upside down. For example, Russian media claim that this is Ukrainian military shelling our own residential areas. They claim that there are no losses among civilian population in Ukraine. They claim that Ukraine is blowing up our hospitals and schools on purpose. So I cannot stand that, and I want to share and to show what the truth is, to show to the people throughout the world, to international audience, what is actually happening in Ukraine, because I know that Russia is investing huge resources in promoting that kind of disinformation and lies, and I want to stop that, and I do what I can. I see myself in this information battlefield, and I fight with what I have with information.
And what kind of response have you had, Maria? Because these views on these videos that you're posting to social media are very high. So there's a wide audience that is hearing your message, seeing your videos.
I get great response throughout the world and very much support from all countries. I don't know, starting from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, all over through Europe, United States, Canada, Britain. So many people support me, and I then give this support to people around myself, because it is very important for Ukrainians to understand that all the world stands with us, that all countries are now united with us, and that we are all together fighting with this war. But then also I sometimes get offensive messages from Russian bots and trolls, and I try not to pay attention to that. But anyway, that is you should understand that Russian troops are very close, and of course they try to threaten and act aggressively to those people who stand up and protest and fight with Russia openly.
Going into another week of war, what are your expectations for the people who are there, for the military operations, for escalation from Russia?
Well, I think that what it looks like now, Russia is not going to de-escalate. They again are bombarding new and new Ukrainian cities. Today we had a report that city of Lviv, which is almost on the western border, close to Poland, was bombarded. And throughout Ukraine, cities are under constant attacks. And that is why what Ukrainians need and what we ask for is to military support, to support by weapons, so that Ukrainian military will be able to defend the sky, because that is what now Russia uses. They cannot do anything on the ground. They were not able to get control over any major city in the on-the-ground operation, because they have young conscripts here who do not know what they actually do in Ukraine and why they were sent here. And Russia and the pilots are often shut down in their planes, and then on cameras they give evidence that their commanders told them to bombard residential areas, and we collect also these evidences of war crimes. So Russian morale is low, and Ukrainians are protecting our country, but we of course need the most support that can be given to Ukraine, and I really hope for that, and I hope that some kind of negotiations will take place. We know that there have been already 4 rounds of talks between Russia and Ukraine, and I really hope for the ceasefire, because that will allow that no Ukrainian people will be dying, especially no children and no women, and of course no one. So I want that for the best way when we have the ceasefire coming, and I really look forward to it.
Maria Avdieva, we appreciate you joining us here on the show. We appreciate you capturing these images from down on the ground, doing what you can to battle misinformation and so much more. Your bravery is extremely impressive. So we thank you for that.
Thank you so much for having me. It's very important to have this possibility. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And a big thank you to our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett for that report and interview. Well, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we are going to continue our coverage on the latest on Ukraine and Russia, also bringing you any live reports when they become available here on Live Now, because that's what we do, bring you raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation, and of course bring it to you on many different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com. We'll take that quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we get back here, we will have the White House press briefing from this week with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Keep it right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. A couple of items for all of you at the top. Today marks 1 year since 8 people, 6 of them women of Asian descent, were tragically killed by a gunman who attacked 3 Asian-run businesses. In the aftermath of that horrific attack, the President and Vice President traveled to Atlanta to meet with leaders of the Asian American community and hear about the pain and fear that too many Asian Americans have felt since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, Erica Moratugu, Deputy Assistant to the President and AAPI Senior Liaison, is in Atlanta representing the White House as the community mourns the victims of this awful tragedy. Ambassador Catherine Tai, our U.S. Trade Representatives and co-chair of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, also spoke at a vigil in Michigan to stand against anti-Asian hate past and present. On this somber day, our administration remains fully committed to reducing the gun violence that terrorizes our communities and to advancing safety, inclusion, and belonging for all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I wanted to make a note on gas prices. Right now, oil prices are $94 per barrel. When oil was at this level 1 month ago, the average cost of a gallon of gasoline was $3.49. And yet now the average cost of gas is $4.32. When it comes to oil and gas prices, many accept that gas prices rise quickly but fall slowly, the so-called rockets and feathers phenomenon. But President Biden rejects that. Americans deserve relief and fast as oil prices fall. Retail gasoline prices are updated at least daily, and if gas retailers' costs are going down, they need to immediately pass those savings on to consumers. So I will reiterate what the President said to oil and gas companies last week. The invasion of Ukraine and the volatility of the oil market is no excuse for excessive price increases, profit padding, or any effort to exploit American consumers. No one should capitalize on Putin's aggression by taking advantage of American families. And this chart, which you see here, shows both the price of crude oil, and you see where it is as it relates to the price of gasoline. And as you've seen it go down, the price of gasoline obviously has not gone down. So that is the explanation of that particular chart. Also just wanted to note before we get to questions that in some good news, we saw history made yesterday with the strong bipartisan confirmation of Shalonda Young, the first black woman to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. For the past year, she served as a key advisor to the president, a member of the economic team. She's led the development of the president's budget and helped effectively implement his agenda and vision across the entire federal government. She's not just making history, she's exceptionally qualified and has vast budget experience from her years leading staff on the House Appropriations Committee. So we're thrilled to have her as our confirmed director. Finally, I know you had just heard the president give remarks on this, but for clarity's sake and to make sure everybody fully understands the totality of assistance, what the president announced today was an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine, bringing the total U.S. security assistance committed to Ukraine to $1 billion in just the past week, and more than $2 billion since the start of the Biden administration, and more specifically since last March. There's additional security assistance in the Omnibus the president signed into law yesterday, but we're also working with the Ukrainians and others on delivery mechanisms of that. So what he outlined today is the additional $800 billion from that. And this assistance, as you heard him say, will take the form of direct transfers of equipment from the Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them defend their country against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion. It also includes U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, systems they are trained on. We've also identified and are helping the Ukrainians acquire additional longer-range systems on which their forces, again, are already trained, as well as additional munitions for these systems. And we will continue to work with allies and partners to transfer equipment to Ukraine. At least 30 countries to date have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the invasion began. And in 2022, the Department of State authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase support to Ukraine. Chris, why don't you kick us off?
All right. First off, just want to note this is your 200th briefing.
Oh,
So,
wow.
welcome.
Time flies when you're having fun.
And we will celebrate with a lot of questions.
Okay, 200. Let's do it.
To start us off, the White House has said the Russian actions in Ukraine are under close scrutiny for potential war crimes. But today, President Biden directly labeled Putin a, quote, war criminal. Has something changed the administration's assessment? What brought this new remark from the president today?
I think the president's remarks speak for themselves. He was speaking from his heart and speaking from what he's seen on television, which is barbaric actions by a brutal dictator through his invasion of a foreign country. There is a legal process that continues to be underway at the State Department. That's a process that they would have any updates on.
So another question on the military assistance. Is the White House, is the administration facilitating the transfer of S-300 anti-air missiles? How is the U.S. facilitating that? How many might be provided to Ukraine?
Well, let me just provide to you, as I've educated myself a little bit on weapon systems over the past few days, I thought this might be helpful to you. So S-300s are anti-aircraft systems. We are providing Stingers, or also anti-aircraft systems. There are a range of anti-aircraft systems that different countries have around the world. So as I noted, I know that President Zelensky called out specifically S-300s. And while I'm not going to get into specifics for security reasons, we are continuing to work with our allies and key partners to surge new assistance, including Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft systems, which is exactly what that is. But what we're talking about here is how to provide them a range of anti-aircraft systems that will help them do exactly what they've been doing, which is to shoot down planes. And part of what the president announced today was additional Stingers that serve exactly that purpose.
So, given that the S-300 has a much longer range than the Stingers, is that part of the administration's plan to find a way to facilitate that specific training?
Without getting into specific systems, there are a range of anti-aircraft systems that do have longer range. We are continuing to consult with our allies and key partners to surge that assistance, but I'm not going to get into more specifics.
And the last question is, the Federal Reserve raised rates today, helped fight inflation. Is the administration confident that the Fed can beat inflation through rate hikes and not risk a recession?
Well, I would note that Chairman Powell spoke to exactly that question today. So I would point you to his specific comments answering that question, where he did express confidence in the ability to take the steps he announced and avoid that. I would note that while we respect the independence of the Federal Reserve, as you, of course, as we have said many times, the President has also said in the past that he recognizes not only their independence, but that it is appropriate and necessary for the Federal Reserve to recalibrate their support to maintain stable prices. And obviously they made an announcement today. As it relates to, we obviously closely watch, hear from the administration and closely monitor all risks, and we continue to believe that the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead, even as we continue to monitor. And obviously there are events that impact the economy, including an invasion of a foreign country, and we're seeing that impact as well play out in the economic data. Go ahead.
Back on this question of labeling Putin a war criminal. I mean, this war has now been going on for 3 weeks. So far, the president has declined to use this label. As you note, there is an ongoing sort of formal process before you can use this term. So something must have changed for the president to feel like he can take this additional step today. What? What else is he seeing?
The president was answering a direct question that was asked and responding to what he has seen on television. We have all seen barbaric acts, horrific acts by a foreign dictator in a country that is threatening and taking the lives of civilians, impacting hospitals, women who are pregnant, journalists, others, and I think he was answering a direct question.
The administration is making it very clear and publicly how much assistance the U.S. is providing to Ukraine. Whether we are fighting in this war or not, the U.S. is obviously heavily involved. Putin certainly knows all of this. He knows where this equipment is coming from. Is there any concern that you run the risk that he may view this as the kind of direct U.S. involvement, the direct confrontation that you are trying to avoid?
Well, all of the equipment that we're providing, whether it's Stingers or Javelins or counter-artillery, mortar radar, counter UAV tracking radars, anti-armor systems, unmanned aerial systems. This is all defensive equipment and materials. It is more than we've ever provided to Ukraine in the past. It is a significant amount of assistance that we have expedited the delivery on, and we will continue to do exactly that. But as our Department of Defense, and they can certainly speak to themselves, they do risk assessments. They assess what the impact will be of the types of assistance they're providing. We're obviously watching how the types of assistance we have provided have helped the Ukrainians courageously and bravely fight back, and we're giving them more of that assistance. We've also given them additional types of assistance we had not yet provided to them, but again, these are all defensive weapon systems.
You have noted from the podium that Putin has shown no signs of changing course. You've also noted that there are significant consequences that Putin could still face. Even with this additional aid that you're providing today, it seems there are still other options on the table. So why hold back? Why not use every tool at your disposal now to spare additional lives?
Well, I think if you look at the range of tools that we've used to date, we have implemented more economic sanctions than we have on any other economy in the world. You could compare it potentially to Iran or maybe North Korea, but Russia is a much more significant economy, a larger economy, and so I wouldn't say that we are holding back in that sense. We do have additional steps we can take, as we've talked about a bit in here before. Obviously, the SWIFT banking system and the implementation of those sanctions happens institution by institution. There are additional individuals that can be sanctioned. We can have new targets. We can deepen the severity of sanctions on existing targets. We can further eject Russia from the international economic order. We can further deny Russia the capacity to modernize and diversify its economy, like we have with the export controls and the cutting off of access to a lot of technology. And we can further expose and hold to account the kleptocracy. These are additional actions we have, additional options we have, and we can take them, and that is a decision that we would make through a discussion internally.
But what are you waiting for?
We have additional escalatory steps that we can take, but I would just note that we have not held back. We have done more economic sanctions and had more, put in place more financial consequences than we have in any circumstance ever in the world. So I wouldn't say that is holding back in any capacity. Go ahead.
Jen, does the White House have any insight or assessment of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia? President Zelensky seemed to indicate there had been some progress, but President Putin's remarks later did not make the same impression.
We obviously stay in very close touch with the Ukrainians, but what I would note is we haven't seen any effort to de-escalate from President Putin and from the Russian military. So while we will continue to be very supportive in a range of ways of diplomatic efforts, whether that is engaging directly with the Ukrainians, with the Europeans, you saw obviously Jake Sullivan had a call with his counterpart this morning as well, but we also are providing a range of security assistance and economic assistance to make sure we're strengthening Ukraine as they go into these discussions. But it's hard to have negotiations that are going to be effective if one party is continuing to escalate.
President Zelensky, in his remarks to Congress today, again made his request for a no-fly zone. He no doubt is aware of President Biden's position on that. Is there any scenario in which President Biden would change his mind?
Well, first let me say that the president watched the speech. I know some of you asked this, so let me just do this now. He watched the speech from his residence in his private library. As you heard him say, he thought that President Zelensky was passionate, was powerful, and certainly he watched the totality of it. We are in very close touch with the Ukrainians. Nothing that he asked for or said today was a surprise in that sense. And if we were President Zelensky, we would be asking for everything possible as well and continuing to ask for it because he is watching his country and his people be attacked and brutalized by President Putin and the Russian military. But how President Biden makes decisions is through the prism of our own national security. And as we've said before, a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require us potentially shooting down Russian planes, NATO shooting down Russian planes, and we are not interested in getting into World War III.
Just lastly, does the White House view Russia being ready to go back and allow the Iran nuclear deal to move forward?
Well, we can't blissfully speak for Russia. I'm sanctioned. They especially wouldn't let me speak for them, I guess, now. I don't know if it's changed. But I would say that Russia does not want Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. We don't either. While we have a range of strong disagreements with them, we can't speak for their intentions here. Certainly, we believe it's in both of our interests for this to move forward. Go ahead.
Jen, does the president believe that it would be important for President Zelensky to be at the NATO summit next week as long as it is safe for him to do so?
I have not discussed that exactly with the president, but the president's going there to meet with NATO partners and allies. Obviously, President Zelensky is, his country is in the middle of a war, so I have not talked to him about that specifically.
And wanted to ask you about Jake Sullivan speaking with his Russian counterpart. The Russian readout said that this happened at the U.S.'s initiative, and the NSC's readout said that if Russia is serious about diplomacy, then Moscow should stop attacking Ukraine. You've obviously consistently said from the podium that the door to diplomacy is never closed. Are we seeing, though, a ramp up in diplomatic efforts with Russia right now?
Well, this is the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russian officials since Secretary Blinken last spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I would note that we have maintained direct and indirect contact with the Russians through our embassy and officials there, including through Ambassador Sullivan, and we also have a military deconfliction channel. But we requested this call to clearly lay out our commitment to continuing to impose costs on Russia if they do not stop attacking Ukrainian cities and towns, and to warn them about the consequences and implications of Russia potentially using chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So it's important to convey those consequences directly, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Just one final question on a different topic. The administration has marked the one-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings and spoken about some of the actions that the federal government has tried to take. As you know, this week, an Asian woman in New York, a 67-year-old woman, was hit more than 125 times, was stomped on, was called a racial slur. Obviously, that video is very sickening to watch. Do you know whether the president has seen that video? And just what would the president's message be to anyone in the Asian American community who feels like, well, the actions that the government is taking are not enough to stop these attacks, and they say that they feel afraid?
Well, I would say that our message to them, I have not talked to the president about this specific video. I have seen it, a number of us have seen it, and as you said, it is very difficult to watch. I would say that his message to them would be our work is not done, that we want to stand by your side and continue to stand up for you, to protect you, to call out this type of discrimination and horrific actions, including in the example you gave, and that what he has done is try to elevate this type of anti-Asian hate in this country so that people are aware of it, so that communities across the country can continue in that fight as well. But the work clearly is not done, and we need to be steadfast in it. Go ahead, David.
Jen, a couple of questions on today's event. So first, in the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with his Russian counterpart, he issued a very specific warning about chemical and bio. There was no mention in the readout of nuclear, which is obviously a concern for battlefield weapons. Was that a deliberate omission? Has that conversation taken place in a different channel?
I'm happy to go back to them and see if there's more we want to read out from the conversation. I think what the most important component here to take away, I hope, is that we wanted to have a direct conversation about what the consequences would be of further escalatory action. But I don't have more to read out at this point in time.
And then on your answer just before about your concern about the MiG planes, we went through a little bit of this yesterday. I think you just said that you didn't want to have NATO pilots bringing down Russian planes. But under the administration's policy of moving out this long-range anti-aircraft, it's okay to have NATO equipment bringing down Russian planes as long as it's launched by a Ukrainian. Am I understanding the policy right?
Well, I think you've heard us talk a fair amount about the planes from Poland. And again, Poland is a sovereign country, so they can make decisions on their own. What we have done is done an assessment of our role and the U.S. role and what our view would be of NATO, of these planes taking off from NATO airspace. Again, I would note that the equipment that we've provided is defensive, as you know, not offensive, and we see that as being a difference. We're also looking at...
Because the planes can be used for an offensive purpose and the anti-missile systems cannot.
Correct. Also, I would note that what our Department of Defense officials also assessed is what's most effective. And while the Ukrainians still have squadrons of planes to utilize, as I think any military official could confirm for you, the types of assistance that we are providing today, including Stingers and other assistance that we're amping up support for, is exactly what we feel is effective in fighting this war. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Today in Putin's speech, he implied that there's going to be even greater crackdowns on civil liberties inside of Russia. Is there anything that you all believe that you can do in terms of sanctions or supporting the opposition there that you all are not already taking?
Well, we look at all of the actions that President Putin does, and we assess what responses we may have. I have nothing to predict at this point in time, but obviously as he has taken actions, we have taken actions in response.
And specifically on the case of Alexei Navalny, prosecutors there just said that they want to sentence him for a 13-year prison sentence. Does the White House have a response to that?
I think we've spoken a number of times in the past about the courage of Alexei Navalny, about the role he's played in being an outspoken advocate for freedoms in a country that has been void of them, and I would echo that response now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit about what President Biden specifically hopes to accomplish in his trip next week beyond shoring up NATO allies?
Well, that's a big part of it. That's a very important part, Ashley, shoring up NATO allies. Look, I think from the beginning, and even before this conflict began, we have viewed rebuilding alliances in the world as a key component of what the Biden administration and President Biden could specifically do on the global stage following his predecessor's actions. So what he'll be doing, while he's there, he's meeting with our NATO allies to coordinate our deterrence and defense. So they will obviously talk about where things are on the ground, coordinated responses, assistance we're providing. NATO at this point, as you all know, is more united and more determined than we've been in decades. So we certainly would be focused on continuing that unity. He's also going to join European leaders in a separate part of the day to discuss our work to impose economic costs on Russia. As I noted earlier, there are obviously a range of coordinated steps and costs we've taken. There's more that we could do. We have the capacity, the ability to do, and we want to continue to do as much of that in a coordinated fashion. We're also looking to continue to provide a range of humanitarian support, especially as we're seeing a surge of refugees continue to grow across the border, and discuss a range of ways we can address the challenges stemmed from Putin's war in a coordinated fashion.
And on a slightly lighter note, does the administration have a position on the effort in Congress to make daylight savings time permanent?
I have seen those reports. I was trying to think of a joke. I couldn't think of one. I don't have a specific, we are obviously coordinated and work closely with Congress on all legislation they consider, but I don't have a specific position from the administration at this point of time.
President more of a morning person or an afternoon? Because people are often divided in those ways, so I'm just curious.
That is true. Now, to de-link it from the specific question, he is more of an evening person, but I don't know what analysis you'll provide, but I'll look forward to reading tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Has President Biden spoken to President Zelensky today?
Not since this morning. If he does, and when he does, which I'm sure he will soon, we will provide that readout to all of you.
Got it, thanks. Today, President Zelensky made a distinction between a humanitarian no-fly zone and a blanket no-fly zone. Does the administration view them as being different or the same thing?
Well, there have been descriptions of both of those over the past couple of weeks, and sometimes a humanitarian, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but a humanitarian no-fly zone can be specific geography or a portion of Western or parts of Ukraine, whereas a no-fly zone, sometimes people refer to it as the totality of the country. In our view, in the view of the military, there's not a difference in terms of the implementation and the escalatory impact.
Thank you. And then today, the Vice President spoke with the President of Slovakia, which is one of 3 countries that can actually provide those S-300s. But the readout does not mention the missile system. So can you tell us whether the Vice President directly asked Slovakia to provide them to Ukraine?
I can't get into more specifics other than to convey that we are having conversations with a range of allies about providing additional assistance, anti-aircraft assistance. And again, there are a range of systems, including some of the systems that we provided and we are going to be expediting delivery of to Ukraine from the United States.
One more on the warplanes that Zelensky asked for today. I mean, you've made very clear that the U.S. Is opposed to doing that right now. I wonder if the U.S. is also discouraging other NATO allies from providing fighter jets, even if the U.S. would not have to serve as a middleman.
If other countries can make their own sovereign decisions.
And then one more on the Asian hate crimes, because you mentioned them at the top too. Do you know if the DOJ has concluded that there is not enough evidence to charge the shooter in Atlanta with a federal hate crime?
I couldn't speak to that from here. You'd have to ask DOJ that question.
And then more broadly, since the administration adopted new policies that are meant to make it easier to identify these crimes as hate crimes, can you point to any progress?
Again, I'd point to the Department of Justice who are implementing.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure, go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. Just one more, and a lot of people have asked about the MiGs, but can you lay out for us why the administration sees MiGs as provocative and javelins and stingers as not provocative?
Well, first, javelins and stingers are defensive weapons. MiGs or planes are offensive weapons, which are a different type of military system. I would say the other assessment that we've done, not through here, not through the White House, not through the President, from the Department of Defense, is to assess what is effective and what works in terms of fighting this war on the ground. And that is why we provided an additional $1 billion, $800 million announced today, but $1 billion this week of assistance, utilizing a number of the high-level military systems, stingers, javelins, counter-artillery, counter-mortar radar, anti-armor systems that we know have been effective and we know the Ukrainians are trained on. Third, Ukraine's Air Force already has several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft, and giving them more would not significantly change their effectiveness. And finally, I touched on this in the beginning, offensive versus defensive, but we also do risk assessments from the Department of Defense about what would be escalatory, and that is obviously what we would like to avoid.
John Kirby has said that success for the U.S. mission in Ukraine is a free, independent, sovereign Ukraine. We've also heard that the official mission is to prevent escalation beyond Ukraine. Which is it?
Both are true.
If we're not specific about what exactly the desired outcome is, how do we expect to be able to...
Why could both not be true? A sovereign Ukraine and preventing them from expanding beyond.
Okay. And then moving on to the nuclear deal. General McKenzie told the Armed Services Committee that from everything that he can see, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. Is the White House willing to delist the IRGC from the foreign terrorist organization list in order to get a deal with Iran?
We're still in the negotiations, so I'm not going to speculate or outline from here what the final details look like.
And these are likely the group responsible for firing missiles at U.S. facilities in Iraq. So as long as Americans aren't killed, are there no consequences for something like that, all in an effort to get a nuclear deal?
Again, you're speculating on something that is not even finalized. The deal is not finalized. What I would note, and I would just go back to why we're negotiating this deal, and right now we're negotiating this deal because Iran's nuclear gains are threatening U.S. interests. There's urgency to taking steps to contain that, which is why we've been engaged so closely. And that is all the result of President Trump pulling out of the deal and Iran moving closer to having the capacity and acquiring a nuclear weapon and speeding up their breakout time. So we are here thanks to the actions of the last president and the last administration, and it is in our interest, it is in the global interest to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Jen. How quickly can Ukraine expect to receive the list of military aid that President Biden laid out today?
Well, we have expedited, as we've noted from here, about $300 million worth of military and security assistance over the last couple of weeks. We continue to have channels to deliver military assistance, and so we would continue to work to deliver it quickly. There have been military deliveries even in the last few days.
So it has been rolling, and you're confident it will continue to be, including these new...
We continue to have channels to do exactly that, yes.
Okay. And the president said, going back to the long-range air defense systems, that he was working with allies to acquire them. Can you tell us where they are and what the expectation is in terms of the timeline for getting those systems to Ukraine?
I can't outline where they are because we're going to keep those conversations private. I would note that a great deal of what we're doing is augmenting the type of effective military assistance that we're doing from the United States and working to prioritize equipment that they are trained on. But we are discussing with a range of partners. When we say Stinger or Javelins, those are brands. There are different kinds of similar assistance or other types of assistance that different allies have around the world.
And I want to go back to the MiGs quickly and just be crystal clear about what you're saying, because when I asked the president about this earlier, he said he's not going to comment. He didn't say that it's not an option. So
well, we've spoken to it approximately 167 times. So maybe he, yeah.
Well, here's 168.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a growing number of Republicans and Democrats who are supporting the U.S. striking a deal with Poland to send the MiGs. You have Elise Stefanik earlier today saying Ukraine needs those MiGs. You have Scalise saying getting those MiGs in immediately is critical. There's a growing chorus of voices saying that now is the time. Has the president reconsidered his stance at all at this point?
No, because our military makes assessments, which they put out that assessment last week, and I would just echo that one part of the assessment is based on what equipment is effective in fighting this war, anti-armor and air defense systems. They are effectively defending the country. That is what we have provided additional assistance on. Second, they have several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft.
I don't think that's enough, Jen. You heard President
that
Zelensky
are not being, Kristen, that are not being utilized. This is the assessment by our Defense Department. Third, they are also assessing that the transfer to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory. So this is how our Defense Department is assessing. They are assessing also that it would not significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force. And these are the types of risk assessments we certainly understand. We share the passion, the anger, the horror at what we're seeing. And that is why we significantly increase the types of military assistance, the types of equipment that we know is effective, and our Defense Department is determined is effective in fighting this war.
President Zelensky ended his speech today by saying, being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Is President Biden satisfied that he's leading this leadership? 3 weeks into this war.
Well, I would say that President Zelensky also thanked the president for the role he's played. And without President Biden, there would not be 30 countries around the world providing security and military assistance. NATO would not be as aligned as it is. We would not be unified in our implementation of the most crippling sanctions we've ever implemented against a foreign country. We will continue to stand by President Zelensky's side, the side of the Ukrainians and the brave and courageous Ukrainian people, and continue to build on the efforts that have been underway to date.
We're very quickly in the wake of the second gentleman testing positive. Has President Biden been tested today, and has the Vice President been tested?
I can check on the Vice President. The President has not been. He was tested on Sunday. He was not a close contact, so we have not changed our testing mechanism. Let me check on the Vice President. I know they put out some information last night. I'll see if there's an update. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you confirm that Switchblade drones were part of the package? And if so, do you consider that still defensive?
I don't have more details beyond what was in our fact sheet to confirm from here.
Okay, and is the U.S. monitoring the hostage situation in Chernobyl, and did that come up in the call with Sullivan today?
We are definitely closely monitoring that situation, and I can check and see if that was a topic of discussion during their call.
Also, just lastly here, what does the administration make of the Russian proposal of Ukraine being a demilitarized Austrian, Swedish-type model?
As a part of their 15-point discussion, look, our focus is on supporting the Ukrainians in their efforts. Obviously, pursuing diplomacy is something we will always support, but as President Putin and the Russian military continues to take escalatory steps on the ground and take military action against civilians and innocent people, we think that is the biggest place where we need to say change. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if you're in a position today to say anything more about the contours of the president's travel next week. What's after Brussels, if anything?
I don't have anything more for you at this point in time. We're still finalizing any additional details.
The fact that the second gentleman did test positive, does that raise concerns here about the state of the situation in the country with BA2 or any other variant that might be around?
It does not from our health officials.
Jen, back
Go ahead.
in the room.
Can I ask
I'll go back in a second. Go ahead.
Sarah Bloom Raskin withdrew
Yeah.
her nomination yesterday. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if you can speak to that, and in particular, will you name a new, will the president name a new nominee soon for that post?
He certainly will nominate a new person to serve, to nominate to that post. It's been less than a day, so it may be a little bit more time. We are certainly disappointed. Sarah Bloom Raskin remains one of the most highly qualified people to ever be nominated to this position, but it's an important role, and he will nominate someone to fill the position.
How those final sort of days played out on that? Was there an attempt to get bipartisan support, or was Senator Manchin's statement sort of seen as the decisive one when
No, I would say, as I said from this podium, there was continued efforts to seek bipartisan support and continue to support her candidacy.
And sorry, going back to the drones, is your position that the drones were assessed by the Defense Department to not be perceived as escalatory and to not be perceived as offensive weapons?
Again, I don't have anything more to confirm beyond what was in the fact sheet and the specifics in there, but defensive weapons is what we have provided. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll go to the back in a second.
The administration, including you yesterday, have raised very dire warnings about what will happen if this COVID money doesn't come through. President Biden held a bill signing yesterday, a very celebratory bill signing for a piece of legislation that was stripped out of, that funding was stripped out of. Why didn't the president mention it? And is he willing to expend political capital on this?
Yes, he is, absolutely. I would say that we have been working around the clock over the last few days, behind the scenes and publicly, to convey very clearly to elected officials across the country and the American people what the impacts will be. So I would expect you'll hear from him more soon about it.
And on the meeting that Jake Sullivan, or the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with the Russian Security Council secretary, can you say why that particular person was the one that the U.S. reached out to? Why he was the one that Jake had a conversation with? Is there anything about his proximity to Putin or anything else that we should know?
I don't think there's more to detail from here.
Afghanistan, please.
Go ahead, Michael.
A couple questions on Russia. Obviously, the president calling Vladimir Putin personally a war criminal today. Are you going to be detailing whether orders to strike maternity wards, residential buildings, innocent children were coming from the very top?
Well, I would say there's a legal process where all of the data and information gathered will be fed into any international investigations. That's led by the State Department. I think I spoke to this a few minutes earlier, where I conveyed the president was directly answering a question and speaking to his own passion in watching the barbaric actions of a brutal dictator invading a foreign country, but there is a legal process that is ongoing. The State Department has oversight over that.
And then the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Published an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that threats against Chinese entities and businesses are unacceptable and, quote, wielding the baton of sanctions at Chinese companies while seeking China's support and cooperation simply won't work. I'm wondering if you have a response to that.
Well, I would say that I don't believe that's an accurate depiction of what we've been doing. What we've been conveying is that rhetorical support or the clear rhetorical lack of denunciation of what Russia is doing flies in the face of what China stands for, including basic principles of the UN Charter, including the basic principle of respect for sovereignty of nations. And that's just a statement of fact. Obviously, our objective and what we'll watch closely is, and I don't have an update on it from here, is any decision to provide additional support to Russia while they're invading a foreign country. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Chuck Grassley has put a hold on nomination of LA Mayor Eric Garcetti for U.S. ambassadorship to India. Has the President spoken to his friend Senator, or the White House has reached out to him to lift the hold? Or is the White House considering a new name for India? Is the absence of a U.S. ambassador to India having an impact on your bilateral relationship?
Well, he can't actually prevent a vote from moving forward on the floor. I mean, he can convey his opposition, as is the right of any senator, but Mayor Garcetti is out of committee, and we're hoping to see a vote on the Senate floor soon. And the president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti and believes he'll be an excellent representative in India. It is critical, of course, that we have confirmed leadership at all of our embassies, including including India, and we urge the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible.
In the middle of this war with Ukraine, how are the world's largest and oldest democracies working together to bring peace in the region?
Well, I would say, as you know, we remain in touch through a range of channels from our national security team with leaders in India and continue to encourage leaders to work closely with us to stand up against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you. The wheat supplies from both Russia and Ukraine have been disrupted and are forecast to be disrupted quite a bit going forward. Does the US see the danger, as some have been talking about a breakdown actually of food supplies to large parts of the world, maybe starting with Africa? Thank you.
This is something we're watching very closely. I have a little bit of information on this, so let me see if I can find it. Let's see. And we are concerned about how the wheat supply could impact different parts of the world, less the United States and more other parts of the world. There are also impacts we could see in the United States, including fertilizer and the production of fertilizer. Ukraine is a large producer of fertilizer, so there are steps the Department of Agriculture has announced, and we are taking steps to work to address. But this is something, to go back to your original question, we are monitoring closely, and we are, of course, continuing to evaluate what types of humanitarian assistance we can provide to address.
Just a quick one on another part of the world. Taiwan's foreign minister said just this week, might have been yesterday, that the US is about to announce more arms sales to Taiwan. Do you have anything on that?
I don't have anything to predict, confirm, or read out on that. I'm happy to check with our Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So the president's obviously sanctioned a lot of Russian oligarchs. I wonder about some of the laws, our laws, that enable this sort of international kleptocracy. Obviously, the president's been outspoken about his belief that America's tax code should be more fair, that should be enforced better. And I wonder if the president has thought about or has had conversations with people on the Hill about possible legislation that would change some of these laws, make real estate transactions more transparent, require companies and trusts to be registered to people by their actual name, prevent Americans from using offshore banks as tax havens. Any of that under consideration?
A number of those he's expressed support for in the past. I'm happy to check with our economic team and see if any of those are under discussion.
No sense that those talks have picked up.
I just don't have an update on it. Go ahead, Karen.
Just to go back to Jake Sullivan's call, you noted when you were first talking about it that this was the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russia since Secretary Blinken's last conversation with Lavrov. So why now? Why today? Has something changed that's given the administration any reason to think this could produce some progress, a call like this?
I wouldn't put that much optimism in it. I would say that there have been ongoing direct and indirect conversations with the Russians. It's not that it stopped at any point. Those have happened through our ambassador, and it just felt like the appropriate time for our national security advisor to have a discussion and directly convey that there will be additional consequences should things proceed, including if there's a use of chemical weapons.
I have to ask you the inverse then.
Yeah.
Would there be any increasing concerns that prompted that call today?
I would say that, diplomatic conversations and talks, there isn't always a magic reason why they happen in a particular moment. And this was just felt like the appropriate time for us to engage at that level. Go ahead. I have to wrap up in a second here, but go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You put out a list of all of the military equipment included in that $800 million that's being provided to Ukraine. Among those items, let me read them to you: 100 grenade launchers, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns. Are you saying those items are not offensive weapons?
They're weapons that help the Ukrainian people fight against an invasion by a foreign country.
They can be used offensively, can they not?
Again, they're weapons. What I'm talking about is weapons that can be used to fight.
The answer is yes. I mean, although you don't want to say it, that answer to that question is yes. And so, obviously, you're trying to make this distinction between offensive.
Well, what we're talking about. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish my answer.
No, you aren't. No, I was finishing a point, and then you can respond to my.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're making this distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Anybody that looks at that list of weapons that I just mentioned, they would say clearly they're offensive. If a Ukrainian military officer or someone who is enlisted has one of these weapons, they can take out a Russian military official of some sort with these weapons. They're offensive in nature. So why not provide more offensive weapons like this to the Ukrainian military?
Well, first of all, we are providing a range of rifles, etc. There is a difference between a plane and planes and massive military systems. I think anybody would recognize this. And what we're talking about, which is giving rifles and pistols to many of them farmers and people living in countrysides to defend themselves. I think there's a difference that most people recognize. Thank you, everyone, so much. Have a nice day.
You promised the back of the room, Jen.
I will get to you tomorrow. I'm sorry, I have to wrap up. I apologize.
Jen.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles, continuing our coverage on Russia and Ukraine. Economic sanctions have been put in place by the U.S. and their allies on Russia, and this has forced many powerful people to be locked out of their assets and their property. But who are these oligarchs, and what will these sanctions really ultimately do, and how will they affect the outcome of this war? Well, Fox 32 Chicago spoke with an expert with a focus on Russia and the Soviet Union to learn more. Let's take a look.
Unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia by the U.S. and its allies have been brought against Russian elites. They have cut powerful families and individuals off from financial systems, frozen their assets, and blocked access to their property, including luxury yachts that we've been hearing a lot about. But exactly who are these oligarchs we keep hearing about, and how will these specific sanctions affect the outcome of this war? Joining us to discuss is Professor Jordan Gans-Morse with Northwestern University, who is an expert with a focus on Russia and the former Soviet Union. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Let's just start with the primary lesson here. Describe what and who are these oligarchs, and how does their wealth relate to the political control in Russia?
I think one thing that's important for us to remember, and that this gets lost a lot in these discussions, is that we use this term oligarchs as though it's one big group, and there's actually a number of different types of oligarchs. At minimum, we should distinguish between two types. One are the type that had their wealth that came out of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the privatization of Russian assets in the 1990s, and they were rich when Putin already came to power. And many of them didn't survive those early years. They were exiled or put in jail. Some of them adapted and became close to Putin. Those are the most famous of these are people like Roman Abramovich, at least the most famous in the West. And there's a whole nother group which really has his wealth due to Putin. And these are people that he knew going back sometimes even to his childhood days, other times to his days in St. Petersburg in the 1990s, and other times to his KGB background. And all of these people are very different.
So that would be the first thing that we'd want to think about. Those who are close to him, some of these things may hurt them, but they are not going to break with him no matter what. On the other hand, those who are not close to him, they rely on him. He doesn't rely on them as much. And so they might break with him, but they are not going to have any influence, even if they did. They're quite afraid of him.
Okay, so how will the sanctions affect Putin in the war, if at all?
At this point, I think that it's less about the hope that we're going to have some sort of immediate impact in changing his mind or changing his policy. But what we can do is affect his resources. We can make it that much harder for him to have access to resources from everything from money to companies that are producing metals that eventually are needed for Russia's war effort, for energy, for anything that ultimately is going to go into helping Putin either keep his economy afloat or helping him make this execute this war. We can hurt that, and that helps. That's that much more limitation. That's that much more pressure. That's that much more of a headache for Putin in terms of thinking about where he goes next. The other thing is that even if it's the case that many of the oligarchs, or say Roman Abramovich, are unlikely to directly have influence on Putin, having unhappy, powerful stakeholders in Russia still isn't good for him. It's one more thing for him to be thinking about and looking over his back.
Okay, what kind of ripple effect, though, do these sanctions have around the world? If we have these oligarchs maybe hiding their wealth everywhere, including here in the United States, do we feel a ripple effect, and does it affect all of us?
Well, I think we need to keep in mind, too, that the sanctions are not just on these individuals. The sanctions are also on institutions, banks, companies, and so on. They are on the ability of companies in the United States and Europe and Canada and throughout the world to export things to Russia. So the sanctions on the oligarchs themselves, even though they're the most high profile and because they're personified in these well-known people, it's easy to focus on them, but they're only one piece of this much bigger picture. When we put all that together, absolutely, it's going to affect the rest of the world. The extent to which that's going to happen is something that we're still only now beginning to figure out. But I think that what we need to focus on right now is the devastation that's happening in Ukraine, and that this is one lever that can be used to put that much more pressure on Putin to try to end this sooner rather than later. And whatever pain we're feeling in terms of things like higher gas prices and so on, it's minimal to what Putin's doing, both the Ukrainians, and also important to remember that the Ukraine's the forefront of a bigger fight against, that Putin is waging against NATO. And even though Ukrainians are dying, this is a fight that the West very much is in. And if Putin is not slowed down here, it's going to affect us all in ways way beyond our economy.
Professor Jordan Gans-Morse, what a great way to end this interview. Such a good point. We appreciate you joining us. You're with Northwestern University, and we appreciate your expertise. You take care.
You too. Thank you for having me.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. We are now approaching the 1 o'clock hour here on the West Coast. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue our conversation on the Russian war on Ukraine. And Fox Los Angeles spoke with a U.S. citizen who traveled from the U.S. to Ukraine to the war zone to help in the resistance. They spoke with him. Let's take a look at that conversation here on Live Now.
He joins us live from Kyiv. This segment's going to be a little bit shorter than we were hoping for because of technical challenges in the middle of a war zone. Jericho, thank you for being with us. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's innocent civilians being killed, so there's nowhere else I'd be right now.
Wow, plain and simple. Well, it was quite the journey, we know, for you, Jericho, to get to Kyiv. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's halfway across the world. There wasn't any direct line of communication that I was able to obtain with anybody with the Foreign Legion, so I just had to kind of make my way here from the States. And then when I got into country, I don't speak the language, and you know, it's a country at war, and they're looking for any saboteurs. So every few steps I made, the police officers of the local national military were checking me, and without any actual documentation to prove what I was doing there, everybody was a little bit hesitant of me. But sooner or later, I made my way to the capital just from angels being put in my path.
And that's where you are now in Kyiv. What's it like on the ground, and have those guys started to embrace you as one of them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as they realized that I wasn't here to cause any harm, they've totally embraced me with open arms. The Ukrainian people are very, very sweet, very loving, extremely resilient, and yeah, I'm really grateful for them because they have welcomed me with open arms. And what's going on in the ground? I mean, just a couple minutes ago, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here. I just got woken up by a pretty large, pretty big boom. There's constantly bombs being dropped. There's air raid sirens constantly going off. There's small arms, machine gun fire, several blocks just down from my location, constantly. But at the same time, during the day, there's still people like walking their dog, you know?
Wow.
So there's the Ukrainian people, they're not afraid. And even though it's in the middle of a war zone, many of them have lost friends and family already. They still seem to just carry on with their life.
Jericho, we only have less than a minute left. What is your plan? How long do you see yourself there on the ground?
Yeah, so we just signed our documents to become not exactly members of their military, but just about. And the contract is to be here for until the end of the war.
Wow, and we don't know how long that is going to be, but you do have a GoFundMe page that we want to put up on the screen. They're not paying you. You're doing this and need help. You see it right there. What do you search for, Marla?
You search fundraiser for Jericho's volunteer mission to Ukraine, asking for, seems like a mere $5,000 to support your mission. Jericho Sky, thank you so much for being with us and for all that you're doing in your service.
Best of humanity. Yeah. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. We're now at 1 o'clock Pacific time here on the West Coast in Los Angeles, bringing you the latest coverage on the war in Ukraine. Continuing with our coverage, we are now going to go out to the latest press briefing from the State Department in case you missed that. But don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on so many different platforms, from Roku to Apple TV to YouTube to so many others. And of course, you can always watch on Live Now from Fox as well. Thanks all for being with us on this Saturday. We will now go out to that State Department press briefing.
One element at the top, and then I look forward to your questions. As the President said today, America stands with the forces of freedom in Ukraine. To that end, we are leading the effort to isolate President Putin on the global stage, while also simultaneously strengthening Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. What's at stake here are the principles of freedom, the right to determine one's own future, a right that Ukrainians have shown the world they will fight to preserve. In recent weeks, the United States has sent $300 million in humanitarian aid, tens of thousands of tons of food and medicine for displaced families fleeing Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified war. U.S. humanitarian aid personnel are on the ground in the region, assessing needs in real time. And just as President Biden pledged we would, we have also surged security assistance to our Ukrainian partners so that they can defend themselves. As Russia began its military buildup last year, the United States delivered $650 million in military equipment to Ukraine, building on a growing security cooperation relationship dating back to 2014. As the conflict started, we spent $350 million more in equipment to help bolster Ukraine's defenses. Now this week, we are authorizing $1 billion more of arms and equipment, including types already used successfully by Ukraine's security forces to defend their country against Russian aggression. Today's announcement nearly doubles total security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the administration to more than $2 billion, enabling us to surge additional needed assistance, including anti-aircraft, anti-tank, anti-armor systems, as well as small arms and munitions used by Ukrainian security forces on the ground right now in their fight to defend their country. Among the items included in this new package are 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelin, 1,000 light anti-armor weapons, and 6,000 AT-4 anti-armor systems, 100 tactical unmanned aerial systems, 100 grenade launchers, 500 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns, in addition to over 200 million rounds of small arms and ammunition and grenade launcher and mortar rounds, and more. In addition to the U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, the United States has also identified and is helping the Ukrainians acquire from our partners and allies additional longer-range systems on which Ukraine's forces are already trained, as well as additional munitions for those systems. The United States continues to expedite the authorization and facilitation of additional assistance to Ukraine from our allies. At least 30 countries have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the Russian invasion began. In 2022, this year, the Department of State has authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase their support to Ukraine. As the President said, this could be a long and difficult battle, but America will be steadfast. America will continue to answer the call. The United States, our allies and partners, we are united in supporting Ukraine in its time of need. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Don. I actually, I have some Iran questions, but I guess we'll start with Ukraine because I think that's probably on the top of everyone's mind. When you speak about additional long-range systems longer-range systems that the Ukrainians are already trained in, you're talking about the S-300s, or are you talking about, is it broader than just that? And
well, so Matt, what we are doing and what I referred to now is the fact that we are continuing to pursue solutions to help our Ukrainian partners acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions they would need for those systems, and the President also alluded to this in his remarks today. I can't get into the full specifics of this, but we are continuing to work with our allies, with our partners, to surge new assistance, and that includes Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft system and the necessary ammunition to employ them every day to Ukraine. Those are the systems on which they are already using, the systems on which they are already trained and have actually demonstrated great effect already. We have said that we welcome assistance from countries around the world. As I mentioned a moment ago, more than 30 countries across the globe have provided defensive security assistance to Ukraine. The United States has, the Department of State, I should say, has authorized the provision of U.S. origin equipment from at least 14 countries, but we know that many more are standing up.
But this isn't U.S. origin.
That's correct. That's correct.
So without getting into the actual nitty-gritty specifics of what systems they are and what countries, although it would be nice to know what countries you're in discussions with about this, what does the U.S., if anything, have to do to facilitate the transfer of such systems? And secondly, are you close to reaching an agreement with any of the potential donor countries?
What do we have to do to facilitate the transfer of non-U.S. origin equipment? So first, for U.S. origin equipment, of course, there are waivers that are necessary given ITAR provisions and other applicable provisions. The Secretary has repeatedly, with more than 14 countries, authorized the provision of such U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners, and we've done so on an extremely expedited basis, turning those around in the course of a day. When it comes to working with countries that may have Russian-made, Soviet origin equipment, obviously that is not equipment for which we would need to provide any sort of waiver or any sort of formal paperwork. What we are doing, however, is sharing our assessment of the security needs that our Ukrainian partners have. Precisely the needs they have, the threat they are under, the types of fires and munitions that they are enduring from President Putin's forces, and working with them to determine what they may have in their inventories, to marry that with what we have in our inventories, with our knowledge, with their knowledge of what the Ukrainians already have, the training they already have, to determine the most effective package that will allow them to defend themselves.
Well, can you say if you're close to an agreement with any, or
we are having these discussions every day. 30 countries around the world have already provided security assistance to Ukraine, and we're having these discussions
daily.
daily.
The last one is just that if a deal is struck, and I realize it's a hypothetical, so you probably won't answer, but let me try anyway. If you do get a country X or country Y, or both X and Y, to provide Ukraine with these systems, is the U.S. prepared to make up for those? Because, I mean, presumably if country X and Y give those systems to Ukraine, the Russians most likely aren't going to want to sell them replacements, right?
Well,
I will. Is the U.S. going to be, or any ally, are you in discussions to replace those systems that countries might give up?
I always appreciate when you answer the question for me. I will note that that is hypothetical. I will also note, however, that we have continued to provide forms of reassurance to our allies, including our allies on the eastern flank. The Department of Defense recently spoke of the 2 Patriot missile batteries that have been moved into Poland. We know that countries that are valiantly standing up, that are providing defensive weaponry from their own stocks, they too have their own security needs. When it comes to the NATO alliance, certainly we will continue to stand by our NATO allies to make certain that NATO has the power, the capability to defend itself. Yes.
Just a quick one. I have a follow-up, but I think there are drones in the package of new equipment. I wonder if you can confirm that there are these Switchblade drones are part of that, and any details you can give.
I've seen quite a bit of reporting over the last 24 hours on that particular system. I think I understand why when you see the video of it. Look, I can't confirm particular systems. The president did speak of, or we did speak of, tactical unmanned aerial systems. We provided and are providing 100 of those systems. The system that you referred to would be an anti-armor system. It is certainly consistent with the type of defensive weaponry that we're providing, but I'm just not in a position to speak to all the specific systems that may be included in that package.
Okay, then can we move on to the discussions going on between the Ukrainians and the Russians? Sure. You know, there's some signs, some noises coming from both sides that there might be some movement on that. I wondered if you had a view on the potential for an agreement there, and there's a discussion about an agreement that would see Ukraine kind of pledge neutrality, not join NATO, like a Sweden or Austria kind of neutrality, and then also have security guarantees from other countries. Could the US be a guarantor of some kind of agreement like that?
Well, we welcome the sentiments expressed that there is hope, that there is optimism for diplomatic progress. But what Ukraine needs now, more than sentiments, more than hope, more than optimism, is de-escalation, is an end to the violence, is a tangible indication that President Putin is changing course. And that is something we have not yet seen. And just as I was coming down here, there are more horrifying reports of shelling, of destruction of what appear to be civilian sites across Ukraine, including in Mariupol. We've made clear that we unequivocally support Ukraine's efforts to achieve peace, to bring an end to the mounting human suffering from President Putin's war of choice. Diplomacy is always going to be at the center of these efforts, but we remain clear-eyed, as do our Ukrainian partners. As you heard from President Zelensky, as you've heard from the foreign minister, as you've heard from others. It remains our position that Russia needs to halt its campaign of death, of destruction, immediately. And we are working simultaneously to do all we can to give Ukraine the strongest hand it can have at the negotiating table. And we're doing that in a couple different ways. We've already spoken to one of those ways at the top of this briefing when we detailed some of the security assistance that we're providing to Ukraine, $2 billion over the past year, $1 billion in the past week alone. That is certainly an important element of that. The other part of that effort to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table is what the United States and our allies and partners have brought to bear on the Kremlin, on the Russian Federation, including its economy and its financial system. We have placed unprecedented pressure on the Russian economy, on its financial system, and every day you see very tangible metrics of that. Stock market remains closed, will remain closed for at least the remainder of this week and potentially even longer, presumably in an effort to prevent capital flight. The ruble is virtually worthless. It is literally worth less than a penny. Russia is on the verge of default. Its credit rating is at junk status. Hundreds of international companies are fleeing the Russian market, and we can go on and on. Now, all of that is part and parcel of our effort to strengthen that Ukrainian position. So we see Ukraine day by day will have a stronger hand as these measures have even more effect on the Russian economy, on the Russian financial system, and as we, together with our allies and partners here too, continue to provide Ukraine with the defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves inside their own territory. Yes?
I just wanted to dig on that a little further, Ned, because certain export controls exist on some of these systems that the two gentlemen mentioned. And so is the State Department going to take the lead in talking to allies and easing those export controls or maybe changing them altogether? And especially given Ukraine. how can you work through those obstacles to maybe get them their aid that they need faster, especially with export?
Well, I think we have proven throughout the course of this conflict and even before it that we are not going to let any sort of technical barrier stand in our way. And I have already spoken to the expedited procedures that we have used to approve the provision of U.S. origin equipment to Ukraine. We have done that in many cases with less than 24 hours notice. The fact that it was just a couple weeks ago that we announced an additional $350 million in security assistance to Ukraine within 4 or 5 days. More than 70% of that vast sum had already been delivered. So I think that speaks to the fact that we are breaking through not only what might be otherwise burdensome bureaucratic processes and hoops, but we are doing so with alacrity here in this department. Our colleagues at the Department of Defense are doing the same, and we know that our allies and partners around the world are doing the same on their end, precisely because we recognize the urgency with which our Ukrainian partners need these defensive supplies. So if there are procedures that we need to go through here at the department or elsewhere within the government to see to it that appropriate and effective systems are provided to our Ukrainian partners, whether that is from our stocks, whether that is U.S. origin material from the stocks of our allies and partners, or material that is non-U.S. origin that may even be Russian-made or Soviet origin, we will see to that. Yes, sir.
Poland's Deputy Prime Minister Kaczyński, Jarosław Kaczyński, was in Kyiv yesterday along with leaders of Poland, Czechia and Slovenia, and he called for a peacekeeping mission to Ukraine with the involvement of some NATO troops. So is that something that the US would be willing to entertain? And somewhat relatedly, President Zelensky yesterday said that he would like to see more leaders coming to visit him there. Are there any chances of U.S. officials doing that?
So on your first question, of course, it's not up to us to speak for NATO. What I can say is essentially what we have heard from the NATO Secretary General. Is that the alliance, of course, is squarely focused on putting an end to this war, bringing this brutal aggression to a close, just as NATO is. We are intently focused on doing the same. In the same vein, we want to avoid doing anything that would prolong this war or that would expand this war. And having American service members on Ukrainian territory, American pilots in Ukrainian airspace, NATO service members on Ukrainian soil, NATO pilots in Ukrainian airspace. Of course, that has the potential not to bring this war to a close, but to expand it to something that is even larger and much more grave in terms of its implications. In terms of U.S. officials visiting Ukraine, you'll know that it was just last week that Secretary Blinken met with his foreign minister, counterpart, Foreign Minister Kuleba, on the Polish-Ukrainian border. They actually conducted part of that meeting on sovereign Ukrainian soil, the very sovereignty that Ukrainians are so valiantly and bravely and courageously standing up to defend.
Right, but it's a little bit different than going to Kyiv and meeting with Zelensky, stepping across the border. I mean, not that it wasn't a symbolic show of support or anything, but there are no plans to do similar to what the three European...
The White House has announced plans for the president to go to Brussels. Yeah. That is the only presidential travel I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay, well, but I'm talking about lower than the president. I mean, and just to follow up on Simon's question earlier about this idea of neutrality and security guarantees, is this something, I realize that you said that what Ukraine needs right now, what they need immediately is de-escalation and a sign that Putin has changed his changing course, but in the more medium term, is this something that you guys are willing to consider? Because frankly, I think a lot of us including Ukraine, thought they already had security guarantees from the Budapest Memorandum. So is the U.S. ready to look at a Budapest Plus agreement that expands the number of guarantors?
So this is, in terms of the diplomacy, this is not a question for us regarding what might lead to a ceasefire, a diminution of violence between Ukraine and Russia. This is ultimately a question for our Ukrainian partners to decide the terms of diplomacy, what they are willing to pursue, what they are not willing to pursue. This is really at the heart of this conflict, this needless war of aggression that President Putin and his forces are waging. They are waging this war precisely because they sought to deprive Ukraine of its sovereign rights, its sovereign right to determine its own foreign policy, its sovereign right to determine its own Western orientation, its sovereign right to choose its own partners and alliances. So as part and parcel of that, it is not for us to say the terms by which Ukraine and Russia may be in a position to reach an agreement that we all hope could diminish the violence. That is for Ukraine to decide. We will be standing by our Ukrainian partners, assisting them with the diplomacy, as we know a number of our allies and partners around the world are doing. But these are questions for the sovereign state of Ukraine. Yes?
On this question. More generally, is it a good idea, is it a wise idea to sign something under the Russian shelling? And yes or no, if it ends up signing some kind of agreement, could one expect that the United States will be a part of this agreement?
I missed the first part of your question. Is
it generally a good idea, wise idea to sign a peace agreement during the shelling?
Well, we continue to believe that there must be a diplomatic resolution to this war. And that is why we are standing with our Ukrainian partners as they continue to engage in diplomacy, why we've been consulting and coordinating so closely with our French allies, our German allies, our Turkish allies, our Israeli partners, and others who have been involved in various diplomatic efforts to try and bring this brutal war to a close. But we know something else to be true, and that is that diplomacy will have the best chance of success, not in the context of escalation, but in the context of de-escalation. And to your point, we, and to what I said earlier, have not yet seen any indication that President Putin is willing to de-escalate. In fact, we have seen escalation after escalation. As the Secretary said yesterday, President Putin has continued to put his foot on the accelerator. It is time to put the brakes on this conflict. It is time to see a diminution of the violence. It is time to see a de-escalation. It is time to see the Russians take steps that spare additional lives. Yeah, let me go around. Tracy.
Thank you. Getting away from the specifics for a minute, I have a slightly more philosophical
Sure.
question. You and others in the administration have repeatedly spoken about how united you and your NATO allies are. And my question is whether you think this is a permanent resolution of the differences and frictions that came up with NATO and the United States over the last 4 years, or if this is sort of a unique convergence of events and there will still be a lot more work to do in terms of U.S. working with NATO.
Well, I would make the point that any disagreement or disharmony between the United States and NATO came to a close in January of last year, long before this conflict. Secretary Blinken's first travel to the European continent, you probably recall, was to Brussels. He went to a NATO ministerial. If I recall, his second travel to the continent of Europe was to Brussels, where he attended a NATO ministerial just a few weeks later. So we have demonstrated from the very first hours of this administration when Secretary Blinken spoke to the NATO Secretary General, and of course the President has had conversations as well. The indispensability of the NATO alliance and the fact that, to us, NATO's Article 5, the principle that an attack on one is an attack on all, is as sacrosanct today as it was 70 plus years ago when the NATO Charter was signed. Now, I think it is true that the alliance in the build-up and in the wake of Russia's aggression is as united, as focused, and as purposeful as it has been since the end of the Cold War. It has really brought into focus the reason for being of the alliance in the first place. I also think, and I'll let countries speak for themselves, but this brings up once again the point that President Putin, through his actions, has in fact precipitated everything that he has sought to prevent. And a number of countries that just a few short months ago probably would have demurred if asked about any NATO aspirations have given different answers. Of course, I think that the value of NATO, its purpose, its reason for being today is as in focus as it ever has been. Yes?
I know it's not your department per se, but so today's call between Jake Sullivan and General Patrushev, is this not because this is the first, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is the first high-level contact since the beginning of the invasion, so is this not a positive signal, or that the sides are, coming together, or how are we supposed to interpret that?
I wouldn't quite characterize it in quite those terms. I won't speak for the White House. They will speak to their own engagements. What I can say is that the last time Secretary Blinken had been in contact with his counterpart was in the immediate aftermath of the potential meeting in Geneva coming down. And this was, of course, right in the midst of the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I say that I might characterize this contact a bit differently because, as the White House laid out, the National Security Advisor outlined in very clear terms for his counterpart our commitment to continuing to impose costs on the Russian Federation, our commitment to continuing to support the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of our Ukrainian partners. He also took advantage of the conversation to make very clear that there would be significant consequences and implications were the Russian Federation to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So I think this speaks to the fact that there are some very weighty, very consequential issues that are now on the table. There are some very weighty concerns that we have, and so we are not going to pass up an opportunity to convey those concerns and to convey the potential implications if we think that direct contact is in our interest. Paul.
Can I go to Iran?
Sure.
So where are we? The Iranians say there's two issues left, which presumably are that they want guarantees from the U.S. and they against another policy change, and they want the IRGC to be cleared of being named a terrorist group. Can those issues be bridged, and do you expect them to be bridged soon? And secondly, what do you think of Britain's ability to get back its hostages and the coincidental timing of them releasing Iranian funds?
So to your first question, we do think the remaining issues can be bridged. We do think, and as we said before, we have made significant progress. We are close to a possible deal, but we're not there yet. From our end, we are not going to characterize the number, the nature of these remaining issues precisely because we are at a very delicate stage. We want to do everything we can to see to it that to determine if a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is in the offing, and it would need to be in the offing in the short term. As we've said there is little time remaining given the nuclear advancements that Tehran has made that over time would obviate the non-proliferation benefits that the JCPOA conveyed. So this is an issue that needs to be worked urgently. It is an issue that has had our urgent attention for some time now. We still continue to believe that a mutual return to compliance would be manifestly in our interests, and we are going to find out in the near term whether we're able to get there. When it comes to the news you referred to today, let me just say that we welcome the news regarding British citizens Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and Anush Ashuri. We, of course, would refer you to our British counterparts for specific questions on their status. When it comes to our efforts, we continue to work night and day to secure the release of our wrongfully detained citizens, and that includes U.S.-UK citizen Murad Tabaz. Simply put, Iran is unjustly detaining innocent Americans and others, and Tehran should release them immediately. Securing their release is an utmost priority for this administration. We call upon Iran to make urgent progress toward the release of wrongfully detained U.S. citizens. I can tell you that Special Envoy Malley and Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs Carstens, they have been regularly speaking with the families of our detainees. They'll continue to do so, particularly to pass along the status of any progress to bring their loved ones home. In fact, they spoke with the families of all 4 wrongfully detained U.S. citizens just yesterday.
Does the British release of funds to Iran make it more difficult for you to obtain the release of Americans without doing the same kind of gesture?
Well, this was a sovereign UK decision. We were not a party to this decision. It doesn't change the fact that we are going to continue working night and day to do everything we can to bring our citizens home. Yes, Rich.
Thanks, Ned. Also, this is my first time in the briefing this week, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful words yesterday, for the support of the State Department for our colleagues, for Ben, Pierre, and Sasha, and all the support that you've given us. And I know it means a lot to the bullpen, it means a lot to Fox, and it means a lot to me. So thank you for that.
Rich, it's why we're here, to help citizens, to help those in need. So we've welcomed the good news. We hope to hear more of it.
Great, thank you. Moving on to an Iran question, there's a report in Axios that the administration is considering removing the IRGC from the FTO list in return for a public commitment from Iran to de-escalate in the region. Is that something that you can confirm?
It's not something I can speak to. It's not something I can speak to beyond the fact that there are 2 key issues at the heart of these negotiations. On the one hand, you have the nuclear commitments that Tehran would need to adhere to were it to resume full compliance with the JCPOA. On the other side of the ledger, you have the sanctions relief that the United States, working with our P5+1 partners, would be prepared to provide if we were to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. So the issue of sanctions relief is really and has been at the heart of these negotiations, but we're just not going to speak to specifics at this stage.
Does the IRGC's missile launches near an American consulate change that calculation? And with that in mind, does the administration still think it would be appropriate for that to even be considered?
What it underscores for us is the fact that Iran poses a threat to our allies, to our partners, in some cases to the United States, across a range of realms. The most urgent challenge we would face is a nuclear-armed Iran, or an Iran that was on the very precipice of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Every challenge that we face and would face from Iran, whether that is its support for proxies, its support for terrorist groups, its ballistic missile program, all of those challenges would become all the more difficult to confront if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon. Iran would be able to act with far greater impunity if it were in possession of a nuclear weapon. So we are determined to continue to confront all of those threats, working in tandem with our allies and partners, just as we are determined to take that central potential threat off the table, the threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon. That is what we are seeking to do by testing the proposition that through a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, we can reimpose the permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program to see to it that Iran is never able to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Is the administration committed, if there is an agreement, to submitting an agreement to congressional review and waiting out the 30-day period before lifting any sanctions?
Well, what I can say at this point, Rich, we obviously don't have an agreement of any sort, but we will carefully consider the facts and circumstances of any U.S. return to the JCPOA to determine the legal implications, including those under ANARA. We're committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied. The president believes that a bipartisan approach across our foreign policy, and we've been heartened to see this on a number of issues recently, including on Ukraine, with a $13.6 billion in appropriations, a large chunk of which we spoke to today. But we believe that a bipartisan approach to our foreign policy, including to Iran, is the strongest way to safeguard U.S. interests in the long term. And we have reached out at all levels to members of Congress and their staffs to discuss our approach to Iran this very week. There have continued to be briefings on the Hill. Special Envoy Malley, Brett McGurk at the White House, others are deeply committed to this continued close engagement with Congress in a bipartisan manner during the negotiations and for whatever comes next.
That sounds as though he's not committing to another review.
It should sound as though we are committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied.
But that doesn't mean that you're submitting it. I mean, that's not a pledge to submit it to that through that review process.
As I said before, we don't have a deal.
Yes.
This is a hypothetical, but if and when there is any sort of agreement, we are committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied.
Yesterday, you were a bit circumspect about Foreign Minister Lavrov's comments with the Iranian foreign minister at their meeting in Moscow, in which he said, he suggested, his comments appeared to suggest at least that the last-minute Russian objections or their concerns about Ukraine sanctions essentially bleeding over into the JCPOA, that those were resolved. You said that you didn't think there was really ever an issue in the first place, but have you gotten any more clarity from, not directly from the Russians presumably, but through anyone else that this issue is in fact now resolved and the Russians won't blow a deal up?
Well, what I will say is that we have spoken to a very small number of outstanding issues. In addition to, call it what you will, I think Mr. Borrell called it external factors. Right. So there have been external factors in addition to outstanding issues. Even if these external factors are fully resolved, and without speaking to them in detail, we've seen the comments from senior Russian officials that would seem to suggest that they are in a different place, have been in a different place over the past couple days than they might have been a few days before that. Even if external factors are removed, we still have some ways to go until and unless we're able to.
Understood. But as far as your understanding is that those external factors are now reduced or no longer there?
These external factors were not about us in the first place, so it would not be our place to comment on whether they're resolved or not.
And then I think I can probably guess your answer to this question, but I just want today is the day that you're supposed to, that the Secretary is supposed to make a determination as to whether to continue the protection for former Secretary Pompeo and Special Envoy Hook. Has he done that? And if he has, what did he decide?
Well, Matt, we don't discuss the specifics of protective operations. As you know, Congress has approved authorities that allow the Department of State to protect former or retired senior department officials if the Secretary, in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence, determines that the official faces a credible threat from a foreign power or the agent of a foreign power arising specifically from duties that that former official pursued while employed by the Department of State. And so under Section 7071 of the Appropriations Act, again, the Secretary in consultation with the DNI determines and then reports to congressional leadership and the appropriate congressional committees if a former or retired senior State Department official would receive protection. We have up to $30 million in appropriated funds to be made available if such a determination is made. But I think you can understand why we wouldn't speak publicly to whether we have made such a determination, as that would potentially pose a security issue.
Well, not only would it potentially pose a security issue, but it would also be problematic if you were to lift a FTO designation against the IRGC when they're, in fact, if you determine that the threats that they have made to those two men continue to exist.
You heard from the National Security Advisor. It was a statement he issued, I believe, on January 9th, where he made crystal clear that any effort to harm a U.S. citizen, be it on U.S. soil, anywhere in the world, whether that person was a former official, current official of any party, it is something we would take extraordinarily seriously. There is nothing we take with more gravity than the protection, the safety of U.S. citizens. So I will leave it at that. Yes, Simon.
Kind of come back to Ukraine, but specifically the meeting that the National Security Advisor held with his Chinese counterpart in Rome. Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink, you said was there. He's now returned to Washington, I believe, and I guess had time to debrief you on that, or debrief the department on that. Is there anything more you can tell us about? We understand the message that was given in that meeting, that there are these concerns about China supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. But at the conclusion of the meeting, or coming out of that meeting, what's your reading on what China's view is going forward on supporting Russia and Ukraine, and whether they're giving material support?
So it's not for us to characterize what the PRC view on this or any other issue may be or is. It is for us to characterize the messages that were conveyed very clearly in the course of our diplomacy. And as I indicated 2 days ago now, one of the reasons, probably the most important reason, we convene at high levels with our PRC counterparts is to ensure that those lines of communication remain open. This is probably the most consequential bilateral relationship on the face of the earth. It is incumbent upon us as a responsible country to see to it that the competition that characterizes our relationship doesn't veer into the realm of conflict. And of course, dialogue and discussion is part of that. When it comes to the PRC's approach to Russia and Ukraine, a number of countries, the vast majority of the world's countries, have stood up with and for our Ukrainian partners. They have stood up against President Putin's aggression against Ukraine. We have yet to see that sort of unambiguous statement from the PRC, or that sort of unambiguous support from the PRC, and we've made very clear to the PRC that we have significant concerns in that any effort to compensate Russia for its financial losses, for the economic toll, or, of course, any effort to supply, to provide materiel for Russia's war effort, that would be met with significant costs. not only from the United States, but from our allies and partners around the world. Those are the messages that were conveyed. It is not up to us to characterize any sort of PRC response.
But you said you've yet to see a unambiguous statement from the Chinese. Have you seen any signal or any indication since that meeting from the Chinese of what their position might, is there any change to their position?
I will leave it to our PRC counterparts to speak to their position. Yes, sir.
Subject to Venezuela.
Sure.
After the trip to Caracas of a senior U.S. delegation to meet with the government of President Nicolas Maduro, is the U.S. still recognizing Juan Guaidó as the interim president? Are you planning a follow-up meetings with Maduro? And are you concerned that this kind of meetings weaken the Venezuelan opposition?
Well, as we talked about a couple days ago, the visit to Venezuela focused on really two things, and that was securing the release of wrongful detainees and urging the Maduro regime to return to the negotiating table in Mexico with the democratic opposition's unitary platform to restore democracy in Venezuela. So far from undermining Juan Guaidó, it actually reinforced our support for interim President Juan Guaidó and his call for a negotiated solution through the Mexico process. There, of course, has been no change in our recognition of interim President Juan Guaidó's role. We will continue to work with him as such. We will continue to urge the resumption of negotiations through the Mexico City process.
But does it mean a recognition that who's in power is like Nicolás Maduro and not Juan Guaidó? Because the delegation didn't go to the house of Juan Guaidó. It went to meet Maduro officials.
In one way, it was a recognition that it was the Maduro regime that was and continues to hold Americans unjustly against their will. It, of course, was not Juan Guaidó or the unitary platform that held and continues to hold unjustly American detainees. So if we seek the return of Americans who are held unjustly against their will, in that case, we met with the party that was holding them. Thank you all very much.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. We were just showing you many packages and also press briefings on the war in Ukraine, the latest on the war between the Ukraine and Russia. And we are going to go back to that topic, but first we're going to take a look at some other topics from across the country. Fox Los Angeles spoke in an in-depth report to the Peterson Automotive Museum to talk about that push to electric vehicles. Let's look at what they had to say.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Fox 11 News in Depth. I'm Hal Eisner, and we're at the Peterson Automotive Museum in the Miracle Mile. And, you know, we're talking about electric cars this half hour. And if you thought that electric cars are a new phenomenon, well, you may be wrong about that. I mean, this car, it's a concept car from 2016. It's an electric hypercar. They say it's a 2016 Faraday Future. But 101 years earlier, got that, 101 years earlier, a company came out with this car. This was a 1915 Detroit Electric Model 61 Brougham. And this guy right here is Leslie Kendall. And he's the chief historian of the Peterson Automotive Museum. First of all, I'm amazed by this vehicle you're standing next to.
Well, Hal, I think you're in really good company because a lot of people can't, first of all, they can't believe that electric cars have been around this long. And even longer than this, 1915 was actually late in electric car development because they had been around since Robert Anderson in Scotland in about 1839 made the first electric car with dry cell batteries.
Whoa, so there was an electric car in
1839.
Wow.
Ish.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. So tell us about this exhibit that you've got here at the Peterson. It's got a number of different electric vehicles.
Well, we like to show people, we know sort of where we're going, but we like to show people where we've been so that they can kind of extrapolate for themselves what they think the future might end up being. So we've got a Detroit Electric from the teens, a car that was very popular with the ladies of the day.
Pretty plush interior there.
A plush interior. It has, the seats are arranged in a conversational grouping.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's the back of the front seat actually is against the windshield of the car. So batteries in the front, batteries in the back, an electric motor underneath. And the ladies loved it because they didn't have to get out and crank it. They could just walk in, sit down, flip a switch, and take off.
1915, and this vehicle plugged into a power outlet.
It plugged into a kind of charger that it looks like it came from Frankenstein's workshop, but it nevertheless worked. And that's, you know, things evolve over time.
When we talk about these electric vehicles, and we're looking at some now, when we talk about these electric vehicles, it's always a political hot potato. Has it kind of always been that way? It feels to me like these early cars were just novelties. Am I right about that?
In a way, they were novelties, but there's a segment of the population called early adopters, and they will always want something, and they'll always get something before anybody else. And it was the same with the electric vehicles. Believe it or not, in the late 1800s, there was a steam car manufacturer in Los Angeles who said, oh, no, electricity is not where it's at. Gasoline power, not where it's at. Steam, that's where it's at. Because it was, in the day, understandable. You could perfect it. But eventually they came to the point where electrics became so popular that in 1900 they outsold gasoline and steam-powered cars, at least for a time.
Now, we had gasoline crises here and there. Back in the 1970s, we had one there. When these things happen, is that when all of a sudden people start saying electric is the future?
They do tend to do that. People have very short memories because, you know, a month from now, if gasoline is, you know, at $1.99 a gallon, they're going to, you know, a lot of people will be back out buying SUVs, and the EVs on the dealer lots might be sitting there, but who knows?
You know, we see this situation now where we've got gas up over $5, $6 a gallon, and this electric thing, it sounds like people are starting to think about it.
Well, it's making a lot of sense for a lot of people, including so many that the major auto manufacturers, people who once, you know, carried the standard for internal combustion engines, are now thinking electric. It has to be the future, because when you get right down to it, electric cars have very few moving parts. They're a lot more reliable. They're quieter. They're cleaner as an end user. And it's got a lot, and they're more powerful too. They got so much going for them.
And so let's talk about the future for a second, because sometimes they say if you look at the past, it helps to sort of dictate the future. You wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
I know. I think in general that's true, but I think sometimes when you're picking out the the exact year or even the exact decade that something's going to happen, that there's going to be a turnaround, it's different because circumstances change so fast.
Circumstances change, and so do designs.
And so does technology. And the technology that was here for this car enabled it only to go maybe 50 or 60 miles. And up until, a few years ago, that was still about what you got from the average electric car. Now it's hundreds of miles.
And they didn't make that many of these. This one they made, what, 3,000 back in the early 1900s?
They made about 3,000, and coincidentally, that was about the price, $2,500 to $3,000, which was a lot of money when a Ford Model T, for example, cost maybe $500 or $600. You could get a Model T, or you could get 6 or 7 Model Ts, or you can get one of these.
Well, what do you tell people out there about electric vehicles, and that is an option? What is your sense as a historian?
That people buy what's convenient. They like convenience. They like to buy what they know. And as people get to know electric cars better, as they become a more familiar part of living, and the range anxiety that you experience with something like a 1950 Detroit Electric.
That only got 80 miles.
That only got 80 miles, 60 or 80 miles, evaporates. Then you can start thinking, well, maybe this thing they said, maybe a fast charging car, something that I can charge as quickly as I can fill my tank. Maybe that's gonna tip the scales.
And Leslie Kendall, a good example of that might be hybrid vehicles, because they came in and then eventually they took off.
Well, you have to think.
And we only have 15 seconds, so.
Okay, hybrids were only as good until batteries became better, because once they could substitute that gasoline power plant that generated the electric with batteries, then that was over.
And in another Fox Los Angeles special report, California has lifted its school mask mandate. But Los Angeles County, the second largest county in the nation, those schools are saying not so fast. Fox Los Angeles has the report when we come back from a 2-minute commercial break. Stick with us.
start with a big move for school kids all across the state. As COVID numbers continue to improve, it's a big day for millions of K through 12 students in California. The state's indoor school mask mandate has been lifted, although masking will continue for LAUSD students, at least for now.
So why is that? Why the disparity? Phil Schuman live in Monterey Park with the latest details. And Phil, one thing we've talked about so much on this show is the extraordinary power of the teachers union in the LAUSD.
You're right. United Teachers Los Angeles fought for and won strict safety protocols, which the district, of course, agreed with, and they had a deal to keep those in place through the end of the school year. But with COVID cases plummeting, so many school districts now got the green light from Los Angeles County Public Health to make masks strongly recommended rather than required, but LAUSD is not there yet.
I heard the word play. And I know that dogs like to play, but maybe...
Inside Monterey Park's Brightwood Elementary.
Can you think of anything else that a dog can do? Or maybe...
Only a few of Mrs. Wynn's first graders took their masks off. Kana Okada was one.
Before, I couldn't really breathe that much.
Yeah.
And it started to hurt my ears.
Wow. And now?
Not really.
Over the weekend, I told them have a conversation with your parents. It's ultimately, I think, up to mom and dad, as well as yourself, to make that decision.
This school, part of the small Alhambra Unified School District, which is saying masks are now optional. But each district can set their own policy, so LAUSD is still saying masks on indoors while they negotiate with the union.
Get your act together and put the kids first.
LAUSD activist parent Dana Rosenthal kept her fourth grader home in protest.
That the teachers union mandates what the school district can do. It's not acceptable. It is not acceptable.
The teachers union would only issue a brief statement reading in part, "We met with the district for an initial discussion. A follow-up session is scheduled." As for the district, again, only a statement in writing, reading in part, "We respect the voice of all stakeholders, will remain engaged with our labor partners, employees, and families." As for Dana Rosenthal's son, Remy, he's ready to say goodbye to the mask forever.
I think about like what it would be like to see people's faces and not just their mask.
And what would that be like?
It would be happy so you can actually like hear them better and see them better. But we get to see each other's faces at lunch, but it's still not the full experience, if you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying. It's not the full experience, Alex and Marla. I've seen people with their mask on, without their masks on for the first time in 2 years, and I honestly didn't recognize them. This is a very serious, very controversial issue. The teachers union in Los Angeles fought hard for safety protocols. No one really foresaw the dramatic drop in COVID numbers. They also have a new superintendent they're dealing with who is strongly in favor of lining LAUSD up with the rest of Los Angeles County. They apparently sit down again on Wednesday, so there may be more to report then. Alex, Marla?
So what are the other districts saying why they got rid of it? I mean, they find it safe?
Yeah, they found it safe, and they have followed the recommendations of Los Angeles County Public Health, which is sort of the guiding agency. Long Beach, for example, the second largest in the state in the county after LAUSD, Montebello, Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank. They're all going along with LA County Public Health, which, again, not required but strongly recommended. And their unions, quite frankly, haven't taken as strong a stance as UTLA has.
There you go.
And I did. That's what he was waiting to hear.
Yeah.
I did notice that the teacher that you spoke to, though, Candace Wynn, that she was choosing to keep her mask on. So that speaks volumes, Phil.
Yeah, it's interesting. And she also has a student in the district who said he wanted to keep his mask on. And most of the kids have kept their mask on. As we've seen, as we've been out and about the past week or so, not just at schools, but every place else, it gives a lot of people a sense of security and safety. And they've just become so used to it that they're not quite ready to take it off. I mean, There's still, I think, 1,100 new cases on average a day in the county and more than 36 deaths. So the numbers are so much less than what we've seen in the past, but they're not zero.
Yeah, LA County Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer, she points out that transmission is substantial, and as you just pointed out, Phil, it's about 1,100 daily cases. She initially said that we weren't going to be able to drop the masks in this county until we hit about 730 daily cases, so we haven't even hit that yet. So to your point, transmission it's declining, but it's still substantial.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. He is responsible for some of the world's most renowned places and landmarks. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Frank Gehry, the architect. And Fox Los Angeles got to sit down with the legendary architect to learn more about new projects that are announced. Let's take a look.
He really is considered by most the world's greatest living architect. Frank Gehry's work is known all over the globe, but he really truly has a special connection to Los Angeles. Earlier this week, I spent some time with this incredible man, and I wanted to spend a little time focusing about the other part of his growing legacy, his philanthropic efforts. He really wants to inspire local kids and create places where they can be truly creative. Right there. Legendary architect Frank Gehry is famous all over the world for his stunning works, from the Walt Disney Concert Hall downtown to the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, Spain, and the Dancing House in Prague. His designs have a way of conveying movement and reflect light in a way that can leave onlookers breathless.
So this is my old office. I moved up there.
And let me tell you, at age 93, he does not seem to be slowing down at all.
We want to bring performers and explore the idea of using the ceiling
as a stage.
Well, they're always asking me, where can we put somebody here?
His latest works start like they all do, with ideas on paper, then onto 3D models, before finally being built using state-of-the-art techniques and technology. His Del Rey offices are filled with models, from the tallest skyscrapers in his hometown of Toronto to the new Guggenheim Museum in Abu Dhabi, planned to open in 2026.
There's so many accolades and awards and recognitions and buildings and projects that have been lauded around the world.
Well, every once in a while I pick up a magazine and see they're doing that to me.
And how do you react?
I kind of like it, but I don't, I don't put the book next to my pillow. I think there has to be a healthy insecurity, which is a healthy questioning of what you're doing.
But Gehry wants his legacy to be more than just the buildings that made him famous.
I'm very interested in the social issues related to life. That means everything that's going on. Today there's lots of stuff going on.
A lot of stuff.
Economic, racial, and I feel as a human being part of it all. Could it be like that?
As a philanthropist, he is focusing on projects he hopes will have a lasting impact and inspire young people to creative careers, kids who might otherwise never have the chance to develop their talents.
Well, my belief that if you give people a chance and treat them as worthy, as equal, as part of life, that it opens the world for them. And I like to be part of that. So this is the concert hall. That's the dance school.
This morning is the unveiling of Gehry's architectural designs for an expanded campus for the Coburn School, one of the top music and dance schools in the world.
Yeah, if you're going to try and create a feeling for a youth orchestra, and you put them in a classroom with an 8-foot ceiling, and they play music, it's going to be okay, it's going to be nice, but it ain't going to be the turn on. I said, if you cut a hole in the ceiling and cut a hole in the floor and create the vertical space that a concert in Disney Hall has, and it won't cost you that much to do it.
And of course, it just changes how the lighting has to be.
Right. But it makes it more intimate.
Completely.
Yeah.
For not only the people hearing it, experiencing it, but for the musicians as well.
Last October, we saw the grand opening of the Judith and Thomas Beckman Yola Center in Inglewood, another project that Gehry hopes will inspire young musicians and help foster opportunities for them in the arts. He created a building for the Watts Children's Institute, hoping to create an environment where the community can thrive.
I'm the do-gooder, so maybe I don't understand do-gooding in the way everybody else does. All I understand is I give myself my time. I help them create. You know what's wrong? This room is too clean, don't you think? Can we mess it up?
He even founded Turnaround Arts California with Maria Shriver, a program for arts education with the goal of creating a more joyful, inclusive, and diverse arts education.
So by opening the door to learning through an arts-based program where they take colors and make this thing their own somehow by gluing stuff together, making spaces, whatever we ask them to make. And they draw it, they do it, and they present it to the other classmates, and people say, whoa, they've never had that before.
And in Southgate, near the 710 freeway, is where Gehry wants to create a new space called the Southeast LA Cultural Center, or SELA, to be the first project in his ambitious Los Angeles River Master Plan.
The mayor of Southgate came to my office. He brought his 8-year-old son, and he said, public health criteria today shows that my son living in this area has a 10-year shorter lifespan because there's no park space for him to play in. So I start crying. What am I going to do?
That's why Southgate had your heart.
I don't feel like I know everything. I don't feel like I come to the table as a know-it-all and let me fix it. I come to the table as somebody that's curious and listening to you. Tell me what you feel, how do you feel about it, and what I can do.
Mr. Gehry was really, really passionate about what is happening today, the unveiling of the Coburn design. It is happening this morning downtown, and you can count on our team at Fox 11 News at noon to be all over that. They'll have coverage of that. And by the way, we had such a long time together that we put part 2 of our interview with Frank Gehry into next week's show, so you can tune in for that. The show will continue after a short break. Don't go anywhere, will you?
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Amid the ongoing war and amid the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, mental health has become more important than ever. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez spoke with a happiness expert on how you can find your happiness aha moment. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue to speak with empowering women during Women's History Month, the entirety of the month of March. So I do want to welcome on right now Miss Peggy Sullivan. She is a happiness expert, but she is also the CEO of a national women's nonprofit that empowers women to grow both personally and professionally. So, Peggy, thank you so much for joining us here. How are you doing?
I'm so happy to be here. I think today is more important than ever for women to give them the tools so that they can step into their power and become their personal best. There's just so much baggage going on in life, so much hardship, so much challenge, that it's really important to help people in general find their happiness sweet spot.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to talk about finding those moments and points that you bring up in your book that you also wrote here in just a minute. But I do want to give our viewers some context as to why we're speaking with you. Peggy, do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and your story and what inspired you to get into the role that you currently have?
Sure, I'd love to. I used to be one of those hardworking, you can have it all women. Big salary, lots of authority, worldwide travel. It looked so good from the outside. But in reality, I was exhausted from working all the time. My marriage was failing, and I really had no time for pursuing my passions, the things that gave me joy. And not to mention, my stress levels, they were through the roof. I was busy, but I wasn't happy. I was filled, but I wasn't fulfilled. And then came what I call the pistachio nut incident. The pistachio nut incident really changed my life. One day I came home from work after working my typical 12-hour day, had no breaks. I was exhausted and I was hungry. So I grabbed a bag of pistachio nuts, the only food I had in the house, and some cat food for the cat. And I gave him some food and I wolfed down some pistachio nuts. And then I must have fallen asleep on the couch. I woke up and I realized that my cat was throwing up pistachio nuts and that I had consumed a handful of cat food. And for me, that moment was like, wow, I am like going through the motions, but I'm not living my best life. Things have to change. And it was at that particular point in time, I said, I'm done. I want more purpose in my life. I want more joy in my life. And it was about then when I started my nonprofit called She Can. I wrote a book called Happiness is Your Responsibility. And I began speaking a lot because I want to rain happiness everywhere I go.
And that is so inspiring. And I think now more than ever, like you mentioned, that is what women especially need. And something that you bring up in your book that really stuck out to me was creating your own aha moments. So obviously, when you're going about the motions through life, there are a lot of, rocky moments. So how do we create those moments that can kind of let us take a step back, breathe, and really just be grateful for everything around us?
Yeah, I have a theory, and my theory is that happiness is an art and it's a science, but it's also a muscle, and that the more you flex your muscle, the happier you become, that stronger that muscle gets. And so I believe it's important to flex your happiness muscle whenever you get a chance. So I like to put happiness everywhere I possibly can. It can be something small like smelling a candle. It can be something like I wake up every morning to my fuzzy pink slippers. I put the hair dryer in them. I jump into them and I dance because I love to dance. So there are so many things that we can do, so many small things, but we have to choose to be happy. We have to choose to do those little things. And the payoff is so huge when we do, because our brain gets fired up, the endorphins get fired up, we have more energy, we have stronger relationships, happiness is really an amazing thing.
And Peggy, unfortunately, there are moments when everybody, not even just women, they have those moments where it just seems impossible. Maybe we're having a really bad day. Maybe we're learning of some really tragic news that we can't just move past. So what advice do you have to people that, you know, it might not be that easy for them right now to just find those moments? How do they go about even getting to that point where they can create those aha moments?
Yeah, and you know what? You're so right, because we do have to acknowledge the fact that things are hard, things are challenging, and that a lot of people have a lot on their plate right now. But for me, there are two things that I go to that really change my mindset whenever I'm feeling down, and I always recommend them to somebody else. The first thing is to do a random act of kindness. Do something nice for somebody else. Go get coffee and a donut for that person in the office who's a grump. You know, go over and help a neighbor with their garbage. Go do something nice for somebody else. Get you out of your own head and really start to realize how many other people are inspired when you do nice things for them. The other thing is just take a step back to be grateful. We all have so many things to be grateful for. Life is hard, life is challenging, but we all have so many things, even if they're small things like the sunshine on your face, or you just ate the best peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or last night I had ice cream for dinner. That was so awesome. There's always something to be grateful for.
Yeah, and Peggy, you know, when you talk about being grateful and, you know, causing the people around you to maybe get into that vibe that you are feeling, or maybe that you're not feeling, vice versa. I remember you and I spoke on New Year's Eve, and we were talking about starting 2022 off with a happy mindset. Hard to believe it's already March. It's already months down the road. But you talked about being a mojo maker. That's something that'll always stick with me from our conversation. So kind of going off some of what you just said, how do you become a mojo maker in an environment that may not have the best mojo, or maybe it does?
Yeah, I know for me, I think being happy gives you a superpower. Everything in life is so much better. Your relationships are so much better. Your energy, you live longer. There are just so many benefits to it. So I always encourage people when they find themselves slipping into maybe not the best mood to really get out of their own head, to go do something that brings them joy. Go out for a walk. Go talk to a friend. Do something to get out of your own head, because the reality is it's so much better for you when you have a positive outlook, and it's so much better for all the people around you that you influence. It's really not as hard as we think, being happy. It's really about making that shift in mindset, that decision that I'm going to be happy today. I know I got stuff going on, but today I choose to be happy.
And Peggy, can we talk a little bit about how this mindset can really coincide with your professional success? Really, my question to you is, how do we take that happy attitude, or any attitude for that matter, and kind of shift it towards getting what we want, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I talk a lot about what I call the happiness tripod, because I'm a firm believer if you don't have balance in your life, you're not going to live a well-lived life. Nobody is happy when all they do is eat, work, and sleep. Trust me, that's something I did for an awful long time. So I believe that there are three things that you really need to focus on: your mindset, making sure you're growing and it's positive, your professional growth and being in a job that you like or love, and your health and wellness. All those three things go hand in hand. So think about this. You've got this great new job and you're loving it and you're working your fanny off, and all of a sudden you're realizing, oh my God, I have no time for anything fun. I haven't seen my family. I'm exhausted. I'm not working out. This is not the ideal situation. The ideal situation is when you have all three lines of the happiness triangle in touch and in alignment: your lifestyle, your mindset, your health and wellness, as well as your professional development. Otherwise, it's just not sustainable.
And Peggy, I need to mention to our viewers, and actually I'm an owner of it, but you talk all about this in your book, Happiness is Your Responsibility. So tell us a little bit more about the main points that you bring up to readers in this publication.
Well, I didn't want to write a heavy book. I wanted to write a really light book that would let people pick it up, put it down, and just be inspired on a real regular basis. So the book is filled with lots of storytelling. It's filled with a lot of information about the art and the science of happiness. But most importantly, every page is filled with how-to tips and tricks to flex your happiness muscle, because I just believe your world would be so much better when you're flexing your happiness muscle. I know mine is, I know the people around me is, and so it's really, really important that we put some initiative, put some effort into bringing more joy into our lives. We're more productive when we are.
And going off of what you just said, Peggy, I think it's important to note, yes, we're speaking about empowering women. It's Women's History Month. But really, these are conversations that should be had all the time, especially given the world we're living in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think sometimes for men, happiness comes a little easier. Men tend to know the things that they like. You know, I look at my husband, Tom. I love him dearly, but he's a very simple man. He loves food, he loves golf, he loves college sports. That doesn't make him a bad man. He knows what he loves, and he does those things on a regular basis. But women who are caregivers, a lot of times we put ourselves on the back burner and we don't take time to take care of ourselves. And ladies, I'm here to tell you, when you take care of yourself, it is a game changer. You will be better, the people around you will be better, and it doesn't take all that much time and energy. It's actually fun and enjoyable.
Absolutely. Well, all great points to mention. Peggy Sullivan, happiness expert and CEO of She Can. We really thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to talk all about such important, really mental health overall when it comes to not even just women, but
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. I promised I would get back to the latest on Russia and Ukraine. And earlier today, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson delivered remarks on the topic. So if you missed this, I want to make sure that I play that out right now here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us.
It was because they wanted to get on with their lives. They were fed up with being told what to do by people like me. They were. We wanted to take back control of our lives, and so I'm proud that this government has done the things that so many people said were impossible. We got Brexit done. I'm proud that we delivered the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, not once but twice, and the fastest booster rollout. And of course, yes, I am proud that this government has been in the lead in sticking up for freedom in Ukraine. This was the first European country to send defensive weapons to help the Ukrainians, and now dozens are following our lead. And I'm very grateful to my friend Ben Wallace, also there in the front row, for his foresight many months ago, and for getting me to read Putin's crazy essay, which I did. And we're talking continuously, Liz, Ben and I were talking continuously to our colleagues in the Ukraine support group to discuss what more we can do. And those conversations go on literally every day, and there will be more. I'm proud of what we did on sanctions. We were in the lead in sanctioning SWIFT and the banks when banning Aeroflot. We've now sanctioned more banks and individuals than any other European country, and we will be distraining their yachts and their assets. And of course, there is a cost to all these actions. Of course, there is. But the cost of doing nothing would be far, far higher. Putin's war is intended to cause economic damage to the West and to benefit him. And he knows that with every dollar increase in the price of a barrel of oil, he gets billions more in revenues from the sales of oil and gas. And that's the tragedy of the situation. He's been preparing for this moment by pushing hydrocarbons on the West like a backstreet pusher, feeding our addiction, creating a dependency. And now he wants to weaken the collective will to resist by pushing up the cost of living, hitting us at the pumps and in our fuel bills. And so we must respond, and we've got to do everything we can to help people with their daily costs, help people with the cost of living. And of course that means doing all the things that we're doing, lifting the living wage, cutting council tax bills, helping with fuel costs, giving billions to councils, millions more to help people in particular hardship. The best possible answer, of course, is to make sure that, this is the traditional Conservative answer, to make sure that we have a strong economy and strong economic fundamentals with well-paid jobs. And thanks to the speed of that booster rollout, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. Unemployment now actually back to the level it was before the pandemic, virtually a record low, 3.9%. Youth unemployment at or near record lows. But if we're going to deal with the particular cost, the biggest cost that families now face, and tackle these rising fuel bills, the energy spike, we must take the bold steps necessary to end our dependence on Putin's oil and gas. And that is what we are doing. In the immortal phrase, it is time to take back control of our energy supplies. After years of short-termism and hand-to-mouth solutions, we are setting out a British energy security strategy. And we will make better use of our own naturally occurring hydrocarbons rather than import them top dollar from abroad and put the money into Putin's bank account. That does not mean in any way that we will abandon our drive for a low-carbon future. We're going to make some bets on nuclear power, some big bets on nuclear power, not just the big projects, but also the small modular reactors. And we're going to take that bullet-a-gate spirit of the booster rollout and use it to build more offshore wind at double quick time, and many other investments in clean, green power. But if you ask me how we're going to pay for all this, I can tell you that I've been going around the world recently, and I've been talking to international investors who are yearning to make colossal long-term investments in British green infrastructure. Colossal. And there's a reason why people want to come to this country, many, many reasons why they want to come, but you're seeing them invest massively in everything from tech to finance to green power. And that is that they know what this government is doing. They know about, I mean, you may not believe it, but they do. They know about our levelling up agenda, my friends. They do. They've heard of it. They have. They're very well informed. And they know that we have a plan to unleash the potential of this whole country, and they can see how we are doing it. Making our streets safer with 20,000 more police, rounding up the county lines drugs gangs that cause such misery, stopping and searching the kids with the knives, giving the police the powers that they need, and by the way, giving the criminals the serious sentences that they deserve for the crimes that they commit. Tackling the middle-class drugs use, by the way, that helps to drive so much of the consumption. But doing things, thank you for that small clap for that. I think it's about time that the government said that we don't tolerate this kind of consumption, because it is driving misery across the whole country. It's driving the county lines gangs, and we should be absolutely frank about it. But what we're doing goes far beyond that, and people around the world can see what levelling up is doing. The massive extension of fibre optic broadband, and I'm just trying to look for Nadine. How's Nadine? Perhaps Nadine isn't here. But we are, Oliver. You were doing it. Massive expansion. Massive expansion when you were at DCMS of full fibre gigabit broadband. It is a great thing for our country, and we need to do it. We will go further and faster, investing massively in road and rail, and not just the colossal schemes of the integrated rail plan, Northern Powerhouse Rail, making sure that the Midlands and the north of the country finally get the kind of commuter-style rail networks that have been taken for granted for so long in the southeast. Huge schemes that we're doing. They'll be transformative for the UK economy. But look at the little things that we're doing as well, or relatively smaller schemes, such as the new tram improvements in Blackpool, which I was delighted to see the other day. I congratulate the Blackpool authorities on what they are doing, because it's driving tourism, it's driving investment, even more investment here in Blackpool, and that's what levelling up is. I went for a run. You may not believe it, but I did. I went for a run this morning on the beach. Absolutely beautiful. Better than anything in the Caribbean. That is not mere gallantry. It is true, and it's true. I mean, that time of the morning, 6:45, sun coming up, unbelievable. Tide right out, ribbed sand stretching for miles and miles, and absolutely beautiful. And as I ran along, I saw all the new hotels and the new attractions that will benefit from that new transport infrastructure going in, the new tram. Of course, government has a role: safer streets, better health care, better schools, better education, creating the conditions for that investment. But in the end, you need the private sector, the animal spirits of the private sector, to come in and have the confidence to invest. That's what it's all about. That's the fundamental symmetry at the heart of our conservative vision. And as I was running along the sand, I saw a man who seemed to be prospecting with a kind of steel pole or tube. And I asked him what he was looking for, hydrocarbons, perhaps. And what do you think he was looking for? Does anybody have any idea? I tell you, he wasn't an oil well. He was looking for lugworms. And he showed me some lugworms that he had caught. And I will tell you, my friends, that the lugworm is not perhaps the most beautiful of God's creatures. But bigger fish love lugworms. And I want you to know that we Conservatives back everybody in this country who gets up early and invests their time and their skill and their energy and their effort in the hope of a bigger return. And that is... You need to use a lugworm. You need to use a lugworm to catch a bream, my friends. And I have a bream, as they say. I have a bream. I have a bream of a vision of a one-nation conservatism that takes that capitalist spirit and uses our wonderful free market system to make sure that we have the revenues for Rishi Sunak to pay for our fantastic NHS and the 50,000 more nurses and the thousands more doctors that we're hiring. Pay for all the wonderful staff who are clearing the COVID backlogs. Pay for our defences. Pay for Ben Wallace's troops. Pay for our 20,000 more police officers. Pay for investment in skills, like what we're doing with the Blackpool and Fylde College, the new multiversity that's opening, because that is what levelling up is all about. And it is those wonderful public services that create the climate of confidence, which means that private sector investment comes in. And it works. This formula levelling up, I believe, is right for the whole country. It's vital to understand this. It's vital. It works everywhere. By unleashing talent everywhere across the UK, still under the old model, the most imbalanced European economy. By unleashing talent everywhere, you stop the overheating and the stress and the overdevelopment that is a part of the failed economic model. And we take the whole country forward together. That's what we're going to do. And that's why Rishi, I think, is totally right to be driving a new age of post-Brexit entrepreneurialism. Tough word to say. You know what? But you know what I mean. Low business taxes and other fiscal incentives, the 8 new free ports, and all the new freedoms that we're currently taking, driven by Jacob, who's our invigilator of these things, to do things differently and do things better now that we can. And I think it's because of the spirit that people can see in this country that we're seeing a surge of investment in the last few months. Another $1 billion just this week from Al-Fnaa, from Saudi Arabia in Teesside to make green aviation fuel, top of $1 billion from Nissan for a gigafactory, $1 billion from Mubadala for life sciences, $6 billion for Iberdrola, a Spanish company in East Anglian wind farms, $1.5 billion from Blackstone from labs and the creative sector. The list goes on and on. It is absolutely astonishing. $1 billion here, $1 billion there. You're talking about serious money. You're talking about tens of thousands of high-wage, high-skilled jobs. And there's another reason, of course, why investors come here. And when they think about the UK and what it's going to be like for themselves and their families, they think about the time that they're going to be spending in the UK. And I'll tell you something, it is the invincible strength of this country that we believe, by and large, and within the law, that people should be able to do whatever they want, provided they don't do any harm to anybody else. That's what it is. And that's called freedom. That's called freedom. And we don't need to be woke. We just want to be free. And that's why talented people are fleeing Russia, quite frankly, right now. And that's why they're flocking to the UK. And to get back to my theme, that's Putin's tragedy. That's his tragedy. There's a sense in which his disastrous error in Ukraine is itself an argument for democracy and freedom. I mean, seriously, if Putin had a free press, if he had the BBC on his case, well, let's be serious. He would know, whatever you may think, he would have known the truth. Or a version of it. He would have known the truth. No, come on. If he had free, impartial, responsible journalists, let me put it that way, then he would have known the truth that the Ukrainians are a proud, proud nation with a charismatic leader, and he would have known before he set out on this disastrous and inhuman venture that they would fight to defend their homeland. He would have known that. And he wouldn't have locked himself in this echo chamber of sycophants. And on which subject, if Putin had to explain himself to a real parliament with real backbenchers, whom, of course, all leaders must have a very, very lively regard, backbenchers who had to justify themselves every day to their electors, and of course at elections. You know, I don't believe that he would have been capable of such a crescendo of disastrous and self-destructive mistakes. Isn't that the truth? Now look, I've got to tell you, I don't believe that democratic freedoms are going to sprout anytime soon in the Kremlin. Far from it. But with every day that passes, I think that Putin becomes a more glaring advertisement for the system that he hates and despises, and it becomes ever more obvious why we have to stick up for Ukraine. And we will. And that's why we will continue with absolute conviction to stick up for freedom under the law. Freedom under the law at home and abroad, even if it means making some tough decisions. We made a tough choice, for instance, over Christmas and New Year, to keep going, to keep our economy open, when some people said we should go back into lockdown. We made the tough choice to open up last July, when I think that the Labour Party said we were being reckless. Never forget, if we'd listened to Captain Hindsight and the Labour Party, I never tire of telling you this, but it's true, we would still be in lockdown, and we would certainly not be seeing the strong growth and employment that we're seeing today. When the Labour Party and the current leader were trying with might and main to install a leader who wanted, I'm serious, to abolish NATO, we were already training Ukrainian troops to fight. And it's an absolutely incredible fact, but it's true. At a time when Russia is being led by a president who's capable of bullying and threats, and who's plainly capable of making dangerous and irrational decisions, we have a Labour Party whose shadow cabinet is stuffed with people who only recently voted to abolish the UK's independent nuclear deterrent. That's right, 8 of them. The shadow foreign secretary, unbelievable, the shadow levelling up secretary, shadow transport secretary, I haven't got the entire list, but you can find it out. That's them. Do we want them in charge, my friends, at this moment? Do we want them running up the white flag? Do you see them standing up to Putin's blackmail? I don't. By the way, in the next few weeks, do we want them running our councils, when we know that up and down the country, Labour councils cost you more and Conservatives deliver better services? Do we want them in charge of the economy of this amazing country of ours, when there has never been a Labour government that left with unemployment lower than when they arrived? Let me tell you, when you go out campaigning in the next few weeks, as we all will, joyfully, let me tell you that my message to everybody on the doorstep is that it is conservatives. It's conservatives who get things done even when they look difficult. And it's conservatives who take the tough decisions to help you, to be on your side, to help you with the cost of living. And it's conservatives who stand up for freedom against the blackmail of Vladimir Putin. And I'll tell you why we do it. And we do it not out of ideology, because we know through long experience that it's only by sticking up for freedom that we can deliver long-term prosperity and security. And that's what we will deliver together. Thank you all very much, and thank you for coming to Spring Conference. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are just heading to the 3 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast. But we are going to continue our coverage on Russia and Ukraine. This week, the Secretary General of NATO held a press conference. So if you missed this, I'm going to play this out next here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. We have just finished an extraordinary meeting of NATO defense ministers focused on the consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We addressed our support for Ukraine, the severe costs we are imposing on Russia, and NATO's work to strengthen our defenses now and for the years to come. Our close partners Finland, Sweden and Georgia and the European Union joined us for the first session. And Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov described in stark terms the death and destruction caused by President Putin's war. The determined resistance of the Ukrainians against the invasion and the importance of our continued support. We all paid tribute to the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. NATO allies and partners have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for many years. We are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, freedom and democracy, with significant amounts of critical military equipment. Today, ministers agreed that we must continue to provide significant support to Ukraine, including with military supplies, financial help and humanitarian aid. NATO allies and partners are also hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. President Putin must stop this war immediately, withdraw his forces now, and engage in diplomacy in good faith. NATO is responding to this crisis with speed and unity. And next week, Allied heads of state and government will meet for an extraordinary NATO summit. We will address both our immediate response and the changes we need to make for our longer-term security. Moscow should be in no doubt. NATO will not tolerate any attack on Allied sovereignty or territorial integrity. We have already activated our defense plans to shield the alliance, increase our readiness, and deploy troops from both sides of the Atlantic. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces at heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. But we face a new reality for our security, so we must reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. Today, we tasked our military commanders to develop options across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber and space. On land, our new posture should include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, more Allied air power and strengthened integrated air and missile defense. At sea, carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on persistent basis. We will also consider the future of our cyber defenses and how best to draw on allied space assets. We should also train and exercise more often and in greater numbers. Major increases to our deterrence and defense will require major investments. Allies need to invest a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. And I welcome that allies such as Germany and Denmark have already made important announcements on more investments and faster timetables. We also need to spend more together. NATO common funding is the essential enabler that allows us to work together. It is a force multiplier for national defense efforts, and it shows solidarity as allies. At this critical moment for our security, unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC in the centre, just behind.
Thank you.
Last row. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Can I just ask you, we've heard once again from President Zelensky addressing US Congress, calling for a no-fly zone. Are there any allies at all who have been asking for one, even if the decision of the alliance as a whole is not to enforce one? Has there been any discussion at all about it? And the second question I have is just about Ukraine and its NATO membership. Do you believe that Ukraine has cooled towards its view of joining NATO as a negotiating tool with the hope of eventually reaching some kind of agreement with Russia? Thank you very much.
Allies are united, both in providing support to Ukraine to uphold the right for self-defense, but allies are also united when it comes to that NATO should not deploy forces on the ground or in the airspace over Ukraine. Because we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict, this war, doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine. We see death, we see destruction, we see human suffering in Ukraine, but this can become even worse if NATO took actions that actually turned this into a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. So allies are united when it comes to the issue of how to provide support to Ukraine. Ministers addressed this today. They reinforced the message of the importance of providing support with equipment, advanced equipment, air defense systems, anti-tank weapons, and many other types of support, but no NATO deployment of air or ground capabilities in Ukraine, and that's the united position from NATO allies. Then the message to Ukraine is the same now as it has been for years, that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. It has its own right to choose its own path, and we respect the decisions made by the democratic elected government by Ukraine. So it's up to them to decide whether they aspire for NATO membership or not, and then it's up for 30 allies to decide on that issue. Not for Russia to try to veto such a process.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Natasha Bertrand with CNN. I'm wondering whether NATO has invited President Zelensky to participate in any way in the Leaders Summit next week, as Resnikov did in the Defense Ministerial today. And I'm also wondering if you could respond to the Polish proposal to send NATO forces into Ukraine on a so-called peacekeeping mission. Thanks.
Also, what we need is peace in Ukraine, and therefore Russia and President Putin has to stop the war, withdraw its forces. We support all efforts to find a negotiated solution. We support all efforts to find a diplomatic solution. And of course we support and welcome the talks and negotiations which are now taking place between Ukraine and Russia. At the same time we support Ukraine because we know what they can achieve on the negotiating table is of course very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So I strongly also believe that one of the reasons why the Ukrainians also are saying that they have seen some steps in the right direction is because they have been able to fight back. They have been able to fight back against the invading Russian forces. So the courage, the determination and the support from NATO allies to the Ukrainian armed forces is extremely important also when it comes to what they can achieve as part of the negotiated process with Russia. Again, of course, we support peace efforts. We call on Russia and President Putin to withdraw its forces, but we have no plans of deploying NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Right.
Secretary General, can you comment on Italy's role in this current crisis, and happy birthday for today.
Thank you. I would very much like to comment on Italy's role. Italy is a highly valued NATO ally, a founding member, and Italy is contributing to our collective defense in many different ways. I was recently in Romania. I met Italian pilots. They are helping there to keep NATO airspace safe, and they really show commitment and strength in their contributions to different NATO missions and operations, including in Kosovo, where Italy has been a key ally for many, many years.
Financial Times. Yeah, gentleman with glasses.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question about the peace talks, you said that you're encouraged by signs and that you support any effort to find a diplomatic solution. Could you tell us, are you seeing any signs on the ground that the Russians are genuine in their approach to these peace talks, or that they may well just be using them as a distraction for resupply and for restructuring their approach? Thank you.
On the ground, we don't see any sign. And that's the reason why we also call on Russia to engage in these talks in good faith. And it's not for me to report from these talks. NATO are not part of those talks. These are talks between Ukraine and Russia. But I've just seen the reports coming out from those talks. I think it's very important not to speculate and not to prejudge or to preempt any outcome of these talks. My message was in a way that it is obvious that what Ukraine can achieve around the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battleground. And therefore the support we give to them to stand up against and to resist the Russian invasion also helps them to achieve an acceptable outcome in the negotiations.
Associated Press.
Lorne Cook from the Associated Press. Could you tell me a little bit more about the tasking that you've given NATO commanders, what that might involve, and are we looking ahead 1 year, or are we talking about a decade, something longer term? And you also use the word persistent. I wonder what that means. Why wouldn't you say on a permanent basis?
This is the way we make these kind of decisions in NATO, is that the politicians, they set out the guidelines, the direction, then we task our military commanders to give advice on how to follow up, and then we make final decisions as politicians based on these advice and input from our military commanders. This was exactly the same we did back in 2016. When we, at the Warsaw Summit, made historic decisions for the first time in our history to deploy NATO combat troops to the eastern part of the lines. You have to remember that before Ukraine, also before the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 by Russia, NATO had no combat troops in the eastern part of the lines. Then we had the illegal annexation of Crimea, and since 2014 we have implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War. tripling the size of the NATO response force, establishing the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland, more presence in the air, at sea, and of course also started to invest more, increasing defense spending. Then the process was the same. The politicians tasked the commanders, they provided advice, and based on that we developed the final conclusions that Allied heads of state and government made at the summit in 2016. And then since then they have implemented that. I foresee a similar process now. We have tasked the military commanders. We will have their advice within weeks, and then my ambition is that heads of state and government, when they meet at the end of June, can make the decisions on significantly increased presence, reinforcing our deterrence and defense on land, at sea, and in the air. And of course, this will then depend on the input we get from the commanders, but also, of course, at the end of the day, it has to be a political decision by the leaders. So the decision I foresee within months, as meaning by the summit in June. Then implementation will, of course, vary a bit depending on what kind of decisions we are going to make.
Frankfurt Allgemeine, just behind you, just behind.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, is there anything in the NATO-Russia Founding Act that could restrict military planners and commanders when they work out these options for leaders? Thank you.
So we will do what is necessary to make sure that there is no room for misunderstanding in Moscow, for miscalculation in Moscow about our commitment, readiness to protect and defend all allies, every inch of NATO territory. And the reason why we do that is not to provoke a conflict, but is to prevent the conflict. That has been the success of NATO for more than 70 years, that any potential aggressor or adversary has always known that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance. And to ensure that in a new security reality, we need a reset of our deterrence and defense. And that's exactly what we're now tasking the commanders to provide advice on, how to reset our deterrence and defense, and we will do what is necessary. The NATO-Russia founding treaty, of course, that actually has a clear reference to in the current security environment. Back in 1997, we are not in the current security environment today. We are in a total different security environment. At that stage, we actually foresaw Russia as a strategic partner, working with them. Since then, Russia has invaded Georgia, illegally annexed Crimea, and now also invaded Ukraine. So we will do what is necessary, and the NATO-Russia Founding Act is not something that will create problems or hindrance for NATO to make the necessary decisions.
Okay, to Ukrainian news agency.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. There in negotiations with Russia is another important factor. According to the data released today from the General Staff of Ukraine, around 40% of invading forces already lost by Russians in equipment and manpower. Could NATO confirm that? And because of that, the obvious question, is the threat which Russia posed to NATO in escalation a little bit overestimated by NATO countries? Thank you.
President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. President Putin underestimated the unity of the Ukrainian people and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership. And this combined with the support, the massive support the Ukrainian armed forces are receiving and actually have received from NATO allied countries over many years, have forced President Putin to change his plans and to realize that this quick victory, this blitzkrieg taking control over Kyiv within days has absolutely failed. But we should not underestimate Russia's capabilities when it comes to continue the war and also to continue to attack, including cities. We have seen how Russia has been responsible for the same, or for brutal warfare, both in Chechnya, but also in Syria. And of course, even though they have made severe mistakes, Russia maintain a large capability of conventional armed forces, but Russia, President Putin has also, they have also used nuclear rhetoric. Russia is a nuclear power, and we have seen how they have stepped up to also the nuclear rhetoric threatening both NATO allies and Ukraine. So I think we must not underestimate the dangers related to the military capabilities of Russia, including their will to actually use force and impose devastation and destruction on others.
Go to Imedi, lady in white.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Mr. Secretary General, can you tell us more about Georgia? Defense Minister from Georgia attended the ministerial, and you have, and you said recently that it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support Georgia. So, what options were discussed, for example, today? Thank you very much.
I think we need to realize that we are faced with a total new security reality, which of course affects the people of Ukraine. It's devastating for them. But it's also putting more pressure on also those countries in our neighborhood who are not members of NATO, not members of EU, countries at risk. And Georgia is one of them. And the Georgian defense minister attended the meeting. All allies listened very carefully to his intervention, where he stated the challenges Georgia faces, being a country which has already seen the consequences of aggressive actions by Russia back in 2008, and other attempts by Russia to interfere in Georgian domestic affairs. So the message, one of the lessons we have to learn from what is going on in Ukraine today, is that we need to support these countries which are at risk now. It's better to support and help them now than after a military intervention. So, if anything, I think we now see the value of the support that has been provided to Ukraine before the invasion, but also the importance of that we could have done even more for Ukraine. And then I think that the message for Georgia is that we should step up, provide more support, and send a message that we support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia, not only in words but also in deeds. And therefore I call on NATO allies and others to provide support to Georgia. And that was the message also from allied leaders at the meeting today.
Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, we're 21 days now into this conflict. Based on Russia's performance militarily so far and your current intelligence, can Russia win this war?
I think we should all be careful speculating too much. What we have seen is the strength and the courage and the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, which has impressed the whole world, and which has been able to slow down, to fight back against the invading Russian forces. And I pay tribute to the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people in the way they have been able to stand up against the invasion. But at the same time, Russia remains a formidable military power. They have many different types of weapons, and therefore I think it's too early to speculate about the outcome. What we need is Russia to stop the war, President Putin to withdraw its troops, and then to find a political solution. That's what I will say about that.
Okay, we'll take the last question. Polish TV, lady in black and white there.
I would like to go back to this special summit of NATO in upcoming week. Could you say what is the special reason to organize this summit, especially that on June we will have a regular NATO summit? So could you tell us more about this? Thank you.
President Putin has underestimated Ukraine, the people of Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine and the political leadership of Ukraine. But President Putin has also underestimated NATO because we reacted swiftly and unified in a way that has imposed severe costs on Russia. Together with partners, the European Union, NATO allies have imposed unprecedented economic costs. We have provided and continue to provide essential support to the Ukrainian armed forces. Allies do that every day. And we are also increasing the presence of NATO in the eastern part of the alliance. So President Putin's aim was to divide NATO. What he gets is a more united NATO. He wanted to, in a way, to undermine the nation of Ukraine. He's actually strengthening the unity of Ukraine and the commitment to the Ukrainian nation by the Ukrainian people. And then he wanted less NATO on its borders. He's getting more NATO on its borders. So to do all this, we need to be coordinated. We need to consult. And therefore we, the day after invasion, we had a virtual NATO summit with all the NATO leaders, extraordinary NATO summit. And we will have an extraordinary NATO summit next week in person here in Brussels to continue to ensure that we are united, that we are closely aligned, and that we act together, both when it comes to providing support to Ukraine, when it comes to coordinating our efforts, when it comes to imposing costs on Russia, but also when it comes to taking the necessary decisions to ensure that we send a clear message to Russia about our credible deterrence and defense, both in the short term but also in the longer term, including by starting the work to reset NATO's deterrence and defense.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are going to go out live now to Los Angeles, where a Stand with Ukraine rally is happening right now. Let's get a look and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Items of military, humanitarian, medical help, but if the whole country has the power to help, it can overcome all our efforts by many times. So that's why we're doing this. Never think that just coming to a protest is just a waste of time, because we have journalists, reporters that come. They show to the rest of the world that we are a strong community, and Ukrainian community has a great support from a lot of other communities. Most of the world is supporting us. And it just shows that politicians, they really need to do more. They need to move faster. We need to establish this no-fly zone over Ukraine. It is definitely doable. Putin, he's trying to blackmail the rest of the world, saying that if they interfere, it will be sort of like aggression towards Russia. But that's not true. Russia is already an aggressor against the whole of the world. We need to clearly understand that. We cannot be just defending against the aggressor. We need to fight back. And that's what we need today. And also, I wanted to go back to the things that we requested that have been accomplished. You see that a lot of businesses are leaving Russia completely. That is part of the economic sanctions that we asked. So economic sanctions are actually working. It's sort of difficult to comprehend how taking away money from a war machine can stop it if you have a crazy person sending weapons and bombing the cities. But it is helping. It is helping. Imagine if you don't have money to pay those soldiers, if there is no money to buy fuel for the tanks, then it will not work. So again, please be proactive. Please ask for economic sanctions, for embargo on Russian energy sector, and also the military help. That is very helpful. Ukraine has enough people to defend all of the Russian army. Russia just doesn't have enough people to conquer Ukraine. It may look big on the map, but if you think about the numbers in terms of population, Russia is maybe 2 or 2.5 times bigger country by population from Ukraine. And Russia is not sending all of its population, it's only the active personnel. Ukrainians are defending Ukraine by everyone. I mean, all the population. It's not just military personnel. So Ukraine is that.
And it appears we lost that shot here on Live Now from Fox, but again, just bringing you some live coverage, a live source that came in of that Stand with Ukraine rally happening in Los Angeles right now. If we get that feedback, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we will go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will have more coverage on Russia and Ukraine when we come back after this break. Stick with us.
of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, end of quote, which I shall refer to as the Genocide Convention or the Convention. Together with the application, Ukraine submitted a request for the indication of provisional measures with reference to Article 41 of the statute and to Articles 73, 74, and 75 of the Rules of Court. I further recall that by a letter dated 5 March 2022, the ambassador of the Russian Federation to the Kingdom of the Netherlands indicated that his government had decided not to participate in the oral proceedings on the request for the indication of provisional measures. However, under cover of a letter dated 7 March 2022, he communicated to the court a document setting out, I quote, the position of the Russian Federation regarding the lack of jurisdiction of the court in the case, end of quotation. In accordance with our usual practice, I shall not read out the introductory paragraphs of the order, which set out the procedural history of the case. I shall also omit or summarize some other paragraphs. I shall accordingly begin the reading of the order at paragraph 17. The context in which the present case comes before the court is well known. On 24 February 2022, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, declared that he had decided to conduct an, I quote, special military operation, end of quote, against Ukraine. Since then, there has been intense fighting on Ukrainian territory, which has claimed many lives, has caused extensive displacement, and has resulted in widespread damage. The court is acutely aware of the extent of the human tragedy that is taking place in Ukraine and is deeply concerned about the continuing loss of life and human suffering. The court is profoundly concerned about the use of force by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, which raises very serious issues of international law. The court is mindful of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and of its own responsibilities in the maintenance of international peace and security, as well as the peaceful settlement of disputes under the Charter and the statute of the court. It deems it necessary to emphasize that all states must act in conformity with their obligations under the United Nations Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law. The ongoing conflict between the parties has been addressed in the framework of several international institutions. The General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution referring to many aspects of the conflict on 2 March 2022. The present case before the court, however, is limited in scope, as Ukraine has instituted these proceedings only under the Genocide Convention. The court wishes to express its regret at the decision taken by the Russian Federation not to participate in the oral proceedings on the request for indication of provisional measures. The non-appearance of a party has a negative impact on the sound administration of justice, as it deprives the court of assistance that a party could have provided to it. Nevertheless, the court must proceed in the discharge of its judicial function at any phase of the case. Though formally absent from the proceedings, non-appearing parties sometimes submit to the court letters and documents in ways and by means not contemplated by its rules. It is valuable for the court to know the views of both parties in whatever form those views may have been expressed. The court will therefore take account of the document communicated by the Russian Federation on 7 March 2022 to the extent that it finds this appropriate in discharging its duties. The court recalls that the non-appearance of one of the states concerned cannot in itself constitute an obstacle to the indication of provisional measures. It emphasizes that the non-participation of a party in the proceedings at any stage of the case cannot, in any circumstances, affect the validity of its decision. Should the present case extend beyond the current phase, the Russian Federation, which remains a party to the case, will be able, if it so wishes, to appear before the court to present its arguments. The court may indicate provisional measures only if the provisions relied on by the applicant appear prima facie to afford a basis on which its jurisdiction could be founded, but it need not satisfy itself in a definitive manner that it has jurisdiction as regards the merits of the case. In the present case, Ukraine seeks to found the jurisdiction of the court on Article 36, Paragraph 1 of the Statute of the Court, and on Article 9 of the Genocide Convention. The court must therefore first determine whether those provisions prima facie confer upon it jurisdiction to rule on the merits of the case, enabling it, if the other necessary conditions are fulfilled, to indicate provisional measures. Article 9 of the Genocide Convention reads as follows, I quote, "Disputes between the contracting parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the present convention, including those relating to the responsibility of a state for genocide or for any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3, shall be submitted to the International Court of Justice at the request of any of the parties to the dispute." Ukraine and the Russian Federation are both parties to the Genocide Convention. Neither of them maintains a reservation to Article 9. Article 9 of the Genocide Convention makes the court's jurisdiction conditional on the existence of a dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Convention. According to the established case law of the court, a dispute is a disagreement on a point of law or fact, a conflict of legal views or interests between parties. In order for a dispute to exist, it must be shown that the claim of one party is positively opposed by the other. The two sides must hold clearly opposite views concerning the question of the performance or non-performance of certain international obligations. To determine whether a dispute exists in a present case, the court cannot limit itself to noting that one of the parties maintains that the convention applies while the other denies it. Since Ukraine has invoked as the basis of the court's jurisdiction the compromissory clause in an international convention, the court must ascertain at the present stage of the proceedings whether it appears that the acts complained of by the applicant are capable of falling within the scope of that convention, ration materiae. Ukraine contends that a dispute exists between it and the Russian Federation relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. It maintains that the parties disagree on whether genocide, as defined in Article 2 of the Convention, has occurred or is occurring in the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts of Ukraine, and whether Ukraine has committed genocide. It further argues that the dispute concerns the question whether, as a consequence of the Russian Federation's unilateral assertion that genocide is occurring, the Russian Federation has a lawful basis to take military action in and against Ukraine to prevent and punish genocide, pursuant to Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. The Russian Federation, for its part, states that, in reality, its, I quote, special military operation, end of quote, on the territory of Ukraine is based on Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and that the Convention cannot provide a legal basis for a military operation which is beyond the scope of the Convention. The Russian Federation therefore concludes that Ukraine's application and request manifestly fall beyond the scope of the Convention and thus the jurisdiction of the court. It asks the court to remove the case from its list. The court recalls that for the purpose of deciding whether there was a dispute between the parties at the time of the filing of the application, it takes into account in particular any statements or documents exchanged between the parties, as well as any exchanges made in multilateral settings. In so doing, it pays special attention to the author of the statement or document, their intended or actual addressee, and their content. The existence of a dispute is a matter for objective determination by the court. It's a matter of substance and not a question of form or procedure. The court observes that since 2014, various state organs and senior representatives of the Russian Federation have referred in official statements to the commission of acts of genocide by Ukraine in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions. The court observes, in particular, that the investigative committee of the Russian Federation, an official state organ, has, since 2014, instituted criminal proceedings against high-ranking Ukrainian officials regarding the alleged commission of acts of genocide against the Russian-speaking population living in the above-mentioned regions. I quote, in violation of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, end of quote. The court recalls that in an address made on 21 February 2022, the president of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, described the situation in Donbass as, I quote, horror and genocide, which almost 4 million people are facing, end of quotation. By a letter dated 24 February 2022, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations requested the Secretary General to circulate as a document of the Security Council the, I quote, text of the address of President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, to the citizens of Russia, informing them of the measures taken in accordance with Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations in exercise of the right of self-defense. End of quotation. In his address, pronounced on 24 February 2022, the President of the Russian Federation explained that he had decided, I quote, in accordance with Article 51, Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, to conduct a special military operation with the approval of the Federation Council of Russia and pursuant to treaties of friendship and mutual assistance with the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic. End of quotation. He specified that the purpose of the special operation was, I quote, to protect people who have been subjected to abuse and genocide by the Kyiv regime for 8 years. End of quotation. He stated that the Russian Federation had to stop a genocide against millions of people and that it would seek the prosecution of those who had committed numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including citizens of the Russian Federation. The permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, referring to the address by the President of the Russian Federation on 24 February 2022, explained at a meeting of the Security Council on Ukraine that, I quote, the purpose of the special operation was to protect people who had been subjected to abuse and genocide by the Kyiv regime for 8 years, end of quotation. 2 days later, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the European Union stated in an interview that the operation was a peace enforcement special military operation carried out in an effort aimed at denazification, adding that people had actually been exterminated and that, I quote, the official term of genocide, as coined in international law, if one reads the definition, fits pretty well, end of quotation. In response to the Russian Federation's allegations and its military actions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine issued a statement on 26 February 2022, stating that Ukraine, I quote, strongly denies Russia's allegations of genocide and disputes any attempt to use such manipulative allegations as an excuse for Russia's unlawful aggression, end of quotation. At the present stage of these proceedings, the court is not required to ascertain whether any violations of obligations under the Genocide Convention have occurred in the context of the present dispute. Such a finding could be made by the court only at the stage of the examination of the merits of the present case. At this stage, the court's task is to establish whether the acts complained of by Ukraine appear to be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. The court recalls that while it is not necessary for a state to refer expressly to a specific treaty in its exchanges with the other state to enable it later to invoke the compromissory clause of that instrument to institute proceedings before the court, the exchanges must refer to the subject matter of the treaty with sufficient clarity to enable the state against which a claim is made to ascertain that there is or may be a dispute with regard to that subject matter. The court considers that in the present proceedings, the evidence in the case file demonstrates prima facie that statements made by the parties referred to the subject matter of the Genocide Convention in a sufficiently clear way to allow Ukraine to invoke the compromissory clause in this instrument as a basis for the court's jurisdiction. The statements made by the state organs and senior officials of the parties indicate a divergence of views as to whether certain acts allegedly committed by Ukraine in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions amount to genocide in violation of its obligations under the Genocide Convention, as well as whether the use of force by the Russian Federation for the stated purpose of preventing and punishing alleged genocide is a measure that can be taken in fulfillment of the obligation to prevent and punish genocide contained in Article 1 of the Convention. In the Court's view, the acts complained of by the applicant appear to be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. The Court recalls the Russian Federation's assertion that its, quote, special military operation, end of quote, is based on Article 51 of the United Nations Charter and customary international law. The Court observes in this respect that certain acts or omissions may give rise to a dispute that falls within the ambit of more than one treaty. This assertion of the Russian Federation does not therefore preclude a prima facie finding by the Court that the dispute presented by the application relates to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. The Court finds, therefore, that the above-mentioned elements are sufficient at this stage to establish prima facie the existence of a dispute between the parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. In light of the foregoing, the Court concludes that prima facie it has jurisdiction pursuant to Article 9 of the Genocide Convention to entertain the case. Given the above conclusion, the Court considers that it cannot accede to the Russian Federation's request that the case be removed from the general list for manifest lack of jurisdiction. The power of the Court to indicate provisional measures under Article 41 of the statute has as its object the preservation of the respective rights claimed by the parties in a case, pending its decision on the merits. It follows that the Court must be concerned to preserve by such measures the rights which may subsequently be adjudged by it to belong to either party. Therefore, the Court may exercise this power only if it is satisfied that the rights asserted by the party requesting such measures are at least plausible. At this stage of the proceedings, however, the Court is not called upon to determine definitively whether the rights which Ukraine seeks to protect exist. It need only determine whether the rights claimed by Ukraine on the merits and for which it is seeking protection are plausible. Moreover, a link must exist between the rights whose protection is sought and the provisional measures being requested. In the present proceedings, Ukraine argues that it seeks provisional measures to protect its rights, I quote, not to be subject to a false claim of genocide and not to be subjected to another state's military operations on its territory based on a brazen abuse of Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. End of quotation. Ukraine contends that it has a right to demand good faith performance of obligations under the Genocide Convention by the Russian Federation in accordance with the object and purpose of the Convention. It states that the Russian Federation has abused and misused the rights and duties stipulated in the Convention, and that the, quote, special military operation, close quote, of the respondent is an aggression undertaken under the guise of the duty to prevent and punish genocide, enshrined in Articles 1 and 4 of the Convention, and that it frustrates the object and purpose of the Convention. The Court observes that, in accordance with Article 1 of the Convention, all parties thereto have undertaken to prevent and to punish the crime of genocide. Article 1 does not specify the kinds of measures that a contracting party may take to fulfill this obligation. However, the contracting parties must implement this obligation in good faith, taking into account other parts of the Convention, in particular Articles 8 and 9, as well as its preamble. Pursuant to Article 8 of the Convention, a contracting party that considers that genocide is taking place in the territory of another contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide or of any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. In addition, Pursuant to Article 9, such a contracting party may submit to the court a dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the convention. A contracting party may resort to other means of fulfilling its obligation to prevent and punish genocide that it believes to have been committed by another contracting party, such as bilateral engagements or exchanges within a regional organization. However, the court emphasizes that in discharging its duty to prevent genocide, every state may only act within the limits permitted by international law, as was stated in a previous case brought under the convention. The acts undertaken by the contracting parties to prevent and punish genocide must be in conformity with the spirit and aims of the United Nations, as set out in Article 1 of the United Nations Charter. The court can only take a decision on an applicant's claims if the case proceeds to the merits. At the present stage of the proceedings, it suffices to observe that the court is not in the possession of evidence substantiating the allegation of the Russian Federation that genocide has been committed on Ukrainian territory. Moreover, it is doubtful that the convention, in light of its object and purpose, authorizes a contracting party's unilateral use of force in the territory of another state for the purpose of preventing or punishing an alleged genocide. Under these circumstances, the court considers that Ukraine has a plausible right not to be subjected to military operations by the Russian Federation for the purpose of preventing and punishing an alleged genocide in the territory of Ukraine. The court now turns to the condition of the link between the rights claimed by Ukraine and the provisional measures requested. The court has already found that Ukraine is asserting a right that is plausible under the Genocide Convention. The court considers that by their very nature, the first two provisional measures sought by Ukraine are aimed at preserving the rights of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible. As to the third and fourth provisional measures requested by Ukraine, the question of their link with that plausible right does not arise, insofar as such measures would be directed at preventing any action which may aggravate or extend the existing dispute or render it more difficult to resolve, and at providing information on the compliance with any specific provisional measure indicated by the court. The court concludes, therefore, that a link exists between the right of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible and the requested provisional measures. The court, pursuant to Article 41 of its statute, has the power to indicate provisional measures when irreparable prejudice could be caused to rights which are the subject of judicial proceedings, or when the alleged disregard of such rights may entail irreparable consequences. However, the power of the court to indicate provisional measures will be exercised only if there is urgency, in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights claimed before the court gives its final decision. The condition of urgency is met when the acts susceptible of causing irreparable prejudice can occur at any moment before the court makes a final decision in the case. The court must therefore consider whether such a risk exists at this stage of the proceedings. The court is not called upon, for the purpose of its decision on the request for indication of provisional measures, to establish the existence of breaches of obligations under the Genocide Convention, but to determine whether the circumstances require the indication of provisional measures for the protection of the right found to be plausible. It cannot at this stage make definitive findings of fact, and the right of each party to submit arguments in respect of the merits remains unaffected by the court's decision on the request for the indication of provisional measures. Having previously determined that Ukraine can plausibly assert a right under the Genocide Convention, and that there is a link between this right and the provisional measures requested, the court now considers whether irreparable prejudice could be caused to this right and whether there is urgency, in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to this right before the court gives its final decision. The court considers that the right of Ukraine that it has found to be plausible is of such a nature that prejudice to it is capable of causing irreparable harm. Indeed, any military operation, in particular one on the scale carried out by the Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine, inevitably causes loss of life, mental and bodily harm, and damage to property and the environment. The court considers that the civilian population affected by the present conflict is extremely vulnerable. The, quote, special military operation, end of quote, being conducted by the Russian Federation has resulted in numerous civilian deaths and injuries. It has also caused significant material damage, including the destruction of buildings and infrastructure. Attacks are ongoing and are creating increasingly difficult living conditions for the civilian population. Many persons have no access to the most basic foodstuffs, potable water, electricity, essential medicines, or heating. A very large number of people are attempting to flee from the most affected cities under extremely insecure conditions. In this regard, the court takes note of the 2 March 2022 resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which inter alia, I quote, expresses grave concern at the reports of attacks on civilian facilities such as residences, schools, and hospitals, and of civilian casualties including women, older persons, persons with disabilities, and children, recognizes that the military operations of the Russian Federation inside the sovereign territory of Ukraine are on a scale that the international community has not seen in Europe in decades, and that urgent action is needed to save this generation from the scourge of war, condemns the decision of the Russian Federation to increase the readiness of its forces, and expresses grave concern at the deteriorating humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, with an increasing number of internally displaced persons and refugees in need of humanitarian assistance. End of quotation. In light of these circumstances, the court concludes that the disregard of the right deemed plausible by the court could cause irreparable prejudice to this right, and that there is urgency in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that such prejudice will be caused before the court makes a final decision in this case. The court concludes, on the basis of all of the above considerations, that the conditions required by its statute for it to indicate provisional measures are met. It is therefore necessary, pending its final decision, for the court to indicate certain measures in order to protect the right of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible. The court recalls that it has the power under its statute, when a request for provisional measures has been made, to indicate measures that are in whole or in part other than those requested. Article 75, paragraph 2 of the Rules of Court specifically refers to this power of the court. The court has already exercised this power on several occasions in the past. In the present case, having considered the terms of the provisional measures requested by Ukraine and the circumstances of the case, the court finds that the measures to be indicated need not be identical to those requested. The court considers that, with regard to the situation described above, the Russian Federation must, pending the final decision in the case, suspend the military operations that have commenced on 24 February 2022 in the territory of Ukraine. In addition, recalling the statement of the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations that the, I quote, Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic, end of quotation, had turned to the Russian Federation with a request to grant military support, the court considers that the Russian Federation must also ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control and direction, take no steps in furtherance of those military operations. The court recalls that Ukraine also requested it to indicate measures aimed at ensuring the non-aggravation of the dispute with the Russian Federation. When it indicates provisional measures for the purpose of preserving specific rights, the court may also indicate provisional measures with a view to preventing the aggravation or extension of the dispute if it considers that those circumstances so require. In the present case, having considered all the circumstances, in addition to the specific measures it has decided to order, the court deems it necessary to indicate an additional measure directed at both parties and aimed at ensuring the non-aggravation of the dispute. The court further recalls that Ukraine requested it to indicate a provisional measure directing the Russian Federation to provide a report to the court on measures taken to implement the court's order on provisional measures 1 week after such order, and then on a regular basis to be fixed by the court. In the circumstances of the present case, however, the court declines to indicate such a measure. The court reaffirms that its orders on provisional measures under Article 41 of the statute have binding effect, and thus create international legal obligations for any party to whom the provisional measures are addressed. The court further reaffirms that the decision given in the present proceedings in no way prejudices the question of the jurisdiction of the court to deal with the merits of the case or any questions relating to the admissibility of the application or to the merits themselves. It leaves unaffected the right of the government